Chapter 403. On this day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu used their identities as members of the ancient race to hide their tracks and search for the hidden resource veins. As they flew, they suddenly heard the sound of an intense battle. Since they had nothing to do, Yi Tianzong and the other two quietly headed towards the location of the battle. Before they even reached the battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the other two already knew the situation of the battle through their respective divine wills. Seeing the two sides of the battle, Yi Tianzong revealed a surprised expression. There was no other reason other than the fact that one of the two sides had some relationship with Yi Tianzong. It turned out that the two sides of the battle were the 13 great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect. These great emperors were all late and peak great emperors. On the other side were the 32 great emperors of the devil race. They were also late and peak great emperors. As for the reason for the battle, Yi Tianzong knew after seeing the mysterious Heaven Star Stone on the other side. The mysterious Heaven Star Stone was a supreme refining material. It could be used to create weapons suitable for heavenly venerables. Moreover, the mysterious Heaven Star Stone could help cultivators comprehend the laws of the stars. It was extremely precious. Although the mysterious Heaven Star Stone also existed in the 10 Great Thousand Worlds, it was extremely rare and could only be found by chance. Now that a mysterious Heaven Star Stone vein had been discovered in the world battlefield, it was an extremely huge resource. It was no wonder that the people of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect would fight with the great emperors of the devil race. The first reaction of anyone who saw such an extremely precious resource would be to monopolize it, let alone the human race and the devil race that had accumulated countless grudges. However, due to the absolute disadvantage in numbers, the people of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect were in a very bad situation. They were surrounded by the great emperors of the devil race, cutting off all escape routes. The surrounding space was also sealed by the devil race using some unknown method, preventing them from transmitting any information. The 13 great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect were all injured. 4 of them were seriously injured and had already lost the ability to fight. The remaining 9 great emperors were also under the siege of the devil race. Yi Tianzong quickly made the decision to save them. It could also be considered as repaying the kindness of the two sects for saving him. Yi Tianzong told the relationship between himself and the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect to Ling Xinyu and ancient azure mysterious sect. Then, the three reverted to their human identities and stealthily ambushed themselves fully armed to the teeth. This time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and ancient azure mysterious sect did not intend to use a joint attack to instantly kill their enemies. Instead, they directly pushed their way through. After getting close to the battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the other two locked onto the great emperors of the devil race closest to them and directly attacked. 3 streaks of sword light that could cut through the firmament appeared from the void without any warning. Before the great emperors of the devil race could react, 3 great emperors of the devil race were instantly killed. What? How is this possible? How is it possible? He was killed by a single sword strike? How is it possible? Did a celestial master kill him? Who is attacking us? Come out. The great emperors of the devil race no longer bothered to continue attacking the people of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect. Except for 3 great emperors who were watching them vigilantly, the rest of the great emperors of the devil race were vigilantly staring at the void around them. It's me. You bastards of the devil race, do you still recognize me? A wanton voice was heard. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and ancient azure mysterious sect appeared directly from the void, and then looked at the great emperors of the devil race disdainfully. Wanderers! Damn it, why are they here? We're in trouble. Quick, send a distress signal. Everyone, guard against the enemy with all your strength. The great emperors of the devil race were shocked, solemn, nervous and alert. All the great emperors of the devil race did not act rashly, nor did they dare to take the initiative to attack, because they knew that they were no match for the wanderers. The strength and prestige of the wanderers of the devil race were built through bloody battles with various races and forces one after another. Hundreds of elite great emperors of various races had fallen in the process of besieging the wanderers of the devil race. Although there were more than 30 great emperors of the devil race, this number of great emperors was far inferior to the wanderers of the devil race who had besieged the wanderers of the devil race before. The wanderers of the devil race who had besieged the wanderers of the devil race before always had at least 200 great emperors. Most of the time, there were even thousands of great emperors who had set up an inescapable net together. Even so, the great emperors of the devil race were still killed by the wanderers of the devil race. Yi Tianzong did not wait for the great emperors of the devil race to speak, and said directly with a murderous aura, "You devil race must have had a lot of fun chasing us back then. Today, I'll let you devil race pay a little interest." Kill. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Tianzong took the lead and rushed into the formation of the great emperors of the devil race, followed by Ling Xinyu and Xunyu. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu went all out, revealing their invincible strength far beyond the great emperor realm. In the face of the desperate resistance of the great emperors of the devil race, Yi Tianzong and the other two were invincible. The great emperors of the devil race's desperate attacks were easily resolved by the three of them, without causing any damage to them. The peerless sword light that could split heaven and earth was unstoppable. One sword could kill a great emperor. The invincible heavenly emperor physique was peerless. One palm, one punch and one kick could seriously injure the great emperors of the devil race, knocking them deep into the ground from the sky. "Ah, this is impossible. I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? I'm going to die with you." The great emperors of the devil race were desperate. There were originally 32 of them, but in less than a minute of fighting with the three rogues, 12 of them had died. This result was too cruel for them. They were all great emperors, but the strength of the three rogues was far above them. They were invincible. Their strongest attacks could not cause any hindrance or damage to the three rogues at all. They were also the best among the great emperors. They were the kings of the same level, but they were so vulnerable in front of the three rogues. Their pride, their glorious achievements, and the attention of the public all seemed so fragile and ridiculous under the invincible strength of the three rogues. One of the great emperors of the devil race wanted to self-destruct, but Yi Tianzong punched him. The world-suppressing golden fist shattered the sky and completely destroyed the great emperor of the devil race before he could self-destruct. With a sweep of his sword, he destroyed the joint attack of more than 10 great emperors of the devil race in front of him. Yi Tianzong stepped forward, and the power that shook heaven and earth forced back more than 10 great emperors of the devil race. A destructive force that could pierce through space and time penetrated the body of a great emperor of the devil race. Then, the divine sword slashed down and killed the great emperor of the devil race. On the other side, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu were strolling leisurely in the resistance of the 8 great emperors of the devil race. Their divine swords were peerless, and the 8 great emperors of the devil race were struggling to deal with them. Their pure hands seemed weak, but they had invincible power. They beat the great emperors of the devil race so hard that they could not raise their heads. This was too strong, too terrifying. How could they be so powerful? The great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect looked at the three rogues in shock. They killed the great emperors of the devil race as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. They were simply on a different level of power. As great emperors, they had fought with each other before. They knew the strength of the great emperors of the devil race very well. It was precisely because they understood the strength of the great emperors of the devil race that they were even more shocked by the invincibility of the three rogues. They had always heard that the three rogues were invincible in the great emperor's realm and were too powerful. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that the rumors were not only true, but they had also underestimated the strength of the three rogues. No wonder those forces who had a grudge against the three rogues tried every means to kill them. If they were in their shoes, they would definitely make the same choice. Once people like the rogues became enemies, they had to be killed directly when they were weak. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. With the strength they had shown, once the three rogues became celestial masters, they would definitely be the nightmare of those hostile supreme forces. In less than 4 minutes, under the full strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two, all 32 great emperors of the late and peak great emperors of the devil race were wiped out. Not a single one of them escaped. The corpses of great emperors were also excellent refining materials. They had many wonderful uses, so they could not be wasted. Yi Tianzong waved his hand and collected all the corpses and weapons of the great emperors of the devil race, then turned to look at the people of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect. Being stared at by the three rogues, even if the great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect knew that the three rogues would not kill them, they still felt nervous and uncomfortable. They wanted to say something, but when the words reached their mouths, they could not say anything. Damn it, were they possessed? The great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect felt very shameful. They could not even speak. They were too ashamed to show their faces. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong and the other two only looked at them for a few seconds. They looked at the mysterious heaven stellar stone lode not far away and then left with Ling Xinyu and Xunyu without saying anything. Seeing the three rogues leave, the great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, they immediately sent out a distress signal. After sending out the distress signal, they immediately began to treat the seriously injured people. It seems that the matter of the rogues being saved by the people of our two sects is true. Otherwise, they would not have killed the people of the devil race today. The three rogues were chased by many forces of the human race, so they definitely did not have a good impression of the supreme forces of the human race. If they did not want to save us, they could have waited until the devil race killed us, then destroyed the devil race and monopolized the mysterious heaven stellar stone lode. Obviously, the three rogues also knew about the mysterious heaven stellar stone lode, but in the end, they left without saying anything. This could be considered as repaying the kindness of our two sects for saving them. While waiting for reinforcements, the great emperors of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect were also discussing the matter of the three rogues. In the past, I always reprimanded those juniors for not living up to expectations, but this time, I owe them a favor. Hehe, the world is really strange. The strength of the three rogues is too strong. It is simply not the strength that a great emperor should have. I really don't know if they self-taught or came from a certain force. Once such a genius becomes a celestial venerable, they will definitely be influential figures in the world. You're right. Now I understand why those forces are trying so hard to kill the three rogues. Hehe, they're going to suffer in the future. Chapter 404. After saving the people of the ethereal divine sect and the ancient azure mysterious sect, one of Yi Tianzong's worries had been resolved. In the following period of time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu hid their tracks and constantly searched for more crystals and resource veins. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Yi Tianzong had sent Yi Haoran and the others, as well as the people of the profound spirit world and the Hao Ranzhen sect, back to their original places. After 300 years of cultivation, Yi Haoran and the others had broken through to the great emperor realm. With the support of the supercrystal veins, the emperor's qi in their bodies had reached the peak of the early great emperor realm. Furthermore, they had also completed the third transformation of the 9 revolutions of heaven secret technique. They were stronger than the elite great emperors of the human race, divine race, ancient race, and other races. In addition to Yi Haoran and the others, all the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect from the profound spirit world and the myriad races great thousand world who had entered the world battlefield had greatly improved their strength in the past 300 years. Everyone had left. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu had nothing to worry about. They left the world battlefield in a low-key manner and arrived at the War God Temple. In the 300 years since they had arrived at the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the others had once again obtained tens of billions of battle merits. This time, they were not injured and did not need to exchange for those extremely expensive heavenly venerable grade items. With the inheritance of the vast expanse immortal abode, Yi Tianzong and the other two had no lack of divine abilities, cultivation methods, and secret skills. All kinds of emperor grade and paragon grade divine materials could be found in the world battlefield. As long as they spent time searching for them, there was no shortage of them. What was left were all kinds of heavenly treasures with different effects. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu exchanged for a lot of heavenly treasures that they thought were useful. Of course, for reference, they also exchanged for divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and other things. There were very few of them. Other than that, there were only a few materials scattered around. After exchanging for what they needed, they were left with more than 200 million battle merits. Then, Yi Tianzong and the others followed the huge crowd and returned to the ethereal region through the void transportation formation. After a few turns, Yi Tianzong and the others returned to the floating cloud ancient city. After leaving, the manor's residence's mansion, the servants, and the manor was very well. Under the servants' care, the manor was very neat and tidy and orderly. Yi Tianzong learned about what had happened in the manor over the years. It was all trivial matters. He had set up a large formation outside the manor. Ordinary Great Emperor realm experts couldn't break in. Very few people walked out of the manor, so they didn't cause any trouble. Looking at Jiang Chen, who lowered his head respectfully, Yi Tianzong nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out a restriction talisman. According to a special seal, Yi Tianzong directly removed the restriction in Jiang Chen's divine soul. Feeling that the restriction in Jiang Chen's divine soul had completely disappeared, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Yi Tianzong in surprise. Then, he knelt down in surprise and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Master. This subordinate swears that he will be loyal to Master and will never betray Master. Yes, this Emperor knows of your loyalty. Just work hard for this Emperor in the future. Your strength is too low. Take these things and cultivate well. I want to see your results in 100 years. Leave your matter to Shen Yi. If you can't become a great emperor in 10,000 years, you can leave. This emperor doesn't want to become a heavenly venerable in the future with divine kings as my subordinates." Yi Tianzong directly gave Jiang Chen a storage ring. There were a lot of resources, cultivation methods, and divine abilities that divine kings and great emperors needed for cultivation. These were just a drop in the ocean for Yi Tianzong. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and shocked. According to Yi Tianzong, he would become a heavenly venerable in the future. What did this mean? This meant that Yi Tianzong was at least a peak great emperor or even half a step into the heavenly venerable realm. The strongest expert in the great emperor force that Jiang Chen used to belong to was only a mid-great emperor. They were far inferior to Yi Tianzong. It was his great fortune to be able to follow such a master. "Yes, Master. This subordinate will work hard to cultivate and live up to Master's expectations." Jiang Chen replied loudly. At the same time, he was determined to break through to the great emperor realm in 10,000 years. His talent and potential were not bad. He was already a peak god king. With the resources that his master gave him, he had a high chance of breaking through to the great emperor realm in 10,000 years. In the past, there was a seal in his soul that prevented him from cultivating. Now that he had a chance to cultivate again, he could not give up. Yi Tianzong nodded and let Jiang Chen leave. He then called another peak god king, Shen Yi, whose strength was second only to Jiang Chen. He first removed the seal on Shen Yi's soul and gave him a few words of advice. Then, he gave him a storage ring. There were enough resources to cultivate to the great emperor realm and some divine abilities. He told Shen Yi to work hard and cultivate. After 100 years, the Heavens Expanse Pavilion would reopen. As for the other maidservants, Yi Tianzong did not have to worry about them. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu praised them and then removed the seal on Zi Li, Mai Ying, and Qing Zhu. They also gave them a large amount of cultivation resources and some divine abilities. The reason for this was that during the 300 years they had been away, these people had been quite obedient and didn't go out to cause trouble. They had also taken care of the manor in an orderly manner. This made Yi Tianzong and the other two want to train them. In any case, it was just some resources, cultivation methods, and divine abilities. It was nothing to Yi Tianzong and the other two, but for these slaves, being able to cultivate again was something they yearned for even in their dreams. With Jiang Chen, Shen Yi, Zi Li, Mai Ying, and Qing Zhu as role models, the rest of the servants were filled with hope. They worked even harder to serve Yi Tianzong and the other two. They hoped that one day, they would be able to remove the seal on their souls and regain their freedom to cultivate again. Only when one had obtained something would they know the pity of losing it. All the servants were diligent and hardworking. This was also what Yi Tianzong wanted to see. After returning to the floating cloud ancient city, Yi Tianzong and the other two once again lived a leisurely and peaceful life. Apart from cultivating, they would occasionally refine some king and emperor divine pills as backup. Their days were very comfortable. 100 years later, the Heavens Expanse Pavilion reopened. After hearing the news of the Heavens Expanse Pavilion's reopening, all the experts and forces in the floating cloud ancient city swarmed into the Heavens Expanse Pavilion to buy some pills, weapons, and divine abilities. Now, everyone in the floating cloud ancient city knew that the owner of the Heavens Expanse Pavilion was an extremely powerful great emperor. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble in the Heavens Expanse Pavilion. After living in the floating cloud ancient city for more than 300 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two left behind their clones and disappeared from the manor, returning to the myriad races' great thousand world. When they opened their eyes again, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu exploded with earth-shattering auras that instantly swept through the entire Heavenly Court's branch. Marshal Li Kang, who was cultivating in the manor, felt the three powerful auras and said with a serious expression, "What powerful auras! Even I am far from being a match for these three auras. Heaven's Expanse, sigh, what a mysterious person. Looks like the sovereign seat will belong to him in 1,000 years." Apart from the central Heavenly Court headquarters, there were a total of 18 branches in the Heavenly Court within the human territory, each led by a marshal. The Heavenly Court branch led by Marshal Li Kang was ranked in the top 3 among all the Heavenly Court's branches. Marshal Li Kang was also a figure standing at the top of the pyramid among all the great emperors of the human race, ranking in the top 10. Marshal Li Kang's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had already reached the threshold to become a heavenly venerate. However, the strength of his spirit and the accumulation of energy were still insufficient, so he was not confident that he could become a heavenly venerate. Marshal Li Kang's current realm was more appropriate to describe him as a half-step heavenly venerate. There were many people in the human race who were in a similar situation as Marshal Li Kang. These people were all heavenly venerate candidates and were the foundation of the human race. In the Heavenly Court branch, apart from Marshal Li Kang, all the great emperors, marshals, divine kings, and divine generals in the Heavenly Court branch also felt the terrifying auras released by Yi Tianzong and the other two. After knowing that the source of the auras was Yi Tianzong and the other two, everyone had indescribable feelings. Some were happy, some were indifferent, and some were unconvinced. There were many different kinds of feelings. On the third day after Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu came out of seclusion, Marshal Li Kang called the three of them over. "This time, I called you over because I have something to tell you. In fact, in the top 100 races of the Great Thousand Worlds, each powerful race has an emperor position. An emperor, as the name implies, is the supreme among great emperors. They are the strongest among all great emperors of a race. Our human race also has an emperor position, but in the past few million years, our emperor position has been empty. No one can suppress all the outstanding heroes and obtain the recognition of all the great emperors. The competition for the position of emperor occurs once every 100,000 years, and after 1,000 years, there will be another competition for the position of emperor. With your strength, there should be no one in the human race who is a match for you. I don't know if you are interested in participating in the competition for the position of emperor. Also, if you become an emperor of our human race, if you are a member of the Heavenly Court, then you can become the 19th Marshal of the Heavenly Court. Then, you can choose any place in the territory of our human race and establish the 19th branch. The Heavenly Court will support the establishment of the new branch. If you are not a member of the Heavenly Court, then the human race will support you in establishing your own force. This is the support and preferential treatment that the human race gives to emperors. Of course, after becoming an emperor, you can choose not to accept the position of marshal, establish a branch of the Heavenly Court, or establish a force. It is all up to you. But no matter what you choose, as long as you become an emperor, the human race will provide you with a lot of resources. Of course, in exchange, if a war breaks out between our human race and other races, or if there is a need for a showdown between powerhouses, then the person who becomes an emperor will bear the brunt and fight to protect the dignity of our human race. Do you have any ideas? Marshal Li Kang told them the purpose of calling Yi Tianzong and the others over. After hearing Marshal Li Kang's words, Yi Tianzong's eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea in his heart. It wasn't that he was conceited, but as long as he participated, the position of emperor would definitely be his. Becoming a marshal of the Heavenly Court and establishing the 19th branch of the Heavenly Court was more to his liking. This way, when he became a heavenly venerable in the future and became a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Court, he would have more people to rely on and would have more authority to speak. As for fighting against foreign races, he was never afraid. With his current strength, as long as he wasn't attacked by a foreign race's heavenly venerable, no matter how many foreign race great emperors there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. The only thing he had to worry about was that establishing a branch of the Heavenly Court was very complicated. It would require a lot of manpower and a terrifying amount of resources. But if he just picked up ready-made resources, this kind of good thing wouldn't happen to him. Wasn't it just a matter of slowly operating? With a cheat like the Immortal Mansion, he didn't believe that he couldn't establish a branch of the Heavenly Court. But before that, he needed to choose a place and make some preparations, such as building a giant city and recruiting some people. Chapter 405. Thinking to there, Yi Tianzong directly said, "Marshal, I want to participate in the fight for the emperor position." Marshal Li Kang's expression was a bit complicated as he said, "All right, since you've decided to participate, I'll submit your name. The three of you have already surpassed me in strength, so it's not suitable for you to continue staying under my command. I hope you can contribute more to the growth of our human race." Yi Tianzong solemnly said, "Please don't worry, Marshal. The three of us have always been taken care of by Marshal, so we won't do anything ungrateful. Since we've entered the Heavenly Court, we'll always belong to the Heavenly Court." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, Marshal Li Kang's eyes lit up. He clearly understood the meaning behind Yi Tianzong's words. He meant that he would always belong to the Heavenly Court's sovereign bloodline. Yi Tianzong then said, "Marshal, I can't increase my strength right now, so I want to leave the Heavenly Court for now and find a suitable place to make some preparations." Marshal Li Kang didn't mind at all and said, "No problem, you can go. Those foreign empyrean sovereigns can't easily sneak in, so it's good to recruit some people in advance." "Yes, then this subordinate will take his leave." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he left the marshal's residence with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. After returning to the marshal's residence, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu discussed for a while and decided to first buy a few second-grade emperor-level blessed lands, then build a few super-huge cities called Heaven's Expanse City. They would turn Heaven's Expanse City into a prosperous city for the human race and become a source of wealth for the Heavenly Court's army in the future. Then, they would vigorously nurture their divine generals and divine soldiers so that they could be independent in the future. The next day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu came to the Hao Ranjin sect and found Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, and the other 14 people. They told them about the fight for the emperor position 1,000 years later and how they would be able to create the 19th branch of the Heavenly Court after becoming the emperor. They also told them about their early preparations. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Yi Haoran and the others were very excited and wanted to help Yi Tianzong do something. In any case, the Hao Ranjin sect was now on the right track. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, the three sun-ranked marshals of the Heavenly Court who led hundreds of millions of divine soldiers and divine generals, ordinary emperor-level forces would not dare to provoke them. Thus, only 4 people were needed to preside over the Hao Ranjin sect, and the remaining 10 people could help Yi Tianzong take care of some trivial matters. Therefore, after coming up with a plan, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu came to the Heavenly Court. From the Heavenly Court's place for the exchange of blessed lands, they spent a total of more than 40 billion battle merits to exchange for 4 emperor-level blessed lands with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The Heavenly Court stipulated that public property could not be used for private purposes, but it did not prohibit the Heavenly Court's personnel from earning some extra money by completing missions. Yi Tianzong and the others issued missions, allowing the 300 million divine soldiers and divine generals under their command to participate in the construction of the 4 vast cities. The 4 vast cities that Yi Tianzong wanted to build were located in the 4 emperor-level blessed lands of the east, south, west, and north respectively. Each city was 50,000 kilometers in diameter. For convenience, they were named the Eastern Vast Cities, the Western Vast Cities, the Southern Vast Cities, and the Northern Vast Cities. However, Yi Tianzong was not satisfied with just building cities. He wanted to build the 4 vast cities into giant war fortresses. In this way, under normal circumstances, the 4 vast cities would be bustling human communication centers. In war, the 4 vast cities would be invincible war fortresses that could crush emperors. The amount of materials needed to build the 4 vast cities was incalculable. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were rich and had countless resources. They also had the Immortal Mansion, a treasure trove of endless resources. Under the joint efforts of the 300 million divine soldiers and the Hao Ranzhen sect, it took them 100 years to complete the construction of the 4 vast cities. In the process of building the vast cities, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 also increased the cultivation of their soldiers and members of the Hao Ranzhen sect. Because of the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion in the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong directly exchanged for countless cultivation resources suitable for people below the God King realm. As for the cultivation resources required by God King realm and Emperor realm experts, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a large amount of Tier 7 and Tier 8 divine pills. They did not lack resources at all. The news of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 mobilizing hundreds of millions of divine soldiers and divine generals to build the 4 vast cities could not be hidden from the various human forces and the upper echelons of the heavenly court. When they thought of Marshal Li Kang's report that Yi Tianzong's name was among those participating in the Battle of the Sovereign, it was not difficult to guess that Yi Tianzong was preparing for the Battle of the Sovereign and the establishment of a branch of the heavenly court. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's strength were known to all human great emperors and above. Back then, the 3 of them were only mid-stage great emperors, but they were invincible on the battlefield of the foreign races. They were so arrogant that the foreign heavenly venerables put aside their pride to hunt them down. After the war ended, although Yi Tianzong and the other 2 kept a low profile in the heavenly court and did not move much in the human territory, it did not mean that no one paid attention to them. On the contrary, almost all of the human forces were secretly paying attention to Yi Tianzong and the other 2. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had broken through to peak Great Emperor realm, all the major forces in the human race had received the news one after another. It could be said that as long as Yi Tianzong and the other 2 decided to participate in the Battle of the Sovereign, the result of the Battle of the Sovereign would be decided in advance. Among the human great emperors, who could be a match for Yi Tianzong and the other 2? No one. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible. This was because the news of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 breaking through to the late-stage Great Emperor realm and killing the Great Emperor of the Demon Bull clan had long been known by the human Great Emperors. They knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were simply too amazing. From the time they ascended to the Great Emperor realm, it took them less than 3,000 years. It was not that there were no powerful forces that wanted to use some means to obtain the secrets of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. How could they not have any secrets when they cultivated so quickly and were so powerful? However, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were in the heavenly court and were under the command of Marshal Li Kang. Marshal Li Kang was from the lineage of the supreme ruler of the heavenly court and had the backing of the supreme celestial master of the void. Even heavenly venerables could not brazenly force Yi Tianzong. Otherwise, the supreme celestial master of the void would let everyone know what the prestige of a supreme celestial master was. If heavenly venerables could not appear, who below the heavenly venerables could go against Marshal Li Kang? No one. In addition, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had made great contributions to the heavenly court and the human race. They had saved many marshals of the heavenly court. It was also because of this that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, and the current Hao Ranzhen sect could develop and cultivate peacefully. Otherwise, if Yi Tianzong and the other 2 did not join the heavenly court after ascending, they would definitely be in a situation where they were targeted from all directions. In the world of cultivation, it was never right for you to contribute more and do more, and it was safe for you to do more. Strength was the prerequisite that determined everything. If one's strength was not enough, then for safety, one had to find a suitable backer for the time being. Obviously, Yi Tianzong's luck was very good. Under the protection of Marshal Li Kang and the others, he had finally grown. Yi Tianzong and the other two participating in the battle for the position of emperor was not good news for the other great emperors. It was also not good news for many forces that were scheming. Even some of the higher-ups of the heavenly court did not want to see Yi Tianzong participate in the battle for the position of emperor because of their own interests. However, Yi Tianzong's action of mobilizing the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to build the giant cities was completely in line with the rules of the heavenly court. They could not find any loopholes to attack. They did not dare to slander Yi Tianzong, nor could they do that. Otherwise, it was not as if there were no forces behind him supporting him. After the construction of the 4 vast cities in the east, west, south, and north were completed, the next step was to slowly operate them. The prosperity of a city depended partly on the superior geographical environment, and partly on the safety and order of the city. Yi Tianzong mobilized hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to build the cities, causing a huge commotion. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the safety and order of the cities. A second-grade emperor-level blessed land was also a superior environment. When Yi Tianzong was in Golden Jade City, he had cultivated many talents in business transactions and management. With the help of the Hao Ran Zhun sect and a treasure bowl like the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, as long as they were managed well, the 4 vast cities would prosper after some time, creating endless wealth for Yi Tianzong. Chapter 406. A branch of the heavenly court needs at least 10 billion soldiers, and there are at least 1,000 star, moon, and sun emperors. No matter how much we train them, we won't have enough strength in 1,000 years. Thus, we can only find outside help to exchange benefits. Establishing a new branch of the heavenly court will cost an immeasurable amount of manpower and resources, but it will also be a huge profit distribution feast. In order to not be restricted by others in the future, we can only find suitable factions ourselves. I'm sure those weaker emperors and God-King level factions will need a backer. As for Marshal Li Kang, Marshal Yu Chen, and Marshal Yuan Shu, they also needed to leave some spots for them. Li Yu, Han Shu, Zhao Lin, Yu Xian, and the others from Golden Jade City can be called back. The Hao Ran Zhun sect also needs to recruit a group of people. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu discussed the distribution of benefits when establishing a new branch of the heavenly court. Yi Tianzong came to Marshal Li Kang's residence again and saw him. "Aren't you busy preparing for the new branch of the heavenly court? How come you have time to come here?" Marshal Li Kang asked curiously. He had already placed Yi Tianzong on the same level as him, but he had some guesses in his heart. Yi Tianzong did not hold back and directly said, "I came here for 2 things. Marshal might have guessed one of them, which is to borrow people." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Li Kang was not surprised. Yi Tianzong continued, "I'm sure Marshal knows that it has only been 2,000 years since I ascended, and my foundation is still very shallow. Although my father and fellow sect members established a sect, it hasn't been developed for long, and its strength is still far from enough. Although I am confident that I can seize the position of sovereign, establishing a new branch of the heavenly court involves too many aspects. The manpower and material resources required are not something that I can bear alone. Although the heavenly court will support me, it is impossible for them to fully help me establish the entire branch. The establishment of a new branch of the heavenly court was a process of profit distribution. Rather than letting other people with ulterior motives join when the time came, it was better to determine the allocation of quotas in advance. A division of the heavenly court needs at least 10 billion soldiers, and I plan to give the marshal 1.5 billion slots. The marshal can also choose the divine generals, star generals, moon generals, and sun generals. I only have one request, and that is to not disobey my orders. What does the marshal think?" After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Li Kang thought for a moment and said, "Sure, don't worry, I won't let any treacherous scum in. But since you're so generous, I won't be stingy either. There's no need to hide anything between us. Once you establish a new branch of the heavenly court, I'm sure you know that you'll definitely be recognized as part of the heavenly court's supreme bloodline. Since that's the case, I should also give you some support. As long as your heavenly court branch is established, I will definitely support you with a batch of resources. After Yi Tianzong heard this, he immediately said, in that case, thank you very much, Marshal. Now that the first matter is over, let's move on to the second matter. I wonder if the Marshal is interested in this thing? As Yi Tianzong said this, a small fortress appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, even though the fortress was very small, it emitted a boundless power that could suppress the universe. This is. Marshal Li Kang reached out and took the small fortress from Yi Tianzong's hand. After looking at it carefully, he looked at Yi Tianzong with a serious expression. Yi Tianzong smiled and said, Sky Patrol battleships and battle fortresses, I'm sure the Marshal is not unfamiliar with them. Actually, in my mind, the battle fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships are divided into Sky Soaring, Sky Suppressing, Star Universe, World Shaking, and Supreme. Sky Patrol battleships of the same level are one level weaker than battle fortresses. Cloud-soaring battleships are for cultivators below the Divine King realm, Sky Guardian battleships are for Divine King cultivators, Cosmic Universe battleships are for Grand Emperors, World-shaking battleships are for Empyrean exalts, and Supreme Universe battleships are for Supreme Empyrean exalts. After thousands of years of research and improvement, I have finally built a Cosmic Universe battle fortress. It is the pinnacle of Cosmic Universe battle fortresses. It is invincible among Grand Emperors and can kill peak Grand Emperors. It can defend against 20 peak Grand Emperors at the same time. Otherwise, why do you think I would need to mobilize 300 million soldiers and spend 100 years to build just 4 cities? Grand Emperor Li Kang stood up in shock and asked, You're saying that the 4 cities you built are all, that's right. The 4 cities in the north, south, east, and west are all built according to the strongest Cosmic Universe battle fortresses. Normally, they are only 4 cities. However, once there is a war or a Grand Emperor invading, they will explode with power enough to kill a Grand Emperor. Furthermore, the 4 enormous cities were capable of flight. My troops have all been forced to learn Formation Dao and Tools Dao. Since I have nothing else to do, I wonder if you're interested in giving out some missions? I can give you a discount. Yi Tianzong said with a smile. Interested, very interested. Compared to the battle fortresses before, the one Yi Tianzong took out this time was a true killing machine. The key was that it could fly. When there was no war, it could become a bustling business center. When there was a war, it could directly fly to the battlefield and kill a large number of enemies with a single move. With this thing, it was equivalent to having an invincible trump card in the Emperor realm. Anyone who wasn't interested in it would be a fool. I want 3 fortresses. One for my own use and the other 2 for the same purpose as your Heaven's Expanse city. Build it as soon as possible. Tell me what you want, I have plenty of resources. Marshal Li Kang said generously, his rich and overbearing tycoon aura coming from him. Alright, looks like he's really a super rich guy. He doesn't even look pained. It's hard to imagine just how rich Grand Emperor Li Kang is. Yi Tianzong cursed silently in his heart. After leaving Marshal Li Kang's mansion, Yi Tianzong hid his tracks and went to Marshal Yu Chen and Marshal Yuan Shu. He made a deal with them that after the new branch of the heaven was established, each of them would have an army of 1 billion and a number of generals and marshals. Then Yi Tianzong started to promote the Cosmic Universe battle fortresses. Unsurprisingly, after Grand Emperor Yu Chen and Grand Emperor Yuan Shu understood the power of the Cosmic Universe battle fortresses, they took out the same generosity as Grand Emperor Li Kang and each asked for 3 Cosmic Universe battle fortresses. This made Yi Tianzong deeply understand the difference between a single person and a huge force. Under the guarantee of Grand Emperor Li Kang, Grand Emperor Yu Chen and Grand Emperor Yuan Shu, the 300 million troops under Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, as well as the people of the Hao Ran Zhen sect, started to build a city the same size as the Heaven's Expanse city according to the requirements of the 3 Grand Emperors. Just as everyone was busy, they received a report from Grand Emperor Li Kang about the distribution and general situation of the King and Emperor level forces in the human territory. This information was collected by the Heavenly Court over countless years. In the following time, Yi Tianzong used this information to hide his tracks and find the weaker King and Emperor level forces one by one. In order to avoid leaking his tracks and misjudging, Yi Tianzong first inquired about the style of these sects and forces, and then used his invincible strength and methods to directly find the strongest experts of these king and emperor-level forces. For the sects and forces that were more upright and had principles and bottom lines, Yi Tianzong adopted a gentler strategy. He promised to protect them in the future, help them solve some of the crises they faced, and let them keep secrets. As for those forces that did not conform to Yi Tianzong's values, in order to prevent the news from leaking, Yi Tianzong would directly control and enslave them, or directly kill them and plunder all the wealth and resources of the entire force. In short, in the past 300 years, there were more than 3,500 king and emperor-level forces that cooperated with Yi Tianzong or were subdued by Yi Tianzong. Feeling like it was about time, Yi Tianzong stopped trying to subdue other forces. Then, he came to Golden Jade City and met with Li Yu, Han Shu, Zhao Lin, Yu Xian, and others. Li Yu and Han Shu were both Sun Class marshals who were peak late-stage emperors, and Zhao Lin and Yu Xian were only star-level marshals who were early-stage emperors. After they joined Yi Tianzong, they finally broke through to mid-stage emperors after hundreds of years of cultivation with the vast amount of wealth and resources they got from Golden Jade City. Since they had been guarding the borders for many years, Marshal Li Kang promoted them to Moon-class marshals. I will participate in the competition for emperor level in 500 years. Once I become emperor, I will establish a new branch of the Heavenly Court. Do you guys want to stay in Golden Jade City or enter the new branch of the Heavenly Court? Yi Tianzong asked the four of them. Of course, they wanted to enter the new branch of the Heavenly Court. Li Yu, Han Shu, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian answered Yi Tianzong seriously. They wanted to enter the new branch of the Heavenly Court. After dealing with the four people in Golden Jade City, Yi Tianzong put his focus on the plan of how to let more people from the Hao Ranjun sect ascend. In the past, Yi Tianzong had traveled back and forth between the spirit world and the myriad races Great Thousand World many times. He knew a lot about the situation of the Hao Ranjun sect in the spirit world. Now, there were more than 50 god kings in the Hao Ranjun sect. Yi Tianzong's cousin, Yi Shenlin, had also reached peak god king. If he wanted to break through, he could only ascend to the Great Thousand World. Yi Tianzong also wanted Yi Shenlin and the others to ascend as soon as possible. However, it was impossible for the two worlds to meet each other often. After thinking about it, Yi Tianzong turned his attention to the crystal mines. Chapter 407. If a living being from a middle realm wanted to ascend to a greater realm, it would require the will of heaven and earth of the middle realm to expend an enormous amount of energy to communicate with a distant greater realm. Only then could the heavenly Tao of the greater realm descend and guide them to ascend safely. Therefore, it was not as if one's strength had reached the limits of the world and could ascend. If one did not have enough energy to replenish, any living being's ascension would cause harm to the middle realm. This was also the reason why only those whose strength had reached the peak of the world and who had contributed greatly to the world could ascend. The profound spirit world was Yi Tianzong and the others' base camp. Yi Tianzong did not want the profound spirit world to be harmed. Since that was the case, if he wanted the people from the Hao Ranjun sect to ascend, he could only replenish the profound spirit world's origin qi. The Yuan crystal veins in the immortal mansion were suitable. The energy contained in a large Yuan crystal vein was enough for an ordinary early-stage great emperor to cultivate for hundreds of years. The energy in a middle realm was only equivalent to that of a peak great emperor. According to Yi Tianzong's estimation, a large Yuan crystal vein was enough for the people from the profound spirit world to ascend 3 times in a row. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong found Yi Haoran and the others and told them his plan. With the approval of Yi Haoran and the others, Yi Tianzong directly took out half of the Yuan crystals from the Hao Ranjun sect. He also took out the same amount of Yuan crystals for himself. In total, there was a large Yuan crystal vein worth of Yuan crystals. Then, he urged the immortal mansion to return to the profound spirit world. Once again, he met the clone that he had left behind in the profound spirit world. From the clone, he learned about the development of the profound spirit world and some of the mysteries of the world's evolution. Even with Yi Tianzong's peak great emperor cultivation, the mysteries of the profound spirit world's development had benefited him greatly. Cultivation was not just about increasing one's strength. Regarding the world, one's understanding of oneself, tempering one's state of mind, and comprehending the laws were all extremely important. Comprehending the mysteries of the evolution of heaven and earth and understanding the principles of heaven and earth was something that only a supreme empyrean could do. Yi Tianzong was currently at the peak of the great emperor realm. Although he could comprehend some of the mysteries of the evolution of the profound spirit world, he could not comprehend them in depth. This was also the reason why Yi Tianzong was still unwilling to give up on the profound spirit world. In Yi Tianzong's plan, he also wanted the profound spirit world to be promoted to a great thousand world. This way, when he became a supreme venerate, he would be able to use the convenience of his identity to comprehend the evolution of a great thousand world without any hindrance. His strength would also increase rapidly. With the help of the countless origin crystals that Yi Tianzong brought back, the ascension of Yi Xianlin and the other 30 divine kings went smoothly. The profound spirit world's will of the heavens and earth also grew significantly due to the origin crystals that Yi Tianzong had sacrificed. Hence, it became closer to Yi Tianzong and the Haoranzhen sect. In the great thousand world of the myriad races, the ascension pool where Yi Tianzong and the others had ascended once again had another ascension. Another ascension has arrived. Let's go take a look. This time, we have to recruit an ascension no matter what. The representatives of the heavenly court and various major forces who were guarding the ascension pool quickly walked towards the ascension pool. What the F***CK, what kind of day is it today? 30 ascensions. So many ascensions at once. It's true. That's impossible. Since when were there so many ascensions? Usually, there wouldn't even be one ascension in 100 or 200 years. Why are there so many ascensions today? Why do the clothes of these ascensions look so familiar? I think I've seen them somewhere before. Sigh, that's true. Now that you mention it, I find it familiar too. Also, why are these 30 people all wearing the same clothes? Could it be that they're from the same world? Everyone saw the people in the ascension pool through the barrier and discussed among themselves. As they spoke, they suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun, who had already received news from Yi Tianzong, arrived at the ascension pool through the teleportation platform. Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun did not conceal their auras. Hence, everyone who was waiting there noticed them. Isn't this the sect master of the Haoranzhen sect that was just established not long ago? Why is he here? I heard that the sect master of the Haoranzhen sect is the father of the Heaven's Expanse Emperor in the lower realm. I've never seen them here before. Could it be that they're here to recruit ascensions this time? But how did they get the news? Who cares? There are 30 people here anyway. Even if they recruit 1 or 2, what can they do? Hey, watch your tone. According to the news, the Heaven's Expanse Emperor has already broken through to the peak of the Great Emperor realm. He's also a marshal of the Heavenly Court. In the battle for the throne in 500 years, he might very well become the human race's sovereign. You're not a supreme force. If you annoy Sect Master Haoran because of your tone, your sect will suffer in the future. That's right. Trouble comes from careless talk. Besides, he's a great emperor while we're just divine kings. Be careful that he doesn't like you and beat you up. Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun did not gather with the other forces. Instead, they stood in an empty space at the side, waiting for the people in the ascension pool to wake up. 5 days later, people flew out of the ascension pool one after another. When the people from the Haoranzhen sect came out of the ascension pool, the people from the other forces who were waiting outside the barrier all went up to them with smiles on their faces. They wanted to talk to the people who had just ascended. However, before they could say anything, the people who had just left the ascension pool ignored them and went up to Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder. We're here." "Good, it's good that you're here. Haha, we haven't seen each other for many years. We can work together again." Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun smiled and said to the people, "Damn, what's going on? Why are they going up to them and calling them Grand Elder? Don't tell me they're from the same sect. Of course, they're talking and laughing. They must know each other. Then they... Damn, Don't tell me all 30 people in the ascension pool came from the same place? You jinx. How is that possible? What kind of place can allow 30 people to ascend at once? It's not like you don't know how difficult it is for every ascendant from the lower realms to ascend. How is that possible? It must be a coincidence. Yeah, it must be a coincidence. Although they said so, everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts at this time. Some people looked at Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun with a strange expression. They directly crushed the communication talisman in their hands. While they were waiting for the other people in the ascension pool, more and more great emperors from the other forces arrived at the ascension pool. After these great emperors understood what had happened, they all looked at Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the others. However, for some reason, the martial monarchs of various factions did not make any moves. They simply waited patiently. Yi Haoyun said to Yi Haoran through telepathy with a sunken face, "Brother, it doesn't look good. So many of our people have ascended at once. It looks like these forces won't let us go so easily. It's fine. Tianzong has already predicted this. He gave me 2 talismans. They contain a spatial shackles with half of his power. As long as these people dare to stop us, we'll show them what we're capable of." PH, do they really think we're afraid of them because we don't have enough power? Yi Haoran said through telepathy. All right, then we'll act according to the situation. We'll try to take Xian Lin and the others away as quickly as possible. Another 4 days passed. During these days, all the people who came out of the ascension pool ignored the recruitment of the various forces and directly came to Yi Haoran and the others. Yi Haoyun's son, Yi Xianlin, was the last to come out of the ascension pool because he had the most potential. Afterwards, Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun led the 30 people from the Hao Ranjun sect out. Chapter 408. Everyone, please wait. Just as Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun had expected, the emperors from the various forces directly blocked their path. Even though Yi Haoran knew they did not come with good intentions, he still asked as usual, "Why are you blocking our path? If there's nothing else, please step aside. We still have matters to attend to." "It's nothing. It's just that sect leader Hao Ran. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to take all of them away? After all, we've been waiting here for a long time. You can't just let us go back empty-handed," a great emperor in black robes said proudly from the crowd opposite him. "Humph. Ridiculous. These people are all members of my righteous sect. What do they have to do with you? Why should they follow you?" Yi Haoran's face was filled with displeasure as he spoke in a harsh tone. "Since that's the case, I'm even more curious now. How is it that your Haoran Orthodox sect in the lower world is able to have so many people ascend at once? I implore Sect Master Haoran to share this secret with us. I'm sure everyone here would like to know about it. I hope you won't make a mistake." The black-robed emperor continued in an aggressive manner. "HMPH, no comment. Step aside, or don't blame us for being impolite," Yi Haoran said sternly as his aura surged. However, none of the 30-odd emperors from the various forces moved. They all stared at Yi Haoran and the others closely. They either smiled mockingly, remained expressionless, or were disdainful. Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun weren't afraid of these early-stage great emperors. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. However, in order to avoid any unexpected problems, Yi Haoran directly took out the divine talisman that Yi Tianzong had given him and crushed it. Then, a supreme power that could suppress the universe appeared, directly imprisoning everyone in front of Yi Haoran. Yi Haoran didn't want to waste too much time. Instead, he directly took out the divine talisman that Yi Tianzong had given him and crushed it. Early great emperors were no different from ants in Yi Tianzong's eyes. He had 50% of his power to perform the space confinement, which was enough to confine these early great emperors for an hour. While the people on the other side were still confused and unable to move, Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun directly took Yi Xianlin and the others from the Hao Ranjun sect and activated the teleportation platform. They quickly returned to the Hao Ranjun sect. Half an hour later, the power of the spatial imprisonment disappeared, and the people who had been imprisoned regained their freedom. "Damn it, Hao Ranjun sect, I will remember you. Just you wait, I will definitely tell your secret to the upper echelons of the sect," the early emperor said viciously. said the initial stage Great Emperor in black furiously. Then, he left the ascension pool. The great emperors from his group also left the ascension pool with ugly expressions. After Yi Haoran and the others returned to the Hao Ranzhen sect and told Yi Tianzong about what had happened, Yi Tianzong did not hesitate to find out from the Ascension Pool encampment in the Heavenly Court about the forces that had obstructed them at the Ascension Pool and went to find them one by one. The forces that these people belonged to were all Emperor-level forces. The strongest one was a half-step Holy Master ancestor in the sect. However, under Yi Tianzong's strong suppression, all the forces that were involved in the matter had to admit defeat and apologize. Those great emperors who had obstructed Yi Haoran and the others were all severely injured by Yi Tianzong because their crimes did not warrant death. However, the early stage great emperor in black was not so lucky. He came from the demon mystic sect, which cultivated the demon mystic sect. The demon mystic sect was a relatively strong emperor-level force that had a radius of several billion miles. There were 16 great emperors and 3 peak great emperor-level ancestors in the sect. Because the demon mystic sect cultivated the demon mystic sect, they acted unscrupulously and committed monstrous crimes for the sake of cultivation. However, because they were careful not to touch those powerful forces that they could not afford to offend, no one would bother to find trouble with the demon mystic sect. It was a pity that Yi Tianzong came looking for them this time. After inquiring about the demon mystic sect's crimes, Yi Tianzong directly concealed his identity and completely destroyed the entire demon mystic sect. Although the 16 great emperors and the 3 peak great emperor-level ancestors of the demon mystic sect were very strong, they were vulnerable in front of Yi Tianzong. Before taking action, Yi Tianzong had set up a layer of law boundary outside the demon mystic sect. No one could escape. All the great emperors of the demon mystic sect, including the one in black who wanted to take revenge on the Hao Ranzhen sect, and everyone in the encampment of the demon mystic sect were all wiped out by Yi Tianzong. After solving these matters, Yi Tianzong then prepared for the emperor battle that would take place more than 500 years later. Usually, in addition to comprehending the laws of heaven and earth with Ling Xinyu and Xunyu, he would refine some elixirs in his spare time. As time passed, more than 300 years had passed. With the help of hundreds of millions of celestial soldiers and the people of the Hao Ranzhen sect, the 3 cosmic-level battle fortresses that Marshal Li Kang, Marshal Yu Chen, and Marshal Yuan Shu had requested were all completed. After receiving the cosmic-level battle fortresses that they needed, the 3 marshals were very happy. They did not care about the materials and resources consumed. After testing the powerful power of the cosmic-level battle fortresses, the 3 marshals were very satisfied. Yi Tianzong was right. The cosmic-level battle fortresses did have the power to kill a peak great emperor. They could also block the simultaneous attack of 20 peak great emperors, but the energy consumption was very high. Most importantly, with these fortresses, they would be able to do whatever they wanted on the battlefield. Not only could they reduce the casualties of the human race, but they could also destroy a large number of the enemy's forces. These were all true treasures. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. There were less than 10 years left before the emperor battle. From Marshal Li Kang, more than 500 people were participating in the emperor battle this time. All of them were peak great emperors. Marshal Li Kang also told Yi Tianzong that because of the 3 of them, the other great emperors planned to first eliminate the 3 of them or even kill them directly. This was because the emperor battle did not concern life and death. For some forces, Yi Tianzong and his wife were an unstable factor. They did not want to see Yi Tianzong and the others continue to grow. Therefore, killing Yi Tianzong in the emperor battle was a very good opportunity. It could be said that the emperor battle this time was very dangerous for Yi Tianzong and his wife. However, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were not shaken by Marshal Li Kang's news. If they wanted to kill the 3 of them, they had to be prepared to be killed by them. They could also take advantage of this emperor battle to establish their power among the major forces of the human race. They wanted to let everyone in the human race know that they could be merciless against foreign races, and they could also be merciless against humans who wanted to kill them. The time for the emperor battle had arrived. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu followed Marshal Li Kang to the center of the human race's territory, where the central headquarters of the Heavenly Court was located. The Emperor battle this time would last for half a year and would be held in a void secret realm created by the human race's supreme Empyrean. The void secret realm was vast and boundless, spanning hundreds of billions of miles. The entire secret realm had been reinforced by the supreme Empyrean with unimaginable power. The secret realm was a small world with mountains, rivers, land, sky, clouds, and so on. It was divided into 10 areas, enough to withstand a battle between Empyrean experts. In the void secret realm, the divine soul of a peak great emperor could only explore a range of 100,000 miles at most. In the central heavenly court, there were all kinds of towering and majestic palaces and buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. In Yi Tianzong's senses, there were powerful auras rising from the rows of palaces. Chapter 409. This was the first time Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had come to the central heavenly court. Marshal Li Kang led them and the other people who were participating in the battle for the emperor ruler through layers of checkpoints and gradually towards the center of the heavenly court. Along the way, Yi Tianzong and the others were looking at the scenery and layout of the central heavenly court. Marshal Li Kang would occasionally tell Yi Tianzong and the others about the various buildings and guards of the heavenly court. The entire process was very peaceful. However, when a beautiful thing happened, there would always be someone who would spoil the fun. "Oh, isn't this Li Kang? What, you've brought your subordinates to participate in the battle for the emperor-ruler position? You're overestimating yourself." A strange voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Marshal Li Kang, who was talking to Yi Tianzong and the others, immediately frowned when he heard this voice. His face darkened slightly as he turned his head to look at the person who spoke. He coldly snorted and said, "Shui Yin, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Don't you know how annoying you are?" Yi Tianzong followed Marshal Li Kang's gaze. It turned out to be a feminine, pale-faced peak emperor wearing a blood-red cloud robe. The moment he saw this person, Yi Tianzong felt uncomfortable. Not only him, but even Ling Xinyu, Shunyu, and the other 4 peak emperors felt uncomfortable. "Then you don't have to worry, Li Kang. However, the 2 beauties behind you are really beautiful. How about you make a deal with me and give those 2 beauties to me?" When the person called Shui Yin saw Ling Xinyu and Shunyu behind Li Kang, his feminine eyes lit up like a hungry wolf that saw food. He stared straight at Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. Without waiting for Li Kang's reply, he stepped forward, wanting to get closer to Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. Yi Tianzong's eyes flashed with extremely cold killing intent. He stood in front of Ling Xinyu and stared at Shui Yin Emperor who wanted to get closer. An invincible aura exploded from his body as he said, "Get back, you're courting death." Yi Tianzong's domineering and invincible aura pushed back the Blood Emperor who was trying to get closer. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't fight here, Yi Tianzong would have slapped this eyesore to death. Shui Yin Emperor, who was pushed back, had a cold expression as he looked at Yi Tianzong viciously. "You're that so-called Hao Miao, right? Do you know who I am? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and pledge your loyalty to me and give your 2 women to me. Then, I'll consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Even the Hao Ranjin sect will be annihilated by me." Hearing Shui Yin's words, Yi Tianzong knew that Shui Yin Emperor must have investigated him and knew his background. Shui Yin Emperor's undisguised desire for Ling Xinyu and Shunyu could only mean one thing: he was here for him. Marshal Li Kang, who was under the Heavenly Court's sovereign, had the guts and qualifications to threaten him like this. Only other Heavenly Venerable's subordinates had the guts and qualifications to threaten him like this. After figuring out the reason, Yi Tianzong didn't back down and said, "I don't care what kind of dog you are. You know who I am, yet you still dare to covet my women. You must be tired of living. I hope you can hide well in the battle for the position of sovereign. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. You're good, very good. Just you wait." Shui Yin Emperor didn't expect Yi Tianzong to threaten him so fearlessly. He was so angry that he was speechless. His background was extremely powerful. He was the descendant of one of the 2 Grand Empyreans of the human race, Grand Empyrean Xian Yin. He was born with outstanding talent. Ever since he was born, No one had ever dared to contradict him like this. Shui-Yin Emperor looked at Yi Tianzong with a cruel and resentful gaze before leading his subordinates to the central palace of the heavenly court. Marshal Li Kang said to Yi Tianzong with a serious expression, "This Shui-Yin is also one of the 18 grand marshals of the heavenly court. He is cruel, ruthless, and narrow-minded. He can't stand others being stronger than him." In the past, many human geniuses with promising futures had fallen into his evil hands and plotted against him. Back then, I was almost plotted against by him because he is the descendant of Grand Empyrean Xian Yin. Grand Empyrean Xian Yin and Grand Empyrean Shengyang are the only two Grand Empyreans of the human race. Grand Empyrean Xian Yin reached the Grand Empyrean realm more than 1,000,000 years before Grand Empyrean Shengyang. It is also because of Grand Empyrean Xian Yin that Shui-Yin can be so unbridled and arrogant. You might not be afraid of him, but those related to you should be careful. In order to deal with you, he will stop at nothing. Be careful not to fall into his trap. It's fine. This bastard really thinks that I won't dare to kill him just because he has a Grand Empyrean backing him. If I didn't have the means to avoid Grand Empyreans, how would I have dared to enter the Blood Demon race's territory? I must kill him in the battle for the Emperor position. If Grand Empyrean Xian Yin wants to make trouble for me, I'll just leave the human race and come back to settle the score with them when I'm strong enough. Yi Tianzong didn't say anything. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Marshal Li Kang. "All right, since you have made your decision, I won't say anything. You know what you're doing." After learning about Yi Tianzong's plan, Marshal Li Kang didn't say anything. He didn't think it was disgraceful or anything. In fact, he had long wanted to eliminate Shui-Yin, but he had his own scruples. Shui-Yin's strength wasn't much different from his, so he had been restraining himself. Now that Yi Tianzong had made up his mind to kill Shui-Yin, he was happy to see it happen. Since Yi Tianzong dared to kill Shui-Yin, he must be prepared to deal with Grand Empyrean Xian Yin's revenge. There was no need for him to worry. Following Marshal Li Kang, Yi Tianzong and the others arrived at the Central Sky Palace. The Central Sky Palace was incomparably majestic and vast. Its aura was vigorous and majestic. The towering Central Sky Palace Hall was tens of thousands of feet tall. The Sky Palace Hall also used the power of the space law. The space inside the Sky Palace Hall was more than 100 times larger than it looked from the outside. It could accommodate hundreds of millions of people at the same time. After entering the main hall of the Heavenly Palace, Yi Tianzong and the others followed Marshal Li Kang to the designated position and waited. In the process of waiting, other marshals led their subordinates who were participating in the battle for the position of emperor, as well as other human race experts who were participating in the battle, into the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. After waiting for about 4 hours, all the participants of the battle for the emperor position had arrived. The representatives of the various human forces were also waiting in the side hall of the Sky Palace Hall. They were all spectators of the battle for the emperor position. After all the great emperors had arrived, the human heavenly venerates also arrived one after another. The human race had a total of 13 heavenly venerates and 1 supreme heavenly venerate. The entire Sky Palace was originally founded by the supreme heavenly venerate. After countless years of development, the human race's great emperors and supreme heavenly venerates had sent their forces to the Sky Palace. This had gradually developed into the most powerful orthodox force of the human race. Among all the heavenly venerates in the Sky Palace, there were 3 mid-stage heavenly venerates. They were the masters of Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu. They were all disciples of the supreme heavenly venerate and belonged to the lineage of the supreme heavenly venerate. Among the remaining 10 heavenly venerates, 1 was an early-stage heavenly venerate and 1 was a mid-stage heavenly venerate. A total of 2 heavenly venerates were in a group with great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin. The other 2 early-stage heavenly venerates were in a group with great heavenly venerate Shengyang. Finally, there were 2 late-stage heavenly venerates, 1 early-stage heavenly venerate, and 1 mid-stage heavenly venerate. The 4 of them formed a loose group in order to resist the pressure from the other 3 groups. The human race's heavenly venerates appeared one after another on the seats of the Sky Monarchs in the Sky Palace Hall. The most powerful ones were great heavenly venerate Xian Yin, who represented the yin world of the 9 underworlds, and Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang, who represented the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. The last one to appear was the strongest ruler of the human race, the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void. He appeared extremely mysterious and appeared in the most central seat of the Sky Palace Hall. After the appearance of this hazy and mysterious figure, the vast aura of all the Heavenly Venerates disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was as if an endless dimensional space had devoured the power of these Heavenly Venerates. After the appearance of the hazy and mysterious figure, it became the center of the entire Sky Palace Hall. Everyone could see the figure, but it seemed like they couldn't see anything. They could see the endless dimensional worlds converging and stacking, but it also seemed like a silent void where nothing existed. Reality and illusion, the world and nothingness, were perfectly unified by the hazy and mysterious figure. This was the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void, the supreme ruler of the human race. An ethereal and majestic voice came from the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's figure. Since everyone is here, let's begin. There was no complicated process. As soon as the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's voice fell, a spatial gate that was hundreds of feet wide appeared in the Sky Palace Hall. Under the control of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void, the spatial gate opened directly, revealing a corner of the Void secret realm. Everyone who participates in the Emperor battle is not allowed to carry any item that exceeds the Emperor realm. Regardless of life or death in the secret realm, everyone will be given a Void token. If you encounter any danger, you can input your power into the token to leave the secret realm. You will no longer be qualified to participate in the Emperor battle. Following the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's words, a total of 563 Void tokens appeared in the hands of everyone who participated in the Emperor battle. Under everyone's gaze, all the Emperor realm powerhouses who had received a Void token entered the spatial gate one after another. Marshal Li Kang had told Yi Tianzong that after entering the spatial gate, they would be randomly teleported. If they wanted to be together, they had to hold on tightly to each other. Yi Tianzong didn't follow Marshal Li Kang. Instead, he held hands with Ling Xinyu and Shenyu and walked into the spatial gate. Chapter 410. After a moment of dizziness, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shenyu were teleported to a certain region of the Void secret realm. After all the great emperors participating in the battle entered the spatial gate disappeared. Then, the Supreme Heavenly Venerate waved his hand casually and a light screen that was 100 feet wide appeared in the palace. The light screen was divided into 10 regions and displayed the situation of everyone in the secret realm. After a short period of darkness, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shenyu saw light again. They had already entered a certain region of the Void secret realm. Yi Tianzong did not care about which region they were in. He sensed the environment of the Void secret realm. The heaven and earth energy was abundant, and he could absorb energy to replenish his energy. The space was tough and stable, and it had a powerful pressure. Under this kind of pressure, the divine soul of a great emperor could only detect the situation within a radius of 100,000 miles at most. When they flew, they could only travel 1,000 miles in an instant. It was far from comparable to flying 100,000 miles in an instant outside. In addition, within the range of Yi Tianzong's divine soul, he found many spiritual herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, hundreds of thousands of years old, and even hundreds of thousands of years old. Some spiritual herbs were not even in his herb garden. Since there were so many spiritual herbs within a radius of 100,000 miles, how many good things would there be in the Void secret realm? Since there was no rule that said they could not pick them, they could pick them. Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu and Shenyu about his discovery and plans. Then, the three of them decided to ignore the Void secret realm. After all, they had half a year. They would let others fight to the death while they picked the good things that could be picked. These things were a waste in the Void secret realm, but in Yi Tianzong's hands, they were godly king and great emperor level divine pills. The three of them would take too long to pick them, so Yi Tianzong simply took out 1,000 human-shaped puppets from his Chenkuan ring and had them help him pick them. These human-shaped puppets were a product of the path of refining. They were recorded in the inheritance that Yi Tianzong had obtained. They could be used to support both in battle and in daily life. However, These things were quite troublesome to refine. It was a delicate job. In addition, with the strength of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, they basically did not need the help of these puppets. Therefore, Yi Tianzong only experimentally refined a little more than 2,000 of them. Each puppet had the strength of a godly king. This time, Yi Tianzong directly took out 1,000 of them. He knew that outside the void secret realm, it was very likely that there were others watching them. However, he had already made a fuss with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, so he would not mention anything related to the immortal mansion. The three of them could take out the things in their Chenkuan rings for others to see. Therefore, Yi Tianzong did not care if others knew about these puppets. Even if they knew, so what? With his current strength, he was not willing to hand them over, and he was not afraid of anyone forcing him. With the help of 1,000 puppets, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu picked all kinds of spiritual herbs at a much faster speed. Therefore, outside the void secret realm, on the light screen in the Palace of Heaven, everyone saw that Yi Tianzong and the other two did not look for others to fight. Instead, they dug up all kinds of spiritual herbs without doing anything else. They even summoned 1,000 human-shaped puppets to dig up spiritual herbs together. The entire Palace of Heaven fell into silence for a while. The battle of the emperor position would only last for half a year. A total of 563 peak great emperors would participate. Yi Tianzong and the other two were not in a hurry to find people they were familiar with to help them. Instead, they dug up spiritual herbs without doing anything else. Were they giving up because they knew that they were no match for them, or were they fearless because they were strong enough? After seeing what Yi Tianzong and the other two were doing, everyone stopped paying attention to them and turned to watch what other people were doing. Time passed day by day. The hundreds of people in the Palace of Heaven were at least in the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. They had a long lifespan and unlimited energy. Even if they kept staring at the light screen for 100 years, it was nothing. Therefore, they all concentrated on watching the actions of everyone in the void secret realm displayed on the light screen. Occasionally, they would discuss with each other. However, the performance of Yi Tianzong and the other two made everyone speechless. At first, when they saw that Yi Tianzong and the other two were digging up spiritual herbs instead of looking for others to fight, no one paid much attention to it. They thought that they were just relaxing. However, on the second day, Yi Tianzong and the other two were still digging up spiritual herbs. On the third day, they were still digging up spiritual herbs. On the fourth day, the fifth day, on the 10th day, Yi Tianzong and the other two were still digging up spiritual herbs with perseverance. There were 1,000 human-shaped objects following behind them, leaving countless potholes behind them. Everyone in the Palace of Heaven was speechless about Yi Tianzong and the other two. They really couldn't understand what Yi Tianzong and the other two were thinking. Wasn't it just some spiritual herbs? Did they have to be so greedy? Did Yi Tianzong forget that he was participating in the Battle of Sovereigns? Of course, he didn't forget. He still remembered that he had to kill Great Emperor Blood in the secret realm. However, he didn't want to waste time and effort playing hide-and-seek with those people at the beginning. When the others had formed their own groups, it would be time for him, Xinyu, and Xinyu to take action. However, even if he didn't want to take action now, it didn't mean that others didn't want to take action. In the fifth area where Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were, besides the three of them, there were 32 peak-level Great Emperors. After constant fighting, these 32 peak-level Great Emperors gradually formed 7 small groups. Each group had about 4 or 5 people. On this day, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were happily picking spiritual herbs. Suddenly, Yi Tianzong and the other two's expressions changed slightly. Yi Tianzong waved his hand and put the 1,000 puppets into his cosmos ring. Then, he flew into the air with Ling Xinyu and waited quietly. After a while, in Yi Tianzong and the other two's line of sight, a total of 14 peak-level Great Emperors appeared in the left, right, and front. These people headed straight for Yi Tianzong and the other two's location aggressively. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. The 14 peak-level Great Emperors stopped 10 miles away from Yi Tianzong and the other two's location. Then, they moved and surrounded Yi Tianzong and the other two's location. After forming an encirclement, The leader of the Five's group, a great emperor in purple robes, said, "I am Luo Chen. You must be the vast expanse great emperor and the double moon great emperor." Yi Tianzong didn't look nervous at all. He said, "That's right. It seems like you want to eliminate us or kill us. I don't know about the others, but there is no enmity between us. I don't want to kill you. However, there is no retreat in the emperor battle. If you insist on resisting, I will have to give it my all. If you withdraw now, I won't make things difficult for you," Great Emperor Luo Chen said in a deep voice. "Ph, Luo Chen, it's not up to you to decide how to deal with them. These three have offended someone they shouldn't have offended, so they must pay the price. The 2 women must stay, and the remaining man must die. I don't believe that the 3 of them can resist the 14 of us." "That's right. Luo Chen, mind your own business." As soon as Great Emperor Luo Chen finished speaking, the 2 Great Emperor groups behind Yi Tianzong and the other 2 stood out to warn Great Emperor Luo Chen. "You." Great Emperor Luo Chen was about to speak when Yi Tianzong's face darkened. He said directly, "You're not bad. As a member of the human race, I won't kill the 5 of you later. However, the rest of you must die." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he didn't wait for the others to speak. He, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu took the initiative to attack the enemies in 3 different directions. Ling Xinyu and Shunyu faced off against Great Emperor Luo Chen's group of 5. Meanwhile, Yi Tianzong directly attacked the remaining 2 groups of 9 peak Great Emperors. His world-suppressing fists carried unparalleled power and murderous intent as they attacked the enemies. The universe shattered and time trembled. In front of Yi Tianzong's world-suppressing fists, everything was shattered. Yi Tianzong didn't want to fight a protracted battle to test the enemy's strength. He used his ultimate power right from the start. He charged into one of the 5 great emperors like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Even though the peak great emperors felt the fatal danger and tried their best to defend, they were heavily injured or even killed by Yi Tianzong. In just a dozen breaths' time, the 5 peak great emperors were completely annihilated by Yi Tianzong. They didn't even have the chance to leave the secret realm. After killing the 5 great emperors, Yi Tianzong turned around and attacked the other 4 great emperors who had been chasing after him. Seeing Yi Tianzong kill the 5 peak great emperors in a dozen breaths' time, the remaining 4 great emperors who had been attacking Yi Tianzong were shocked. They knew that the 4 of them were definitely no match for Yi Tianzong. They immediately took out their void tokens and wanted to leave the secret realm. However, Yi Tianzong didn't give them the chance to do so. He imprisoned them in space-time. The 4 great emperors who wanted to leave couldn't move at all under Yi Tianzong's space-time imprisonment. Yi Tianzong used his extreme speed and threw out 16 world-suppressing fists at the 4 of them. The 4 great emperors who had just broken free didn't even have time to be happy. They screamed in despair and were killed by Yi Tianzong's world-suppressing fists. He looked coldly at the place where the 4 of them had died. Nothing was left behind. They turned into ashes. After dealing with the enemies at hand, Yi Tianzong looked at the battle between Ling Xinyu and Shunyu on the other side. Great Emperor Luo Chen wanted to die. He had unparalleled talent and was taught by a heavenly venerable expert. He had been invincible in the same realm since he started cultivating. He had become a peak great emperor in a short 250,000 years. Although he had met powerful opponents in the same realm and even fought with some great generals of the heavenly court, he had more wins than losses. The worst situation was that he was at a disadvantage. He had never lost. However, today, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had shown him that there was always someone better than you. The 5 peak great emperors who were with him fought against Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. In the end, they were defeated by Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. They had used their weapons and trump cards to increase their strength, but the 2 of them were barehanded. How could the famous Dual Moon Great Emperor not have a weapon? That was impossible. Therefore, the cruel truth was in front of them. They had fought with their lives on the line, but the 2 of them had not used their full strength. Just like that, in the short half a minute since the beginning of the battle, the 5 of them were all injured. Some of them were seriously injured. Great Emperor Luo Chen had been hit by Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. If it wasn't for the armor protecting him, he would have been dead. After Yi Tianzong ended the battle, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu once again used their ultimate move, dual moon purification. Great Emperor Luo Chen and the other four were sent flying dozens of miles. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and their injuries worsened. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. Great Emperor Luo Chen saw that Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were still attacking and immediately admitted defeat. Chapter 4:11. After Great Emperor Luo Chen admitted defeat, the other four peak Great Emperors behind him also admitted defeat. Before the battle, Yi Tianzong had already said that he wouldn't kill them. Hence, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu didn't continue to attack when they heard Great Emperor Luo Chen and the others admit defeat. However, they didn't let down their guard and continued to stare at Great Emperor Luo Chen and the others. At this moment, Yi Tianzong had also finished off the remaining 9 enemies and came over. Great Emperor Luo Chen and the others saw Yi Tianzong appear unscathed. They had clearly sensed a powerful battle wave on the other side. Even if those great emperors tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape the detection range of their divine soul. However, since Yi Tianzong had appeared and those great emperors had disappeared, there was only one possibility. They were all killed by Yi Tianzong. You killed them all? Great Emperor Luo Chen looked at Yi Tianzong in shock. Chumph, a bunch of ants. Since they wanted to die, I'll grant them their wish, Yi Tianzong replied as if it was a matter of course. A bunch of ants, a bunch of ants. Yi Tianzong's words echoed in the minds of Great Emperor Luo Chen and the others. It was as if they had suffered an endless blow. If they were ants, then they weren't even as strong as the 9 of them. What were they? Brother, can you not be so arrogant? How can we endure your expression when you think it's a matter of course? Great Emperor Luo Chen and the others suddenly felt bored. What was the point of them participating in the Battle of the Overlord when the Heaven's Expanse Emperor and the Dual Moon Emperor were invincible? They weren't even on the same level. How were they supposed to compete? You have 2 choices now. First, you can leave the secret realm now. Second, you can choose not to leave the secret realm, but you have to listen to our orders and pick spiritual herbs for us for a month. Make your choice now. After 10 breaths of time, I'll take it as you've chosen to leave the secret realm. If you insist on resisting, you can try to see if my fist is strong enough, Yi Tianzong said expressionlessly. I choose to stay. I have no problem picking spiritual herbs for you. However, I'm not staying to continue participating in the Battle of the Overlord. I want to see if you can resist the siege of others and become the Overlord. Emperor Luo Chen made his decision after pondering for a moment. After witnessing the strength displayed by Yi Tianzong and the other 3, he knew that he had no chance of winning, and he didn't bother to resort to underhanded tricks, and would rather see how Yi and the others fought the other. After Great Emperor Luo Chen spoke, the other 4 great emperors chose to stay as well. However, Yi Tianzong knew why they chose to stay. Firstly, they had similar thoughts as Great Emperor Luo Chen. Secondly, they wanted to get lucky. They wanted to take advantage of the situation when Yi Tianzong and the other 2 suffered great losses. The third reason was more vicious. They wanted to keep an eye on Yi Tianzong and provide the others with information about the whereabouts of Yi Tianzong and the others. No matter what the reason was, Yi Tianzong didn't care. He, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu had experienced all sorts of underhanded tricks. How could they fail so easily? Don't forget that the 3 of them had cultivated clones. Right now, the 3 of them were only clones, and they only had 50% of the original strength. Their original bodies had used the traceless void to hide high up in the sky. No one had discovered them. Just as Emperor Luo Chen and the others were being ordered by Yi Tianzong to dig for spiritual herbs, the palace in Heaven Palace outside the secret realm was completely silent. Everyone in the palace had seen how Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were surrounded and how they defeated the enemies with absolute strength. Then, they ordered the others to dig for spiritual herbs. Even the heavenly venerables didn't expect Yi Tianzong and the other 2 to be so powerful. All the peak great emperors who entered the secret realm were the cream of the crop. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to participate in the emperor competition. However, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were all peak great emperors. The strength displayed by them far surpassed the others. They weren't on the same level at all. It was truly unbelievable. At this moment, everyone finally understood that the reason why they were picking spiritual herbs so leisurely was because they had absolute strength. What everyone in the palace didn't know was that the supreme heavenly venerate, who was sitting at the top and was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light, was saying something that no one else could hear. Haha, interesting. Just your clone is so powerful. It seems like you're really mysterious. Could it be that you're the reincarnation of some almighty? I'm really looking forward to your growth. Obviously, as the controller and creator of the Void Secret Realm, the Supreme Heavenly Venerate had discovered the truth of the battle between Yi Tianzong and the other two. Perhaps the Supreme Heavenly Venerate knew that Yi Tianzong and the other two weren't to be trifled with. The other 18 great emperors who were in the same region as Yi Tianzong and the other two somehow found out about the tragic results of the others who challenged Yi Tianzong and the other two. They left the fifth region one after another and entered the other regions of the Void Secret Realm. In the following month, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Great Emperor Luo Chen, and 1,000 puppets covered the entire fifth region of the Void Secret Realm. As the fifth region was very large, Yi Tianzong finally decided to only pick spiritual herbs that were over 100,000 years old. A month later, Yi Tianzong chased Great Emperor Luo Chen and the other three away before entering the fourth region with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. After entering the fourth region, Yi Tianzong and the other two spent 10 days picking various spiritual herbs and rare materials as usual. After 10 days, they began to search for the other great emperors in the fourth region. There were 50 peak great emperors in the fourth region and they were split into 10 small teams. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's original bodies used the traceless void to hide their tracks and search for the great emperor's locations. Then, Yi Tianzong and the other two clones went straight for them. However, in order to avoid arousing the suspicion of those outside the Void Secret Realm, Yi Tianzong and the other two acted as if they were randomly going in a direction. After finding their targets, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu began to fight. With their spiritual realms, they could easily sense who wanted to kill them and who only treated them as competitors. In just 7 days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's clones defeated the 50 great emperors in the fourth region of the Void Secret Realm. Apart from the 17 great emperors who were forced out of the secret realm, the rest of the 50 great emperors were all killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two great emperors. After defeating the fourth region and picking spiritual herbs for another 3 days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu entered the third region. After picking spiritual herbs for 7 days, Yi Tianzong and the other two clones found the 58 great emperors in the third region. Perhaps the great emperors who were killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two had spread the news of how powerful Yi Tianzong and the other two were. This time, when Yi Tianzong and the other two clones found them in the third region, the great emperors had already split into 3 groups with 16 people in each group. When the two sides met, they didn't waste any time and started fighting. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's doppelgangers were still invincible under the attacks of the 16 great emperors. Under the Aurora instantaneous shadow, the 16 great emperors' attacks couldn't hit Yi Tianzong and the other two clones at all. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong and the other two clones could kill a peak great emperor in 2 or 3 moves. The great emperors couldn't withstand the attacks and were scared out of their wits. In the third region, Yi Tianzong and the other two clones attacked both openly and secretly. Only 10 great emperors were forced out of the Void Secret Realm by Yi Tianzong and the other two clones. The rest were all killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two clones. After sweeping through the third region, Yi Tianzong and the other two entered the second region. They continued to pick spiritual herbs and then took the initiative to wipe out the enemies. Next was the first region. After wiping out the enemies in the first region, Yi Tianzong and the other two clones started from the fifth region and then entered the sixth region. They continued to pick spiritual herbs, find people, and fight. One by one, the peak great emperors in the regions were wiped out by Yi Tianzong and the other two clones. Even if they encountered an inescapable net formed by more than 30 great emperors, Yi Tianzong and the other two clones used the boundless infinitum, yin-yang combination technique to wipe out the ambushing enemies with a forbidden power that transcended space-time. Outside the Void Secret Realm, in the Sky Palace Hall, everyone was watching the light screen that was hundreds of meters wide. Yi Tianzong and the other two clones were sweeping through the Void Secret Realm, suppressing all enemies wherever they went. Only a small number of people were forced out of the Void Secret Realm, while the rest were mercilessly killed by them. Among the great emperors killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two clones, there were some great emperors from Paragon factions and some Sky Palace's experts. However, one thing was certain. All the great emperors who were related to Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the other two Heavenly Venerates were mercilessly killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates. They didn't even have the chance to leave the Void Secret Realm. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It seemed like he wanted to kill Yi Tianzong and the other two clones through the light screen. After Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates had caused the peak Great Emperors in Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the other two Heavenly Venerates factions to weaken. Those Great Emperors who had the potential to break through to the Heavenly Venerate level were also mercilessly killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates. It could be said that more than 40% of the peak Great Emperors in Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's faction had been killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates. What worried the Great Heavenly Venerate the most was his descendant, the Dark Blood Emperor. Although the Dark Blood Emperor's strength wasn't bad, it was still a far cry from the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin knew that Great Emperor Blood had coveted Yi Tianzong's woman and Yi Tianzong had publicly announced that he would kill him in the Void Secret Realm. If he encountered Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates, Great Emperor Blood would be doomed. I hope you know your place and don't do anything to Great Emperor Blood. Otherwise, I will make you suffer the pain of the 9 nether purgatory day and night. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin thought to himself as he stared at Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates on the light screen. The atmosphere in the Sky Palace Hall was unusually quiet because of the massacre that Yi Tianzong and the other two Heavenly Venerates had committed. Everyone was staring at the scene on the light screen. The representatives of the various major factions didn't dare continue their discussion in the hall. Chapter 412. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had already entered the 8th zone of the Void Secret Realm. The entire Secret Realm was divided into 10 zones. All the great emperors in the first 7 zones had been wiped out by Yi Tianzong and the other two. Now that they had entered the 8th zone, Yi Tianzong and the other two had hidden their tracks and scouted for a while, but there was no one in the 8th zone. Seems like they have received the news and are heading towards the remaining 2 zones. But that's good too. We don't have to look for them anymore. Let's get rid of them once and for all. No matter what, we can't let that Great Emperor Blood get out alive, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. Let's move out earlier. Even though we aren't afraid of any ambush, it's always better to save some effort, Shun Yu said. All right. We'll set off in 5 days. Yi Tianzong and the other two's clones were discussing. In fact, their original bodies had already hidden their tracks and scouted the 9th and 10th zones. They decided that no matter what happened to the others, as long as they encountered Great Emperor Blood, regardless of whether it was a sneak attack or a head-on attack, they had to kill him first. They couldn't let him have a chance to escape from the secret realm. 5 days later, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu's original bodies had already scouted the 9th and 10th zones. Under the traceless void, Yi Tianzong and the other two had perfectly blended into the space of the Void Secret Realm. No one in the secret realm could find any traces of the 3 of them. Great Emperor Blood was hiding in the 10th zone. There were 123 Great Emperors gathered in the 10th zone. They were divided into 3 factions. One faction was led by Great Emperor Nine Yang, who was under Great Heavenly Master Shengyang. There were 37 Great Emperors. Another faction was led by Great Emperor Blood. There were 43 Great Emperors. The third group was led by Marshal Li Kang, Marshal Yu Chen, and Marshal Yuan Shu. There was no one in the 9th region. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu's clones were heading towards the 9th region, Yi Tianzong and the other two had already arrived at the 10th region and were secretly observing the movements of Great Emperor Blood and the others. Yi Tianzong and the other two clones pretended to be searching for others in the 9th region while picking spiritual herbs. They stayed there for 15 days before entering the 10th region. At that moment, Yi Tianzong and the other two's original bodies had already figured out the movement pattern of Great Emperor Blood and the others. Once they took action, they would definitely be able to kill them in one blow. They would never give them any chance to escape. After entering the 10th region, Yi Tianzong and the other two's clones did not immediately look for Great Emperor Blood and the others. Instead, they first looked for Marshal Li Kang and the others. You're finally here. Thanks to you, the remaining people are hiding in the 10th region and are divided into 3 factions. What are your plans for coming here? Marshal Li Kang looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two's clones and said. Beside him were Marshal Yu Chen, Marshal Yuan Shu, and some other familiar faces. I'm not here to fight with you. There is no retreat in the battle for the sovereign realm. My plan is to wait for our battle to end. First, we will eliminate that bastard Great Emperor Blood and his people. Although the 3 of us are not afraid of them, I want to kill as many of them as possible before we talk about our matters. What do you think? Yi Tianzong said calmly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Regarding Yi Tianzong's confidence, whether it was Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, or the others present, they did not think that there was anything wrong with it. This was because some of the information they had gathered over the past few days had confirmed that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had absolute strength. All right, I agree. I agree. I agree too. Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu expressed their agreement one after another. It seemed that they all agreed to kill Great Emperor Blood first. It could be seen that they also had strong killing intent towards Great Emperor Blood. Yi Tianzong, Li Kang, and the others did not look for Great Emperor Ninyang's people. Instead, they directly went for Great Emperor Blood's people who were waiting for them. Both sides faced each other. Yi Tianzong looked at Great Emperor Blood's cold face and said coldly, "This Great Emperor has said that as long as I meet you in the battle for the sovereign realm, I will definitely kill you. If you have the ability, leave the secret realm now." Ch, boasting shamelessly. Do you think that strength means everything? Today, this Great Emperor will make you die without a burial place. Great Emperor Blood was indeed afraid of Yi Tianzong. If he could, he also wanted to leave the secret realm now and use his strength and background to take revenge on Yi Tianzong for the oppression and humiliation he had suffered. However, he couldn't do that. Although he wasn't Yi Tianzong's opponent, he couldn't admit defeat just because he saw Yi Tianzong. He couldn't show weakness even if he lost. If he left the secret realm without a fight, he couldn't afford to lose face. Great Heavenly Venerate Xian Yin behind him couldn't afford to lose face either. Therefore, no matter what, he had to fight Yi Tianzong today. In that case, cut the crap. Today, this Great Emperor wants you dead. Yi Tianzong didn't say much and directly rushed towards Great Emperor Blood. Behind him, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu also followed. A chaotic battle involving 89 peak Great Emperors began. Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu and the others also attacked their enemies. Within 100,000 miles, the 89 Great Emperors were fighting. The destructive power directly destroyed the sea of clouds in the sky and the spiritual herbs on the ground, creating huge craters that were hundreds of feet deep. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger threw a punch at the Blood Emperor. The powerful and domineering world-suppressing golden fist was like a divine mountain falling from the sky. It had the power to suppress the universe and destroy the firmament. The Dark Blood Monarch used his most powerful superpower, the boundless Blood Sea. However, under Yi Tianzong's world-suppressing golden fist, the boundless Blood Sea exploded. The invincible world-suppressing golden fist landed on the Dark Blood Monarch's armor. Even with the protection of the armor, the Blood Emperor was still sent flying by Yi Tianzong's avatar's punch while vomiting blood. This is impossible. This Great Emperor doesn't believe it. How can you be so strong? Great Emperor Blood's face was filled with disbelief. He had already overestimated Yi Tianzong's strength as much as possible. However, after this punch, he realized that he still underestimated it. The strongest ability that he was so proud of couldn't even block one punch from Yi Tianzong. Great Emperor Blood, who was narrow-minded, was filled with jealousy and anger. Yi Tianzong didn't say anything. He stepped forward and punched again. The overbearing golden fist mark distorted the void and charged towards the injured Great Emperor Blood. Great Emperor Blood forcefully gathered all the strength in his body and used his strongest ability, Boundless Sea of Blood. The result was as expected. Great Emperor Blood was sent flying again while vomiting blood. Seeing that Yi Tianzong didn't give him a chance to fight back and punched him again, Great Emperor Blood's face was filled with resentment and pride. Haha, so what if you are strong? As long as you don't kill me immediately, you will never be able to kill me. Just you wait. Suffer my endless revenge. A void token appeared in Great Emperor Blood's hand. When Yi Tianzong attacked him again, he was about to transfer his strength into the void token. Unfortunately, Yi Tianzong's expression remained calm even after he took out the void token. Just when Great Emperor Blood was about to transfer his strength into the void token and leave the secret realm, his entire body and strength suddenly stopped. At this moment, a tricolored light beam appeared from the void and pierced his head. Then, Yi Tianzong's world-suppressing golden fist hit his body and shattered his armor and body. Only the void token was left. Seeing the void token disappear, Yi Tianzong knew that Great Emperor Blood was completely dead. The void token had merged with the void secret realm. The tricolored light beam that pierced through Great Emperor Blood didn't stop after passing through him. It arrived at the chaotic battlefield of the Great Emperor at a speed faster than time and space. The Great Emperors on Li Kang's, Yu Chen's, and Yuan Shu's sides only saw a tricolored light beam that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Then, the Great Emperor in front of them lost all signs of life. Only a soulless body fell to the ground. The tricolored light beam shuttled through the battlefield without any sound or energy fluctuation. Wherever it passed, all the Great Emperors who had their bodies pierced lost consciousness and fell to the ground. In less than 5 seconds, the tricolored light beam disappeared. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 42 Great Emperors on Great Emperor Blood's side were all dead. This. Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, and the other 43 Great Emperors were shocked speechless. They couldn't express their shock with words. Everything changed too fast. They couldn't believe what they had seen. They had heard that Yi Tianzong and the other two had a joint attack. Once the joint attack was used, it was earth-shattering and invincible. No Great Emperor could resist it. Until now, they had finally witnessed how terrifying the legendary ability was. It shouldn't even exist. Under such a forbidden joint attack, they couldn't resist at all. Even a celestial master might not have such power. It wasn't just them. Everyone who was watching the battle outside the secret realm was shocked when they saw Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's joint attack. Even the celestial masters were no exception. Although they only saw it through the light screen, these celestial masters knew that the tricolored light beam definitely had the power to threaten a celestial master. Once Yi Tianzong and the other two became celestial masters, what kind of power would they have? Thinking of this, all the celestial masters had different ideas. What would happen if they could control that joint attack? Was there a way to obtain that joint attack? After the two identical Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu merged into one, Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, and the others finally understood that the one they had met before was just a clone. If the clone was already so powerful, was there a need for them to continue fighting? Now that the idlers have been cleaned up, are we still fighting? Yi Tianzong looked at Li Kang and the others and said with a smile. No, you're too strong. There's no point in fighting another round, Yu Chen said with a bitter smile. Yeah, we're not fighting anymore. Go find the 9 Sons Great Emperor and the others. We're not fighting with you anymore. Whether it was Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, or the other Great Emperors, after witnessing the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two, they no longer wanted to continue fighting with Yi Tianzong and the other two. The gap was too big. Continuing to fight would only bring shame to themselves. We're not fighting with you either. We admit defeat. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. It turned out to be the 9 Sons Great Emperor and the others. Yi Tianzong and the others did not hide their tracks. Hence, when the battle started, the 9 young Great Emperor and the others hid at the side to watch. In the end, they were shocked and immediately admitted defeat. At this moment, the battle for the position of Celestial Master was over. Chapter 413. Yi Tianzong and the others were surprised that Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, and Nine Young Emperor chose to surrender, but it was within reason. Yi Tianzong asked Li Kang and the others, if that's the case, then we won't fight. There are still 40 days until the half-year deadline. What are your plans? What do you mean? The results are out. Naturally, we will leave the secret realm. Do we have to wait until the time is up? Nine Young Emperor, who was wearing golden armor, asked. He wasn't the only one who was confused. Even Li Kang and the others were confused. They had never heard of such a rule. Yi Tianzong looked around and smiled. We have to wait until the time is up, but there are so many treasures in the secret realm. Have you not thought of taking some back? Then, Yi Tianzong took out a few herbs from his yin and yang ring and said, for example, I have this 70,000-year-old spirit bamboo grass. It is one of the main ingredients to make a Tier 7 God pill. There is also this 150,000-year-old God source vine. It is one of the main ingredients to make a heavenly king pill that helps a God king level up. There was also the 360,000-year-old daybreak flower, which was one of the ingredients for the primary emperor pill. Each primary emperor pill contained the energy equivalent to 30 years of cultivation for a great emperor. It could also be used to recover energy used up. These spirit grasses and spirit herbs can be found everywhere in the secret realm. There's no rule against collecting these spirit herbs, right? What? Are you telling the truth? Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, Nine Young Emperor, and the others were shocked by Yi Tianzong's words. What do you mean? This time, it was Yi Tianzong's turn to be confused. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Yi Tianzong had a guess. Marshal Li Kang said excitedly, are you sure you are telling the truth? These herbs that are only a few 100,000 years old can be used to make pills that are useful to god kings and emperors? Then how did you use the resources that you used to cultivate? You didn't just eat them raw, right? Yi Tianzong asked. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. What eating raw? Who didn't know that eating raw spirit herbs would cause problems? Marshal Li Kang said with annoyance, how can we eat raw spirit herbs? But the spirit herbs we take are all at least 1,000,000 years old. I've never heard of a spirit herb that's over 300,000 years old being able to refine a spirit herb into a spirit herb. Yi Tianzong said, I don't know how to make the pills, but I've created my own alchemy method. For example, the 360,000-year-old daybreak flower can be used to make emperor-grade mid-stage emperor essence pills that could be used to make pills. For example, a 300,000-year-old to make emperor essence pill. Emperor essence emperor pills. Pill. Emperor pill, 800,000-year-old to make emperor grade to make pills to make to emperor pill 22. Haha, that's enough. We have plenty of herbs that are less than 1,000,000 years old. We can have as many as we want. We don't even bother to pick them. Your pills. Marshal Li Kang said embarrassedly. Pills? Pills, aren't they refined to be eaten? The price can be negotiated. After all, you all know that the things I sell are always cheaper than some people. Yi Tianzong said with a hidden meaning. All right. Aren't there still 40 days? We'll just stay for a few more days. There are plenty of herbs that are more than 100,000 years old here. I'll go get them. Marshal Li Kang immediately decided to stay in the secret realm to pick more herbs. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you. When the time comes, I'll give you level 7 and level 8 god pills, Yi Tianzong said with a smile. Well, I'll go too. It's only 40 days. I'll take it as a chance to relax, Yu Chen said and left in a direction. I'll go too, Yuan Shu said and left as well. I'm free too. I'll go take a look around. Great Emperor Jiuyang also left. Let's go take a look around. Yeah, let's go take a look. Therefore, everyone in the Palace of Heaven outside the secret realm was surprised to see that the 80 great emperors who were supposed to leave the secret realm after talking to Yi Tianzong for a while suddenly scattered and did the same thing as Yi Tianzong. They were digging for herbs. Everyone in the Palace of Heaven was at least a great emperor. Although they couldn't see what Yi Tianzong was talking to them through the light screen, they could still figure out what Yi Tianzong was talking about with their powerful divine souls. Suddenly, Yi Tianzong's value rose to another level in everyone's eyes. Similarly, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the other forces and experts who hated Yi Tianzong were even more determined to kill Yi Tianzong. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin was especially shocked. He had never expected that Yi Tianzong would ignore his existence and kill Great Emperor Blood and many other peak Great Emperors on his side. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin had cultivated for more than 1 billion years and only had 2 descendants. Great Emperor Blood was the second one. The first one had limited potential and stopped at peak Great Emperor. Great Emperor Blood was very likely to become a Heavenly Venerate, but he had been mercilessly killed by Yi Tianzong. To Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Yi Tianzong was his mortal enemy. He had to kill Yi Tianzong no matter what. Everyone in the Palace of Heaven could feel the boundless killing intent coming from Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. They knew that it was targeted at Yi Tianzong and the other 2. At the same time, it was also a warning to all the forces not to get involved with Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Many of the representatives of the major forces who had wanted to befriend Yi Tianzong suppressed their thoughts. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang, who had always been at loggerheads with Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, praised Luo Yunyang without any scruples. Decisive in killing. Not bad. His alchemy skills are much better than some useless pieces of trash. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang had been born later than Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. Thus, he had been plotted against and attacked by Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin during his growth. Even his parents and relatives, as well as many elders of his sect, had died at the hands of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. If it hadn't been for the secret attacks of Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang might not have been able to survive. Therefore, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang hated Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin to the core. In addition, his current strength wasn't much weaker than Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's, so he didn't care about Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's face and warnings. He even made up his mind to secretly protect Yi Tianzong. As mentioned before, although Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu kept a low profile, it didn't mean that no one paid attention to them. Ever since he owed Yi Tianzong a favor because of his negligence on the battlefield of the Purple Spirit Race, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang had been secretly paying attention to the growth of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Therefore, he had a more detailed understanding of what kind of person Yi Tianzong was. He believed that before Yi Tianzong and the other 2 became Heavenly Venerates, Yi Tianzong would definitely be rewarded accordingly in the future. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang knew very well that Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin had committed unimaginable sins in the human race for his own benefit. If it hadn't been for the sake of the human race's overall situation and the inability to find a replacement in a short period of time, Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void would have eliminated Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin long ago. Obviously, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin also understood his own situation very well. Therefore, on one hand, he suppressed other factions within the human race and eliminated dissidents. On the other hand, he also colluded with the Silver Moon race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Demon race to betray the interests of the human race and raise his own status and importance within the human race. This was all to make Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void have scruples and not attack him. Everyone in the treasure hall of the Sky Palace found it strange that Yi Tianzong and the others were collecting spiritual herbs in the Void secret realm. However, since the Supreme Celestial Venerate of the Void did not say anything, they could only watch and wait for the end of the time to announce the final result. More than 40 days passed in this manner. There was still a day before they would leave the mystic realm. Yi Tianzong, Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, the 9-son Great Emperor, and the others gathered again. Yi Tianzong took out grade 7 and grade 8 divine pills of the same value and exchanged them for the spirit herbs they had collected with everyone. As soon as the elixirs were in their hands, everyone felt that the quality of the elixirs was very good. They were even better than the elixirs they had consumed in the past. It was really worth it to be a herb gatherer. Upon seeing that everyone else had left the mystic realm one after another, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 also channeled the power in their bodies into the Void token. Then, the 3 of them left the mystic realm hand in hand and appeared in the Sky Palace Hall in the blink of an eye. Before they could stand firm, An earth-shattering aura and murderous intent shrouded the three of them. Caught off guard, the three of them almost knelt on the ground. However, they still couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood essence and suffer serious injuries. Mysterious Yin, you are still as despicable and shameless as ever. A dignified great heavenly venerate actually sneak-attacked juniors. You are simply unworthy of being a heavenly venerate. Great heavenly venerate Shengyang scolded angrily. At the same time, he waved his hand and blocked great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin's attack on Yi Tianzong and the other two. He really hadn't expected that great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin would be so unscrupulous as to attack Yi Tianzong and the other two in public. They were the emperors of the human race. He wasn't the only one who hadn't expected this. Everyone else in the Sky Palace Hall, including the two heavenly venerates on the same side as great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin, hadn't expected that great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin would be so audacious as to attack right under the nose of the supreme heavenly venerate Void. Did he really think that the supreme heavenly venerate Void was just a decoration? Great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin must have lost his mind. Sure enough, the supreme heavenly venerate Void, who was sitting at the top, obviously hadn't expected that great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin would sneak attack Yi Tianzong and the other two right under his nose. He immediately snorted coldly and everyone in the Sky Palace Hall couldn't help but shudder. They felt as if an indescribable supreme power had descended. Chapter 414. Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void waved his hand and an extremely condensed nirvanic void force shot towards Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin watched as the dangerous nirvanic void force shot towards him. However, when he tried to dodge, he was confined to his spot by an extremely powerful force and couldn't escape. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin snorted and a trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Don't do it again. Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's words contained an inviolable will and authority. Yes. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's expression turned ugly as he answered indignantly. Damn it. Just you wait. I'll make you pay the price sooner or later, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin thought angrily. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as the pressure from Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void disappeared. Then, they looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two that had been plotted against by Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. Yi Tianzong and the other two were completely fine. It turned out that before Yi Tianzong had left the mystic realm, he had considered that Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin might try to deal with him. As a precaution, the clones that had come out of the mystic realm had all been Yi Tianzong and the other two's clones. The three of them had hidden in the immortal mansion. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianzong's concerns had really come true. After the three's clones had been severely injured, the three of them had immediately come out of the immortal mansion and put away their clones. Therefore, everyone saw that Yi Tianzong and the other two were completely fine. Yi Tianzong cupped his hands and said to Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang, "Thank you, Great Heavenly Venerate, for your protection. I'm very grateful." Then, he said respectfully to Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void, "Thank you, Supreme Heavenly Venerate, for showing me the wonders of the Void Great Tao." Finally, he said coldly to Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, "Thank you for your guidance, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. You made me understand that there is always someone better than me. My clones will definitely remember Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's teachings. This guy is amazing." Only then did everyone understand. It turned out that Yi Tianzong and company had expected that Great Empyrean Mysterious Yin would take action. Therefore, when they came out of the mystic realm, they had sent their avatars to take the lead. After withstanding Great Empyrean Mysterious Yin's plot, their main body came out to retrieve their heavily injured avatars. As a result, Yi Tianzong and company were fine. Only their avatars were injured. On the other hand, Great Empyrean Mysterious Yin had been punished by the Supreme Empyrean for taking action without permission. Yi Tianzong felt lucky when he saw the surprised and thoughtful expressions of the others in the hall. Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, good fellow. Not bad. You have courage and strategy. This is what an emperor of the human race should be like." On the contrary, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's originally ugly expression became even colder and murderous. He. It is my duty to guide the younger generation. It turns out that you have a paradise treasure on you. It's no wonder that you can pass off as genuine. Treasures can move people's hearts. You have to hide it well. Yi Tianzong replied coldly, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin doesn't have to worry about that. I will hide my things well. The rest of the people in the Sky Palace Hall watched as Yi Tianzong and Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin stared at each other with murderous intent. They felt a little excited, as if they were watching a good show. At the same time, they also praised Yi Tianzong's courage for falling out with Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin without any hesitation. Just as Yi Tianzong and Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin were staring at each other coldly, the Supreme Heavenly Venerate's voice was heard and suppressed the strange atmosphere in the hall. The results of the battle for the position of Emperor are out. Tian Miao will be the new Emperor of the human race. Do any of you have any objections? All the Great Heavenly Venerates who had survived the mystic realm said in unison, reporting to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, we have no objections. What about the others? The results have already been announced. What objections do we have? Yi Tianzong isn't a foreign race. If he uses his own strength to make all the survivors have no objections, then we have no objections either. Reporting to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, we have no objections either. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the other two Heavenly Venerates in the same camp as them, as well as the forces under their command, had objections. However, they knew that it would be useless even if they objected. However, it was impossible for them to open their mouths and acknowledge Yi Tianzong as the emperor of the human race. Therefore, they simply remained silent. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that from today onwards, Vast Expanse is the new overlord of the human race. All territories belonging to the human race must maintain respect for the overlord. Otherwise, they will be severely punished. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate's words contained absolute authority. Yes, we will follow your orders, everyone replied again. Tian Miao, as the emperor of the human race, I can agree to a request of yours on behalf of the human race. Tell me what you want. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate's body was hidden in a misty mysterious light. Although his appearance couldn't be seen, Yi Tianzong could sense that he was looking at him. Reporting to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, as the Marshal of the Heavenly Court, I would like to establish a new branch of the Heavenly Court to strengthen the power of the Heavenly Court and the human race. Please allow me, Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Yi Tianzong, who had been waiting for this day for a long time, stated his request resolutely. Sure enough, all the major forces that had been paying attention to Yi Tianzong's actions seemed to have expected this when they heard Yi Tianzong's request. Establishing a new branch of the Heavenly Court isn't a small matter. You only have 1,000 years to prepare. Are you sure this is your request? The Supreme Heavenly Venerate's tone didn't waver at all. Yes, I'm sure. I will definitely establish a new branch of the Heavenly Court within 1,000 years and ensure that it can operate normally, Yi Tianzong said solemnly. Very well, I will appoint you as the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Heavenly Court. You will be in charge of establishing a new branch of the Heavenly Court. Establishing a new branch of the Heavenly Court will require countless resources. The human race will provide you with 30% of the resources you need. You will have to think of a way to obtain the remaining resources. You will have to recruit the troops you lack. After you are done establishing the branch, the Heavenly Court will send the corresponding divine officials to settle in and help you deal with political matters. Are there any other questions? Supreme Heavenly Venerate, what should we do if someone uses their power to obstruct us when we are establishing a new branch of the Heavenly Court? Yi Tianzong said as he looked at Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. It was obvious that he was targeting them. If anyone dares to obstruct us, there is no need to report it. Just throw them into the prison and kill them without mercy if they dare to resist. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's words were filled with killing intent that could overturn the universe. Yes, I understand. I will definitely add a new helper to the Heavenly Court and the human race within 1,000 years, Yi Tianzong promised confidently. The people on Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's side had ugly expressions. They wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Tianzong apart. How could they not understand that Yi Tianzong was targeting them? Alright, in that case, you may all leave if there's nothing else. Yes, we will see you off, Supreme Heavenly Venerate. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate void mysteriously disappeared amidst everyone's greetings. After the Supreme Heavenly Venerate void left, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin stared coldly at Yi Tianzong and the other two and said, "The human race's territory is very large. Anything can happen. You have to be careful at all times. Don't fall into a hopeless situation by mistake." Yi Tianzong replied bluntly, "There's no need for Heavenly Venerate to worry. I don't have much, but I have plenty of clones. I still have 20 to 30. Even if I fall into a hopeless situation, it will definitely be a clone. I will continue to live well." Very good. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin was so angry that he laughed before leaving the Central Sky Palace. Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang looked at Yi Tianzong with admiration and said, "Good lad, you are to my liking. If you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, come and find me. Don't forget that I still owe you a favor." "Yes, thank you for your care, Great Heavenly Venerate. I will definitely not forget your help," Yi Tianzong replied solemnly. He still had a good impression of Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang and would definitely repay him for protecting him in the Great Hall in the future. Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang left with a smile while Yi Tianzong and the other two followed Marshal Li Kang back to his residence. "Sigh. You were a little impulsive. You shouldn't have fallen out with him so early. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin is very vengeful and has no bottom line. He definitely won't let you live or let you successfully establish a new Sky Court branch. In order to eliminate you completely, he will very likely assassinate you personally. You have to be careful," Marshal Li Kang said with a sigh. "It doesn't matter. Ever since that bastard Shui Yin, it has been a matter of life and death. We are all enemies anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. I won't spoil them. A bastard like him isn't worthy of being a heavenly venerate of the human race. If he really has no bottom line, then I will have no bottom line as well. Isn't it just killing each other? Who's afraid of who? Anyway, I have a heavenly abode treasure. When I return, I will put my family into the heavenly abode and let my avatar move around outside. If he dares to kill one of my subordinates, I will kill 100 of his subordinates. Let's see who can outlast the other," Yi Tianzong said decisively. Sensing Yi Tianzong's firm determination, Marshal Li Kang couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "It's fine as long as you are prepared. When you establish a new Sky Court branch, I will help you to the best of my ability. Don't let my hard work go to waste if you die. Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. For example, the one talking to you now is also my avatar. Before I become a heavenly venerate, I will always move around with my avatar. I will never give others a chance to kill me," Yi Tianzong said with a smile. "Ha, your avatar is really powerful. I can't even see through it despite being so close. Now I finally believe that you won't die so easily," Marshal Li Kang said with emotion. Yi Tianzong was a man of his words. When his avatar followed Marshal Li Kang back to the mansion, he, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's true bodies returned to the Haoranzhen sect. Then, he let Yi Haoran and other important figures of the sect leave behind an avatar to manage the sect. Their true bodies were all taken into the Immortal Mansion by Yi Tianzong. In the cultivation area of the Immortal Mansion, Yi Tianzong designated an area with a radius of 100 million li. Then, he used his authority to set up a space barrier. Yi Tianzong placed all the important figures of the Haoranzhen sect in the designated area and let them cultivate in the designated area. With some space barriers, they couldn't leave the area of 100 million li. The secret of the Immortal Mansion would also not be known by anyone. Chapter 415. Without any worries, Yi Tianzong and the other two began to fully prepare for the establishment of the new Heavenly Courts branch. 900 years ago, the 4 vast expanse cities had been built. After 900 years of development and management, due to the excellent security and order, as well as various attractive measures, they had become 4 extremely prosperous cities. Each city had a permanent population of 3 billion people. More than 500 different forces from the human territories had set up strongholds in the vast expanse city, and the wealth they generated every day was incalculable. Yi Tianzong had almost finished the preparations for the establishment of the heavenly courts before he participated in the battle for the position of the emperor, and his actions were very secretive. When Yi Tianzong, as the heavenly court's grand marshal, chose an area with a radius of 1 trillion miles, including the 4 vast expanse cities, as the location and jurisdiction of the new heavenly courts branch, the establishment of the heavenly courts branch was officially on the right track. The establishment of a new heavenly courts branch required a huge amount of resources. Yi Tianzong had already estimated the amount of resources needed before this. To avoid any unexpected problems, Yi Tianzong's doppelganger immediately went to the central heavenly courts to receive 30% of the resources promised by the supreme heavenly venerates. The heavenly court's righteous gods in charge of managing the distribution of resources belonged to the supreme heavenly venerates. Therefore, they did not have any thoughts of making things difficult for Yi Tianzong and quickly allocated countless resources to Yi Tianzong. Then, Yi Tianzong's doppelganger went to the other heavenly courts to complete some procedures. During this period, it was inevitable that he would meet people from the great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin's camp. Perhaps they had received instructions from the great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin, or perhaps they had seen how fearless and malicious Yi Tianzong's doppelganger was, but those people did not make things difficult for Yi Tianzong and went through the necessary procedures smoothly. "Old man, you can really hold back. Looks like you're about to make a move. Heh, you'd better come to me. Otherwise, let's see who kills more." Yi Tianzong's doppelganger turned back to look at the great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin's palace when he left the central heavenly courts. Just as Yi Tianzong had expected, the great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin took action very quickly. He could not just watch Yi Tianzong establish a new heavenly courts branch, as that would further suppress his and the other 2 heavenly venerates factions, which was something they would not allow. In the 2nd year after the establishment of the heavenly courts branch, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's doppelganger were ambushed. Each of their doppelganger was surrounded by hundreds of great emperors. Furthermore, they had set up an inescapable net, making it impossible for them to escape. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's doppelganger were all created from Yi Tianzong and the other 2's doppelganger by injecting a strand of their hair or a bit of their flesh and blood into the doppelganger. The doppelganger's overall strength was only 10% of the main body's. Once it was destroyed, it would not cause any harm to the main body. They had more than 100 of such doppelganger. The other type of doppelganger was created from cultivating the doppelganger divine ability. This type of doppelganger was very troublesome to cultivate. Its overall strength was only 50% to 80% of the main body's. It could only create 9 doppelganger at most. Once the doppelganger was destroyed or killed, the main body would also suffer some damage. The enemies were the doppelganger created from Yi Tianzong and the other 2's doppelganger. Facing hundreds of great emperors, Yi Tianzong and the other 2's doppelganger were no match for them at all. Seeing that they could not escape, they chose to self-destruct, killing more than a dozen great emperors who were lying in ambush. The moment the doppelganger self-destructed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, who were cultivating in the immortal mansion, could clearly sense it. Chumph, that old bastard Shen Yin finally couldn't help but make a move. Just as well, let's show him how powerful we are. Yi Tianzong sneered. Then, he controlled the immortal mansion to instantly arrive at the place where the 3 doppelganger had been ambushed. At this moment, the enemies had just left. Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to chase after the enemies. Soon, Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to arrive at the place where the enemies had disappeared. Sensing the spatial fluctuations that had yet to calm down, Yi Tianzong knew that a heavenly venerate expert or the enemies had used a heavenly venerate secret treasure to open a spatial door and disappear. Chumph, do you think you can erase the traces like this? How naive. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he began to calculate the enemy's whereabouts based on the aura left behind in the space. Then, following the guidance of the unseen, Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to cross the barrier of space and arrived at the enemy's location in a short period of time. Hidden in the endless void, Yi Tianzong and the other two used the power of the immortal mansion to investigate the situation outside. The mid-stage ancient seeking heavenly venerate Liangyi looked at the people who had just returned and frowned. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the result?" Among the more than 250 great emperors, a peak great emperor with the strongest aura replied, "Success and failure." All three of them were doppelganger. When there was no hope of breaking through, they chose to self-destruct. "We were caught off guard and dozens of people died. I think they already know." "What?" "There were so many of you and you set up an inescapable net. Not only did you not capture the three doppelganger, but you also made them self-destruct. Dozens of you died. Are you joking?" Heavenly Venerate Liangyi said with an ugly expression. "We're not joking. Although they were doppelganger, they were very powerful. We couldn't capture them in a short period of time. Now, their main bodies should already know. We need to plan carefully before dealing with them," the peak great emperor said with an ugly expression. Heavenly Venerate Liangyi calmed his emotions and said, "In that case, you guys can leave first. We have plenty of time. So what if they have doppelganger? Once we kill all their doppelganger, their main bodies will naturally appear. No matter what, we can't let them establish a new heavenly court branch in 1,000 years. Yi Tianzong didn't care about Heavenly Venerate Liangyi, who was on the same side as Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. He controlled the immortal mansion to follow the departing great emperors. After finding out where they lived, Yi Tianzong and the other two started to take action on the third day. First, they used space-time imprisonment to freeze the great emperors. Then, they put them into the immortal mansion and locked them in a sealed space. In just one day, Yi Tianzong and the other two captured all the enemies that had ambushed their doppelganger. They also destroyed all traces and eliminated the possibility of the Heavenly Venerates reversing space-time to find clues. Then, Yi Tianzong and the other two released 3 more doppelganger to establish the Heavenly Court branch. Their main bodies remained in the immortal mansion to cultivate. Yi Tianzong had other plans for the great emperors captured by the 3 of them. From the inheritance he had obtained, he had seen an elixir refined using a complete great emperor. It was called the 9 Revolution Emperor Blood Elixir. The 9 Revolution Emperor Blood Elixir used a complete great emperor and many treasures as supplementary materials. It took 81 years of refinement before it could be formed. Its effect was to allow a godly monarch powerhouse to gradually become a great emperor powerhouse in 100 years. Furthermore, the great emperor powerhouse would be 1 level lower than the raw material. In other words, if a peak great emperor was used as the raw material to refine the 9 Revolution Emperor Blood Elixir, the cultivation realm of the person who consumed the 9 Revolution Emperor Blood Elixir would stop at the late-stage Great Emperor realm and there would be no possibility of further progress for the rest of their lives. In the past, Yi Tianzong didn't have the ability to refine such an elixir. Furthermore, using a complete Great Emperor as the raw material to refine the elixir was somewhat outrageous and didn't conform to Yi Tianzong's worldview. However, he had thought it through now. Since it would be a pity to kill his enemies, he might as well use it as a contribution to nurturing his subordinates. Once he became a heavenly venerate, he would be able to refine the 9 Revolution Emperor Blood Elixir. The disappearance of more than 250 great emperors caused a commotion in Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp. In addition, these people were the doppelganger that had ambushed Yi Tianzong and the other two. This made Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liangyi, and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang very certain that it was Yi Tianzong and the other two that had done it. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? These people had disappeared a few days after their doppelganger had been killed. However, no matter how they searched through time and space, they couldn't find any clues. They couldn't even accuse Yi Tianzong and the others of their crimes. I've really underestimated this ant. I didn't expect him to have such means. However, does he think that I'll let this go? What a joke. Go, send people to continue the ambush. Don't let anyone related to them off. I'll let them know the price of angering me. This is just the beginning. I'll kill them myself. At most, I'll leave the human race. With my strength, where can I not go? Humph, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin said coldly. Time flowed like water and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this 100 years, undercurrents surged throughout the human race's territory. All the powerful factions knew about the countless conflicts and battles between Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp and Grand Marshal Tian Miao's camp. However, these battles were controlled by the various factions and spread within the Great Heavenly Venerate and Great Heavenly Venerate factions. During this 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu lost more than 80 clones. The factions and people under them were targeted and attacked by Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin even contacted the Silver Moon race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Demon race to secretly enter the human race's territory and assassinate Yi Tianzong and company's factions to prevent the establishment of the Heavenly Courts branch. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were infuriated by these constant assassinations from Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp. They fought back, unwilling to be outdone. With the Immortal Mansion, a super-cheating device that no one could discover, Yi Tianzong and company also carried out bloody revenge on the factions under Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang's factions. They carried out their declaration that if they dared to kill one of their subordinates, they would kill 100 of their subordinates. In fact, they did even more than that. During the 100 years of fighting, not only did Yi Tianzong's 4 vast cities suffer heavy losses, but his 300 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were also affected. Even the factions of Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuanshu, who were closer to Yi Tianzong, were affected. However, Yi Tianzong's faction did not have it easy, and neither did Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's faction. Yi Tianzong's ruthless and bloody counterattack was also beyond the expectations of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's faction. In the past 100 years, more than 10,000 great emperors had been killed or disappeared silently by Yi Tianzong and company. More than 30 great emperors had been destroyed, and countless people below the great emperor level had been lost. There was also the secret channel that Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's group used to collude with the Silver Moon race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Demon race, as well as the secret strongholds of these 3 races in the human territory. More than half of these had been completely destroyed by Yi Tianzong. This made Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and company furious, but they could only suffer in silence. This was because they did not want everyone to know about this matter because they were not ready to betray the human race. Therefore, in the past 100 years of fighting, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's faction had suffered heavy losses, and their strength had decreased by more than 20%. Now, even if they wanted to stop fighting with Yi Tianzong, they could not back down. Chapter 416. The result of the century-long battle between Yi Tianzong and Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp had shocked all the major factions of the human race. No one had expected that Yi Tianzong's faction, which was insignificant compared to Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, would actually go head-to-head with Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp for a century. Although they had suffered heavy losses, it was obvious that Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's side had suffered much greater losses. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's plan to slander and frame Yi Tianzong had been repeatedly overturned by Yi Tianzong. Furthermore, they had not been able to find any traces or clues of Yi Tianzong's massacre of their subordinate factions. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Vientiane had all sent their clones to assassinate Yi Tianzong. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Vientiane. However, Yi Tianzong, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Vientiane had used the Immortal Mansion to massacre the subordinate factions of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Vientiane. They had specifically targeted the godly monarchs and great emperors, destroyed their businesses, and plundered their wealth and resources. After 100 years, both sides had suffered great losses. However, they could not stop the battle even if they wanted to, as the grudge between them was too deep and it had also affected many other factions. For example, Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, and the others, who had originally not intended to get involved, could no longer hold back after being affected by the actions of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's camp several times. Hence, It was no longer something that could be stopped at will. Seeing that an even more intense battle was about to break out, Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void, who had been silent all this time, finally appeared. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate immediately summoned all the leaders involved to the Central Sky Palace. Then, he sternly reprimanded all the forces involved in the battle. In the end, he ordered all the forces to stop fighting or disappear forever. Under the powerful suppression of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void, this battle that had lasted for 100 years and almost caused internal strife in the human race had temporarily subsided. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. There would come a day when even greater strife and conflict would arise. With the powerful suppression of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void, both sides temporarily ceased their activities. Yi Tianzong also heaved a long sigh of relief. He finally had time to deal with his matters properly. He believed that after his vicious and bloody revenge, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin would not dare to provoke him again. In the following period of time, Yi Tianzong and the other two each sent out 3 doppelgangers to preside over the establishment of the Heavenly Courts branch, while guarding the Haoranzhen sect. They were also in charge of managing the East, West, South, and North Heaven's Expanse cities, restoring the 4 huge cities to their former glory. After 100 years of fighting, Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu were completely opposed to Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and stood with Yi Tianzong. Therefore, in the process of establishing the Heavenly Courts branch, Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu also mobilized some people to help. They also received Yi Tianzong's promise of a total of 2 billion troops to station in the Heavenly Courts branch as soon as possible. They also brought a large amount of various resources. With the help of Li Kang, Yu Chen, Yuan Shu, and the others, the speed of the establishment of the Heavenly Courts branch was greatly accelerated. In just 500 years, the 10 billion troops needed to establish a new Heavenly Courts branch were all ready. In addition to the 2 billion troops sent by Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu, there were also 300 million troops under Yi Tianzong and the other two as personal guards. Li Yu, Han Shu, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian's 220 million troops, as well as more than 3,500 monarch-level and emperor-level forces that Yi Tianzong had secretly contacted and subdued previously. A total of 6 billion troops joined the Heavenly Court. Whether it was the number of emperor-level marshals or the number of divine generals, they all met the minimum requirements for a Heavenly Courts branch. The main buildings of the Heavenly Courts branch were also completed. It could be said that 80% of the Heavenly Courts branch was already established. All that was left were some auxiliary buildings and the Heavenly Courts divine officials. A new Heavenly Courts divine officials would involve around 100,000 divine officials. The Heavenly Court wouldn't support all of these people. Instead, 60% of them would need Yi Tianzong to fill in. It just so happened that the disciples of the Haoranzhen sect came in handy. Over 60,000 Haoranzhen sect's disciples left the sect and joined the Heavenly Court to serve Yi Tianzong. There were less than 400 years before the Heavenly Court's inspection. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's next task was to make the Heavenly Courts branch more complete and rigorous. The division of the Heavenly Court's divine officials was clear. At the same time, they stepped up the training of the Heavenly Court's army so that they could increase their combat power as much as possible in the remaining time. While they were busy, Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu sent out more clones. They once again mobilized the 300 million soldiers under their command. Then, they mobilized the power of this army to secretly build sky suppression and cosmic realm battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships. At the same time, they had other clones refine various levels of divine pills. In Yi Tianzong's plan, the Heavenly Court division under his control, in addition to the one he was riding, had at least 2 cosmic-level battle fortresses, 10 guardian-level battle fortresses, and an unlimited number of sky patrol battleships. This way, he could use his self-created Sumeru Mirage to train his troops. He also had weapons like battle fortresses and sky patrol battleships, as well as an endless supply of divine pills. As long as he was given time, he was confident that he could make the Heavenly Courts branch under his control become the most powerful Heavenly Court branch in the entire human race. As the years passed, Yi Tianzong's control over the new Heavenly Court branch became more and more adept. The strength of the 10 billion soldiers under his command also increased day by day and gradually formed a combat power. Everything was developing steadily on the right track. No one from great heavenly venerate mysterious Yin's side came to cause trouble. However, the more great heavenly venerate mysterious Yin's side did not make a move, the more vigilant Yi Tianzong became. He knew that great heavenly venerate mysterious Yin wouldn't just watch him gain a foothold in the heavenly court and the human race. Great heavenly venerate mysterious Yin would definitely sabotage his efforts. As the 1,000-year period approached, Yi Tianzong felt increasingly uneasy. There was still a year before the 1,000-year period. Yi Tianzong considered it over and over again. After discussing with the great emperor marshals under his command, he moved the main buildings of the new Heavenly Court branch and the 10 billion soldiers into the Immortal Mansion overnight. Then, he let them stay in the same spatial zone as the main members of the Hao Ranjan sect. The Grotto Heaven treasure had a Grotto Heaven, Grotto Heaven, Grotto Heaven, Grotto Heaven, Grotto Heaven, Grotto Heaven. According to the grade of the Paradise treasure, the size of the space within the Paradise treasure would also be different. The area that Yi Tianzong delineated with a radius of 100 million miles should be considered a mid-grade Paradise treasure among the Paradise treasures. The Paradise treasure was actually equivalent to a small world. In the great thousand realms of the myriad races, Paradise treasures were very rare. On the surface, there were only 2 known Paradise treasures in the human race. One Paradise treasure was owned by the Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the Void, while the other Paradise treasure was shared by the Central Heavenly Court. The reason why he moved the important Heavenly Court buildings and 10 billion soldiers into the Immortal Mansion was that Yi Tianzong was worried that great Heavenly Venerate mysterious Yin's people would directly destroy the Heavenly Court branch before the Central Heavenly Court inspected it. This would destroy his 1,000-year efforts. Destroying the Heavenly Court branch was actually very easy for great Heavenly Venerate mysterious Yin. He only needed one palm strike to destroy it. Yi Tianzong would not leave any opportunity for the enemy to take advantage of. After taking away the main buildings and 10 billion soldiers of the Heavenly Court branch, Yi Tianzong still used the everlasting 10,000 elephants ability and set up various illusionary array formations to maintain the orderly appearance of the Heavenly Court branch. Time passed day by day and it was getting closer and closer to the 1,000-year period. On the last 10 days, Marshal Li Kang found Yi Tianzong and said with a solemn expression, "You must be on guard. There has been no movement from the other side so far. I'm worried that they will take drastic measures." After Yi Tianzong's avatar heard this, he chuckled and opened the illusionary array. He walked into the Heavenly Court branch with Marshal Li Kang and said with a smile, "Look at the current Heavenly Court and see how different it is from before." Hearing this, Marshal Li Kang carefully looked at the surrounding buildings and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals coming and going. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in his heart. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable it felt. It felt very illusory. Marshal Li Kang told Yi Tianzong his feeling. Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "I'm guessing that they will very likely launch a sneak attack on the eve of the Central Heavenly Court's inspection and completely destroy this place. Therefore, a year ago, I put the main buildings and everyone into the Grotto Heaven treasure. Now, this place is just an empty shell. What you see is fake. This is unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe that this is all fake. Looks like your ability has far surpassed mine." Marshal Li Kang exclaimed, "Now, those people won't have a chance to deal with you. Ha ha. Tomorrow was the day the Central Heavenly Court would come to inspect the Heavenly Court branch. A new Heavenly Court branch was a big matter. At that time, the avatar of the Supreme Empyrean Void would also come. Today, Yi Tianzong's avatar was sitting peacefully in the Heavenly Court branch. He had a feeling that something would happen today. Suddenly, the world collapsed and the universe shattered. Time and space were turned upside down and chaotic. An unimaginable destructive force instantly covered the entire Heavenly Court branch. The defensive array of the Heavenly Court didn't have any effect. It shattered easily like a bubble. Then, the entire Heavenly Court branch's buildings and countless troops were turned into ashes by this boundless destructive force. Even Yi Tianzong's avatar was no exception. In less than 2 breaths of time, The huge heavenly court branch, countless buildings, palaces, and troops were all gone. What a terrifying power! The great Empyrean realm is indeed extraordinary. Sooner or later, I will also have such power. That day won't be too far away. In the silent and empty void, Yi Tianzong's avatar couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the empty world. Just as Yi Tianzong was looking at the empty world and sighing, a vast and mighty heavens might crossed space and arrived. A huge spatial door appeared and great Empyrean Shenyang's avatar appeared. Vast expanse, what was that extremely powerful aura just now? Where is the heavenly court? Why is it gone? Yi Tianzong's avatar was startled when he saw great Empyrean Shenyang. Then, he quickly replied, Great Empyrean, the heavenly court was attacked by an unstoppable destructive force just now and has been turned into nothingness. However, before Yi Tianzong's avatar could finish speaking, great Empyrean Shenyang's eyes widened in anger and a violent aura instantly swept across the vast world. It must be that bastard Xian Yin. He actually dared to destroy the heavenly court branch. He is simply lawless. I want to kill him. Yi Tianzong's avatar hurriedly shouted at Great Empyrean Shenyang, Great Empyrean, please calm down. Don't be impulsive. The enemy's scheme didn't succeed. The heavenly court still exists. What do you mean? Great Empyrean, please forgive me. Previously, there was no movement from the other side. I guessed that they wouldn't take things lying down and would definitely take drastic measures. Therefore, to be on the safe side, I put the main buildings and everyone in the heavenly court into my treasure of winter a year ago. Then, I used a mystique and combined it with an illusion array to pretend that the heavenly court was still operating. The enemy seemed to have destroyed the heavenly court, but in fact, there were no casualties. They only destroyed some insignificant palaces. Yi Tianzong explained to Great Empyrean Shenyang. After saying that, Yi Tianzong released the heavenly court's buildings and army from the immortal mansion and instructed them to make some preparations. Haha, good lad. Not bad. How about this? Just in case, I will stay here and wait with you for tomorrow's inspection. Great Empyrean Shenyang smiled happily when he saw that the heavenly court was almost intact. Chapter 417. Thank you, Great Heavenly Venerate. With Great Heavenly Venerate here, I can finally rest assured. Yi Tianzong said happily. Previously, he was worried that the enemy would return and planned to wait until the next day to release the people of the heavenly court. However, since Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang was here, he didn't have to worry. Soon, it was the second day. At this time, Yi Tianzong's subordinates were almost ready. A vast and magnificent heavenly court building complex once again appeared between heaven and earth. As time passed, a huge spatial door appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth. Then, a team of thousands walked out of the spatial door. The one leading was an illusory figure in the void. It was really the avatar of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void. Although it was just an avatar, Yi Tianzong could feel an aura fluctuation that wasn't inferior to the late-stage Heavenly Venerate Gu Wen. Behind the Supreme Heavenly Venerate avatar were other Heavenly Venerates or Heavenly Venerate avatars. Then, there were some examiners of the Heavenly Court. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's avatar was among them. Greetings, Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Welcome to the new Heavenly Court branch. As the controller of the new Heavenly Court branch, Yi Tianzong took the lead to greet the Supreme Heavenly Venerate avatar. On the other side, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang also bowed slightly to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate avatar. Behind the two of them, the 10 billion troops and powerhouses all bowed to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate avatar. Shenyang, why are you here? The Supreme Heavenly Venerate avatar seemed to be a little surprised by the presence of Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang. It was no wonder that he didn't come during the previous assembly. Reporting to the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, yesterday, I was in a spiritual trance when I suddenly felt an unfamiliar and extremely powerful aura of destruction. I hurried over to check the situation. I didn't expect to see the heavens expanse marshal. After asking, I found out that an unknown enemy had attacked the Heavenly Court branch and destroyed the entire Heavenly Court branch. Fortunately, The Heavens Expanse Marshal had foresight and had a premonition that something would happen a year ago. He had kept the main buildings and all the people of the Heavenly Court into the Paradise Treasure in advance, leaving only some insignificant palaces and illusions. Although yesterday's enemy acted quickly and erased their traces, it was just a waste of effort, which disappointed some people. In order to prevent the enemy from returning, I have been staying here, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang said as he looked mockingly at Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's clone. Oh, to think that there was such a thing. Shenyang, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter who is involved, punish them severely, the clone of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate said angrily. Yes, Supreme Heavenly Venerate. I will definitely investigate to the end. I will not let the enemy escape, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang replied resolutely. Yes, Supreme Celestial Master of the Void's avatar then looked at Yi Tianzong and said, Vast Expanse, you're not bad. This is what I should do. I dare not accept your praise, Supreme Heavenly Venerable, Yi Tianzong replied respectfully. At that moment, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's expression remained the same. However, the killing intent and anger in her heart could not be suppressed. He had never thought that his main body, which had taken the risk of being discovered, would end up in vain. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's main body, which had secretly taken action yesterday, had sensed that something was wrong after easily destroying the entire Heavenly Court branch. However, before he could take action again, Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang had rushed over and prevented him from taking action again. He was a dignified Great Heavenly Venerate who had lived for more than 1 billion years. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves. How many outstanding geniuses and opponents had been killed by him? Now, he had actually been schemed against by a mere Great Heavenly Venerate like Yi Tianzong. How could he not be furious? However, he could not show it. Otherwise, everyone would know that there was something wrong with him. He had neglected to underestimate Yi Tianzong's determination to guard against him. He knew that Yi Tianzong had a paradise treasure, but paradise treasures were extremely precious and rare. Although they could accommodate living beings for cultivation, there was a limit to the number of people it could accommodate without damaging the paradise treasure. Exceeding this limit would cause irreparable damage to the Grotto Heaven treasure. He had never thought that Yi Tianzong would actually be so willing to risk damaging the paradise treasure and not give him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's clone thought that he understood the reason behind this. At the same time, he felt that it was a waste for such a rare treasure like the paradise treasure to be in Yi Tianzong's hands. Even he did not have a paradise treasure. Who wouldn't carefully protect and use a paradise treasure? However, Yi Tianzong did not seem to take it seriously. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's jealousy was simply indescribable. The inspection of the Heavenly Court branch was carried out very quickly. In half a day, the strength of the Heavenly Court branch was tested and it finally met the standards of the Central Heavenly Court's inspection of the Heavenly Court branch. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's clone announced in front of everyone, I hereby announce that the establishment of the 19th Heavenly Court branch has been completed. As the Grand Marshal, Hao Miao will be in charge of the new Heavenly Court branch. I hope you will live up to expectations and shoulder the responsibility of strengthening the human race. Yi Tianzong replied solemnly, Yes, I will definitely do my best to strengthen the human race and fight for the human race for the rest of my life. All right. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void's clone nodded. After inspecting Yi Tianzong's Heavenly Court branch, the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void and the others did not stay for long. Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang also left shortly after. The new Heavenly Court branch was officially established and incorporated into the human race's Heavenly Court. Yi Tianzong was no longer worried about Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin destroying his Heavenly Court. After all, if Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin dared to launch a sneak attack on his Heavenly Court branch, it would be a provocation to the entire human race. At that time, it wouldn't be Great Heavenly Venerate Shenyang investigating this matter, but the Supreme Heavenly Venerate Void. The Heavenly Venerate realm was divided into Ancient Seeking Heavenly Venerate and Supreme Heavenly Venerate. A peak Ancient Seeking Heavenly Venerate was called a Great Heavenly Venerate, and a Great Heavenly Venerate would become a Supreme Heavenly Venerate after a breakthrough. Although there seemed to be only a step between a great heavenly venerate and a supreme heavenly venerate, this step was the difference between heaven and earth. What was a supreme heavenly venerate? It was the supreme sovereign of heaven and earth. It was also the strongest existence in heaven and earth. It wielded the authority of heaven and earth, transcended the destiny of heaven and earth, and was unrestrained. Unless heaven and earth were destroyed, no one could completely exterminate it. Below the supreme heavenly venerate, great heavenly venerates were just slightly larger ants. Exterminating a great heavenly venerate didn't require much effort at all. Although great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin thought highly of himself, he didn't dare to anger the supreme heavenly venerate Void. There was no need for him to worry too much about the entire heavenly court branch. The external conditions and environment had already stabilized. The heavenly court branch led by Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu looked out for each other and supported each other. There was also a steady stream of resources provided by the 4 vast cities, and more than 3,500 monarch-level and emperor-level factions provided a steady stream of soldiers. As long as he developed according to the direction and strategy he planned, the heavenly court branch would become stronger and stronger. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu left their clones in the Righteous Orthodox sect, the Heaven's Expanse City, and the Heavenly Courts branches respectively. Then, the 3 of them entered the Heaven's Expanse immortal abode to cultivate in seclusion. The immortal mansion could manifest the laws of heaven and earth of the myriad races' great thousand worlds. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal mansion was no different from comprehending in the myriad races' great thousand worlds. Instead, it was 7 times longer. This time, the 3 of them decided not to come out of seclusion until they broke through to the heavenly venerate realm. Time passed year after year. The borders of the human race, the demon race, the purple spirit race, the blood demon race, and other foreign races were relatively peaceful. The demon race had been in an all-out war with the heavenly saints race and the star spirit race for 10,000 years. They were already tired of fighting and didn't want to bicker with the human race for the time being. They were seizing the time to recover their strength. Within the human race, great heavenly venerate profound yin, heavenly venerate 2 forms, and heavenly venerate myriad forms also knew that they couldn't do anything to Yi Tianzong for the time being. Moreover, no one knew where Yi Tianzong and the other 2's main bodies were in seclusion. If they couldn't kill them completely, they would have to face Yi Tianzong's bloody revenge. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Thus, great heavenly venerate profound yin and the others lay dormant like a viper hiding its tracks, quietly waiting for an opportunity. In a relatively stable environment, 10,000 years passed in the myriad races' great thousand worlds. In the outside world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had cultivated in the immortal mansion for a total of 80,000 years. During these 80,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu did their best to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth without any distracting thoughts. Their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth increased and deepened, gradually reaching the limit of the great emperor realm. In the last 10,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu each comprehended more than 90% of the laws of heaven and earth that they had comprehended, breaking through the threshold of the heavenly venerate realm. After 10,000 years of consolidation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu all reached their peak states and were confident of breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm. They immediately decided to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion and directly left the myriad races' great thousand worlds, arriving in the primal chaos region outside the world. The myriad races' great thousand worlds was a super great thousand world that suppressed the endless primal chaos. The primal chaos region within the influence of the heavenly Tao was much more peaceful than the original chaotic and chaotic primal chaos. As long as one reached the heavenly venerate realm, they would be able to start walking in the primal chaos region suppressed by the myriad races' great thousand worlds. Thus, breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm was similar to breaking through inside the world and outside the world. The difference was that breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm inside the world would cause a huge commotion and could not be concealed at all. It would attract the revenge of other races or enemies. Breaking through outside the world would allow one to avoid enemies and be stealthy. However, The primal chaos region outside the world was much more dangerous than inside the world. There was also not enough pure and peaceful energy for one to absorb. As such, if one could not break through to the heavenly venerate realm in a short period of time or could not return to the world in time after breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm, one would be in danger of dying. However, all of this was not a problem for Yi Tianzong, who had the immortal mansion. Far away from the myriad races' great thousand worlds, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu directly came to the primal chaos region. Yi Tianzong activated the power of the immortal mansion and instantly suppressed the primal chaos region within 100 million miles. Looking at the primal chaos region that had calmed down, Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyu and said, "Which one of you will go first?" "I'll go first," Xinyu said. As her cultivation realm and strength continued to increase, Xinyu had more and more of the majesty and boldness of her first life as a supreme heavenly venerate. In terms of boldness, Ling Xinyu was slightly inferior to Xinyu. However, this did not matter. As her cultivation increased, she would be on par with Xinyu sooner or later. Furthermore, unlike Xinyu's noble and proud personality, Ling Xinyu was more gentle and cold. In Yi Tianzong's heart, there was no difference between the two of them. Xinyu stood proudly in the primal chaos. The aura on her body soared rapidly, exuding a mysterious charm. As Xinyu erupted, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races' great thousand worlds in the distance sensed her existence and immediately sent down the heavenly venerate lightning tribulation. There were 81 heavenly lightning tribulations. Every heavenly lightning tribulation was accompanied by tens of thousands of bolts of lightning. The primal chaos region within 100 million miles seemed to become a sea of lightning. Xinyu bathed in the sea of lightning and opened the profound gate of the laws of heaven and earth time and time again, obtaining the origin of laws from the sea of laws. Chapter 4:18. In the end, Xinyu successfully obtained 27 types of nomological origins and endured 81 strikes of lightning. She broke free from the heavenly Tao net of law and ascended to the ancient seeking heavenly Lord realm. After Xinyu successfully passed the tribulation and absorbed the celestial light of creation rewarded by the heavenly Tao, Yi Tianzong immediately put Xinyu into the boundless immortal abode. After confirming that Xinyu was fine, Yi Tianzong let Ling Xinyu begin her tribulation. Ling Xinyue's tribulation was very similar to Xinyu's. Similarly, under the bombardment of 10,000 bolts of heavenly lightning, she opened a profound door to the laws of heaven and earth. Then, she obtained 27 types of laws of heaven and earth. She endured the heavenly lightning tribulation and heavenly law net, absorbed the good fortune mysterious light, and successfully became Empyrean Wengu. After keeping Ling Xinyu in the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to return to the myriad races' great thousand world. He guarded Xinyu and Ling Xinyu, absorbed the power of the river of nomological laws, and condensed the sovereign Tao body. Divine kings had divine king physiques, emperors had celestial emperor physiques, and heavenly venerables had sovereign Tao bodies. The sovereign Tao body was immeasurably powerful. It carried the sovereign God soul, nomological origins, and comprehension of nomological laws of a heavenly venerate. Whether it was in terms of power or profoundness, it was far superior to the celestial emperor physique. If a heavenly venerate did not retaliate, even if an emperor attacked, they might not be able to break through the sovereign Tao body's defense. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu cultivated for 3,000 years in the immortal mansion before they finally condensed the complete sovereign Tao body. At the same time, their sovereign God soul and sovereign Tao energy were both completed. The sovereign God soul was evolved from the celestial emperor soul. It could survey the 9 heavens and the netherworld. It could scan a radius of several billion miles in an instant. The sovereign Tao energy was evolved from the celestial emperor soul. It was extremely powerful, more than 10 times stronger than the celestial emperor soul. Regardless of whether it was the sovereign Tao body, the sovereign divine soul, or the sovereign Tao energy, they were far superior to the great emperors in all aspects. That was why there was a saying that those below the heavenly venerate were ants. Xinyu and Ling Xinyu had both condensed their sovereign Tao bodies. Their sovereign godly souls and sovereign Tao energy had also reached the peak. At this moment, Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to leave the myriad races' great thousand world and arrived at the primal chaos region. This time, it was his turn to undergo the tribulation. Yi Tianzong had to go through his tribulation, so he could not control the immortal mansion. Although Yi Tianzong had given Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu the right to freely enter and exit the immortal mansion, they could not control it. Only Yi Tianzong could do that. Fortunately, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had both become heavenly venerates, so they could freely stay in the primal chaos region under the influence of the heavenly Tao. They could also suppress the primal chaos region for hundreds of millions of miles and protect Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong's tribulation was much more powerful than Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu's. It was as if the heavenly Tao of the myriad races' great thousand world also knew that Yi Tianzong was extraordinary. The lightning tribulation that descended was exceptionally powerful. Yi Tianzong endured the bombardment of the lightning bolts that were 100 feet thick as he raced against time to open one profound door after another. He then plundered the origin of laws from the Sea of Origin. Time and time again, he narrowly avoided the riots of the Sea of Origin. Yi Tianzong's injuries from the bombardment of the lightning bolts increased and became more and more serious. Yi Tianzong did his best to snatch the last origin of laws from the Sea of Origin before the 81 lightning bolts ended. At this time, Yi Tianzong's originally indestructible emperor body was almost shattered. The destructive lightning bolts were destroying his body, making it impossible for him to recover from his injuries. Yi Tianzong was almost unconscious after forcefully enduring the net of the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao sent down the mysterious light of creation. Yi Tianzong's consciousness, which was on the verge of unconsciousness, was once again roused. His broken emperor body was also rapidly recovering under the illumination of the mysterious light of creation. His emperor's core and emperor's soul were also being nourished by the mysterious light of creation. Knowing that the mysterious light of creation had disappeared, Yi Tianzong's injuries were completely healed. His soul and Tao were almost completely transformed. Looking at Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu's joyful faces, Yi Tianzong said with a smile, "I've finally succeeded. Let's go back." With that, Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to cross an endless distance and return to the heavenly court in the human race's territory in the myriad race's great thousand world. The human race was still developing relatively steadily. Even the people in the camps of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang were working hard to recover the strength they had lost because of Yi Tianzong's revenge. They seemed to have no time to care about Yi Tianzong. Time passed quickly. While Yi Tianzong was cultivating the sovereign Tao body, another 2,000 years had passed in the outside world. Yi Tianzong had been cultivating in the immortal mansion for 16,000 years. On the 15,000th year, Yi Tianzong had successfully condensed the sovereign Tao body. In the remaining 1,000 years, Yi Tianzong had been cultivating to replenish the empty sovereign Tao Yuan in his body. After 1,000 years, Yi Tianzong had completely consolidated his initial ancient-seeking heavenly venerate realm. The sovereign Tao Yuan in his body had also been completely replenished. He had completely reached the peak state. After hugging Ling Xinyu and having a good time with Shun Yu, Yi Tianzong lay comfortably in Ling Xinyue's arms and said, "Let's not spread the news that we have become heavenly venerates. In any case, in the training space of the immortal mansion, there are plenty of heavenly venerates in the human race that we can challenge and discuss the Tao. There is no need to expose the fact that we have become heavenly venerates in the myriad races' great thousand world. Now that the human race is relatively stable internally, the heavenly court that we have established also needs time to develop its strength. Speaking of which, we still have a lot of things to do. I can already refine the 9 Revolution Emperor Blood Pill, the Mystic Emperor Divine Pill that can increase the success rate of breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm, the Heavenly Connecting Supreme Pill that can increase the success rate of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerate Realm, the Sovereign God Soul Pill, the Sovereign Heaven Origin Pill, and the Sovereign Body Source Pill that can assist Heavenly Venerates in their cultivation. Also, we need to find more energy to cultivate the 7th revolution of our own secret techniques. Also, we need to reorganize the great divine abilities that we cultivate. Finally, when we become Heavenly Venerates, we can cultivate the sovereign secret techniques. We still need to think about this carefully. From the looks of it, we still can't stop. Shun Yu placed Yi Tianzong's legs on her lap and massaged Yi Tianzong's legs with her flawless heavenly hands. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, she said, "In any case, we have plenty of time. What's the hurry? Let's do things one by one." Haha, that's true. We have plenty of time. What's the hurry? Every minute of the spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Baby, let's get intimate again, hey. Yi Tianzong laughed strangely. He got up and hugged Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, immersing himself in boundless beauty. The three corpses' secret technique is to sever one's own good corpses, evil corpses, and one's own corpse, which is also the good corpses, evil corpses, and obsession. The good corpses, evil corpses, and obsession can be placed on various supreme treasures to create an incarnation with boundless power. After severing the three corpses, it is the great nirvana realm. Then, the three corpses merge, and the incarnation and the main body are completely indistinguishable from each other. Borrowing the boundless power of the three corpses merge, one can directly break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. The three-live secret technique is to travel through the endless river of time and cultivate the past self, present self, and future self of the three lives. Then, the three lives merge, severing all karma, and only existing in the present. Borrowing the supreme forbidden power of the three lives merge, one can directly break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. The three-live secret technique is stronger and more dangerous than the three corpses secret technique. However, cultivating the three lives secret technique will increase the chances of breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm. What do you think? Yi Tianzong asked Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. We don't lack anything. We don't lack resources or treasures. We definitely have to cultivate the three corpses secret technique. The three lives secret technique can establish the strongest foundation, and the chances of breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm in the future will also increase. Of course, we'll cultivate the three lives secret technique and the three corpses secret technique together. Of course, we can't neglect the comprehension of laws. After all, this is the most legitimate way to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. We have plenty of time. In the future, when the two secret techniques and comprehension of laws reach the peak, we'll use the three methods to break through to the supreme heavenly venerate realm. At that time, we'll become the strongest among the supreme heavenly venerates and have nothing to fear. Then, we'll eradicate the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race, and let the human race become the ruler of the myriad race world. With the help of the enormous power of destiny, we'll all have a chance to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Shun Yu's eyes were filled with excitement as she spoke of her plan. I also want to cultivate with you. Ling Xinyu looked at Yi Tianzong and said firmly. All right, you can cultivate however you want. However, you must be careful. If you feel danger, immediately stop. Don't try to be brave. Otherwise, see how I'll deal with you, Yi Tianzong said solemnly. Oh, got it. When Shun Yu and Ling Xinyu heard Yi Tianzong's serious words, they immediately pretended to submit and obediently answered. This made Yi Tianzong almost lose control of his desire. After comprehending more than 90% of the laws of heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu all felt that it was very difficult to continue comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth had become extremely obscure and difficult to understand. They were clearly there, but it was very difficult to grasp the veins of the laws of heaven and earth, let alone comprehend them. Compared to the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Emperor realm, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth in the heavenly venerate realm was thousands of times slower. This was also the reason why many heavenly venerates were unable to break through a small realm even after millions of years. It was simply too difficult to cultivate in the heavenly venerate realm. Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion and directly headed to the mysterious Yin heavenly palace, the lair of the mysterious Yin heavenly venerate. After investigating for a while, Yi Tianzong found that the mysterious Yin heavenly venerate had no plans to target him for the time being. After taking a careful look around the mysterious Yin heavenly palace, he returned to his own heavenly court. That bastard mysterious Yin heavenly venerate has no plans to deal with us for the time being. At least for the next 10,000 years, We can improve ourselves as much as we want in the trial space. However, we can't let that old bastard Mysterious Yin Heavenly Venerate have it easy. We have to find him some trouble. Over the countless years, that old bastard Mysterious Yin Heavenly Venerate has bullied and killed too many human race geniuses and destroyed countless factions. Although he did it cleanly, there are always fish that escaped the net. In his lair, I saw records of the Yuhua Emperor sect that he destroyed more than 5 million years ago. Although that Yuhua Emperor sect was exterminated, the most outstanding disciple at that time was not found. I borrowed the power of the Immortal Mansion and roughly calculated that the survivor of the Yuhua Emperor sect was already dead. I plan to impersonate that person and cause trouble for the Xianyin old dog. While I'm at it, I'll destroy some of his forces. We can't let him have a good time. Otherwise, when he recovers his strength, he'll find trouble with us. Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu and Shunyu his plan with a smile. Then be careful not to expose your strength. After all, although you are an early-stage Heavenly Venerate, you can still contend with a late-stage Heavenly Venerate. You just have to show the strength of an ordinary early-stage Heavenly Venerate. Shunyu reminded Yi Tianzong. I won't forget. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Yi Tianzong used the shape-shifting technique to change his appearance. Then, he left the Immortal Mansion and disappeared. The Blood Yin sect was a sect founded by great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's descendant, the Blood Yin Emperor. With the support of great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, the Blood Yin sect had developed into a relatively powerful emperor sect in just over 500,000 years. Other than great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, the Blood Yin sect also had 18 great emperors. However, great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin had handed over the Blood Yin sect's descendant, great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, the Blood Yin sect, to great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, had been completely annihilated by Yi Tianzong during the battle for the position of Emperor Sovereign. Great Heavenly Venerate Blood Yin Emperor's talent and potential were much worse than Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor. This was because Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor had forced himself on a female divine king realm cultivator. Even though Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor didn't like Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor, he still provided Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor with good food and cultivation resources. After Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin sect, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor didn't place his trusted subordinates wantonly. Instead, he used the resources of the Blood Yin sect to cultivate in a low-key manner. Currently, he was already a late-stage Great Emperor. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor had told him how Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor had died and who his enemy was. However, he had no intention of taking revenge for the time being. It wasn't that he didn't want to take revenge, but he knew he wasn't a match for Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor. His plan was to become a peak Great Emperor first, then use the forces under Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor to deal with Yi Tianzong step by step. Yi Tianzong had disguised himself as a surviving disciple of the Feather Emperor sect from 5 million years ago. His name was Yu Tianlan. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Feather Emperor sect back then. He had cultivated to the early stage Great Emperor realm in 100,000 years and comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth laws. He had a high chance of becoming a Heavenly Venerate in the future. However, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor wanted to take over the Feather Emperor sect because his forces were expanding. Unfortunately, the Feather Emperor sect wasn't willing to join Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin because the conditions were too harsh. Since Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin Emperor couldn't be used by him, he had to exterminate the Feather Emperor sect completely. Back then, the higher-ups of the Yuhua Emperor sect had a bad premonition when Great Heavenly Venerate Xianyin wanted to exterminate them. Hence, they had used the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique to preserve Yu Tianlan's life so that he could continue living. Unfortunately, according to Yi Tianzong's calculations, Yu Tianlan should have died later on. Chapter 419. Yi Tianzong, who was disguised as Yu Tianlan, aimed at the Blood Yin gate first. On this day, the people of the Blood Yin sect were cultivating, patrolling, and running errands as usual. Suddenly, everyone in the Blood Yin sect felt the sky turn dark. They looked up and saw a huge palm that covered the sky, slamming down on the dark yin sect's base. The blood yin sect's protective formation shattered like a bubble under the huge palm. Then, the huge black palm slammed down on the blood yin sect's base. Under the huge palm, the entire blood yin sect suffered heavy casualties. All the experts below the late stage of the Great Emperor realm were instantly killed and turned into ashes. The remaining experts at the late stage and peak stage of the Great Emperor realm were all severely injured. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack the blood yin sect? Aren't you afraid that the great heavenly Lord Shen Yin will punish you? The Blood Sea Emperor, who had a broken monarch body, was so angry by the sudden disaster that she was trembling all over. She roared loudly and questioned the attacker. Ha ha ha, punish me? The great heavenly Lord Shen Yin, ha ha ha. Yi Tianzong's Yu Tianlan laughed hysterically. The Blood Sea Emperor and the other great emperors who were lucky enough to survive shuddered. Damn it, is he crazy? After laughing for more than 30 seconds, Yu Tianlan suddenly calmed down. He stared at the Blood Sea Emperor and the others with bloodshot eyes and said coldly, "So what if the bastard Shen Yin punishes me? Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Back then, the Feather Emperor sect didn't want to join the Shen Yin bastard's force. We were all killed by him. I relied on the sacrifice of everyone in the sect to escape. It's been 5 million years. I've been enduring endless suffering and hatred every day and night. The only thing that kept me alive was revenge. For 5 million years, I've suffered so much. I've been in so many life and death situations. I've been a slave to the mutated tribe and allowed them to humiliate me. But I've endured it all. Now that I've finally become an Empyrean, I won't let those dogs of the Shen Yin live in peace. I'll settle everything with them one by one. I won't rest until I'm dead. Your Blood Yin sect is just the beginning. I want to let the Shen Yin old dog know through you that I, Yu Tianlan, am back for revenge. Ha ha ha. I'll wait for you. Even if I can never be reincarnated, I will never let you go, you bastard. It had to be said that Yi Tianzong was too immersed in his role. As he spoke, he almost thought that he was the real Yu Tianlan. How bitter. It's over. The Blood Sea Monarch and the others felt a chill in their hearts when they heard what Yu Tianlan said. This was AF * King Heavenly Venerate who had a blood feud with Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. He was definitely going to die today. Yu Tianlan didn't even give Blood Sea Monarch and the others a chance to speak. He slammed his palm down again and the 7 great emperors who were lucky enough to survive were all killed. Yu Tianlan didn't stop after killing these people. Yu Tianlan destroyed the entire Blood Yin sect's encampment. An Empyrean blessed land that spanned millions of miles was completely razed to the ground. Yu Tianlan left immediately after destroying the Blood Yin sect and went to the next place, the Luo Yu Ancient Sect. The Luo Yu Ancient Sect was also an Empyrean force under the Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. It had been around for more than 30 million years. However, the Luo Yu Ancient Sect was much stronger than the Blood Yin sect. They had 21 great emperors, 4 peak great emperors, and more than 3,000 divine king experts. Sigh. It was too wasteful just now. I should have taken all the resources and treasures of the Blood Yin sect before making my move. In the end, it was all wasted. I shouldn't have done that. I must learn from this lesson in the future. Yu Tianlan secretly reflected on himself as he left while concealing his tracks. As Yi Tianzong, who was disguised as Yu Tianlan, hurried toward the Luo Yu Ancient Sect, the news of the Blood Yin sect being razed to the ground spread to the ears of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the other Heavenly Venerates. Scoundrel, you deserve to die. How dare you offend me? I'm going to suppress you completely and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin smashed the armrest of his chair angrily. Then, he tore open the void and traversed trillions of miles to arrive at the destroyed Blood Yin sect. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin had witnessed the scene through the flow of time. The fury in his heart was about to drown the sky. While Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin was fuming, the other Heavenly Venerates of the human race also traversed a great distance and walked out of the spatial door. An unfamiliar Heavenly Venerate expert had destroyed an Empyrean sect in the human race's territory. This was a very serious matter that concerned the safety of the entire human race. Therefore, All the heavenly venerates had come. They had also watched the specific process of the blood yin sect's destruction through the flow of time. After watching it, the other heavenly venerates all had different expressions. Great heavenly venerate Shengyang suppressed his inner satisfaction and said in a strange tone, "Oh, so it's great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin's old enemy. You destroyed his entire sect and now he has come to seek revenge. This matter is a little troublesome. Can great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin settle this? Do you need our help?" Great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin was so angry that he wished he could kill him immediately. "There's no need for you to worry. He's just an overconfident early-stage heavenly venerate ant. Killing him will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Please go back." Great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin decisively rejected great heavenly venerate Shengyang. He had too many secrets and he didn't want great heavenly venerate Shengyang to get involved. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he discovered some secrets that he shouldn't have. However, he didn't know that his decisive rejection of great heavenly venerate Shengyang and calling him an overconfident early-stage heavenly venerate had made the other early-stage heavenly venerates of the human race frown. Even heavenly venerate Wanxiang, who was on the same side as great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin, looked displeased. However, great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin hadn't noticed because of his anger. "Ha ha. Then I shall take my leave." Great heavenly venerate Shengyang smiled happily before tearing open the void and leaving. After great heavenly venerate Shengyang left, the other heavenly venerates who weren't on the same side as great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin also left. Clearly, they didn't want to get involved in this matter. Only heavenly venerate Liang Yi and heavenly venerate Wanxiang were left. Upon seeing heavenly venerate Liang Yi and heavenly venerate Wanxiang, great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin suddenly realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. However, he was extremely arrogant and conceited. He couldn't apologize to heavenly venerate Wanxiang, who was only an early-stage heavenly venerate. Even if heavenly venerate Wanxiang was on the same side as him, he still couldn't do it. Great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin frowned and said, "Yu Tianlan is a remnant of the Yuhua Emperor sect. We have to find him and kill him. From today onwards, we have to use all means to search for traces of him. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go." After saying that, great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin tore open the void and left. After great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin left, heavenly venerate Liang Yi looked at heavenly venerate Wanxiang and patted him on the shoulder before leaving as well. Heavenly venerate Wanxiang looked in the direction that great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin had left with fury and murderous intent. In the end, his fury and murderous intent turned into helplessness. With a sigh, heavenly venerate Wanxiang tore open the void and left the ruins. Yi Tianzong, who had disguised himself as Yu Tianlan, hid his tracks and arrived near the ancient Luo sect. Then, he controlled the immortal mansion to infiltrate the ancient Luo sect and took all the resources, treasures, and materials from the ancient Luo sect's treasury into the immortal mansion. Then, he arrived above the ancient Luo sect's mountain gate and slammed his palm down again. With boundless destructive power, the huge palm destroyed the ancient Luo sect's encampment once again. Without stopping, he slammed out 2 more times consecutively. Everyone in the ancient Luo sect, including the great emperors, was annihilated by the 3 consecutive attacks of the heavenly venerate. Not long after Yu Tianlan left, great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin, heavenly venerate Liang Yi, and heavenly venerate Wanxiang arrived one after another. Great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin's originally cold face seemed to freeze when she saw the ruins of the ancient Luo sect without any survivors. The world within a radius of a few 100 million miles seemed to have solidified. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Chapter 420. Time passed day by day, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months was nothing in the great 1,000 worlds of the myriad races. In the lives of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, and billions of years of cultivators, 2 months was insignificant. However, these 2 months were the most difficult and torturous for great heavenly venerate Mysterious Yin and the forces under her command. Facing the deliberate revenge of a heavenly venerate who didn't care about life and death, even though Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin made a lot of preparations and patrolled frequently with the help of Heavenly Venerate Liangyi and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang, she still couldn't stop Yu Tianlan from taking revenge. With the Immortal Mansion, which was a supreme treasure that was far beyond the scope of the Great Thousand World and could be hidden in the depths of time and space, even Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin couldn't discover it. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, who was disguised as Yu Tianlan, controlled the Immortal Mansion and randomly picked the forces under Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin to take revenge. Every time he attacked, Yi Tianzong would empty the treasury of the target faction completely before launching 5 consecutive attacks in an instant. Then, he would tear open the void and escape without even looking at the results of his attacks. Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin couldn't chase after him, even if he wanted to. In these 2 months, apart from the Blood Yin Gate and the Luoyu ancient sect that were destroyed at the beginning, Yi Tianzong, who was disguised as Yu Tianlan, also completely destroyed 17 Emperor-level forces and killed more than 400 Emperor-level experts. Not only did he deal a heavy blow to the forces under Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, but he also obtained a lot of resources and treasures. It could be said that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Today, Yi Tianzong didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he quietly hid in the branch of the Heavenly Court that was controlled by Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's disciple, Great Emperor Nine Yin. After carefully observing this branch of the Heavenly Court, he found that there were more than 18 billion soldiers in total. There were more than 100 late-stage emperors and peak sun-class marshals, and there were thousands of star-level marshals and moon-class marshals. In addition, this Heavenly Court branch also had an extremely powerful defensive array. Although Yi Tianzong felt that this array was very crude, the various materials used were too precious and there were too many of them. According to Yi Tianzong's estimate, even an early Heavenly Venerable powerhouse wouldn't be able to break through this defensive array that covered the entire Heavenly Court branch in a short period of time. After memorizing the location of every great emperor expert in the Heaven Courts branch, Yi Tianzong controlled the vast expanse immortal abode to pass through the layers of defense mechanisms without any hindrance and directly arrived at the treasury of the Heaven Courts branch. The boundless treasury almost blinded Yi Tianzong's eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Tianzong controlled the Immortal Mansion to start devouring all the resources and treasures in the treasury. The Immortal Mansion expanded to more than 10,000 feet in size, and countless resources and treasures were silently devoured by the Immortal Mansion every second. After 4 hours, Yi Tianzong didn't even get 1/5 of the treasury. Yi Tianzong was very excited to see all kinds of resources and treasures piled up like mountains in the Immortal Mansion. Damn, is there something wrong with my brain? Why didn't I think of this before? Yi Tianzong couldn't help but pat his head in annoyance, lamenting that his brain was too stiff. Right, with such an incredible treasure like the Immortal Mansion and without being afraid of being discovered, what's the point of stealing resources from the human race? The demon race, the heavenly saint race, the star spirit race, the tyrant dragon race, the divine eye race, the mysterious Kuan race, the white tiger race, the vermilion bird race, the blood demon race, the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the silver moon race, and so on. Aren't they all places that I can roam freely in my backyard? Aren't the resources of these races much more than the resources of a mere Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the branch of the heaven? In that case, won't my 10 billion troops have endless resources to back them up? As long as I have tens of thousands of years, the forces under Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin will be nothing. I'll have a bunch of great emperors under me. Speaking of which, why didn't I think of this before? My horizons are really limited. As Yi Tianzong thought about it, he suddenly found an extremely bright path to the heavens. His heart was immediately filled with lofty aspirations. He made up his mind to leave the human race in the future and travel to various places in the Great Thousand Worlds for a sightseeing. After an entire day, Yi Tianzong finally controlled the Immortal Mansion and collected all the resources and treasures in the treasury. Then, he left the treasury. First, he went to where the star-level marshals were. Yi Tianzong first set up a concealment array formation, then silently controlled and sealed them one by one. Another day passed and Yi Tianzong controlled and sealed more than 100 great emperors. The matter was finally exposed. The subordinates of the great emperors controlled and sealed by Yi Tianzong discovered that their commander was missing. Immediately, the entire branch of the heavenly court was alarmed. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Yi Tianzong directly went to the treasury of the branch of the heavenly court and killed the great emperors guarding the treasury. Then, he took out a lot of disposable forbidden artifacts. Yi Tianzong detonated all the forbidden artifacts and condensed his power to the extreme. He attached the origin of the law of destruction to his fist and threw 30 punches in a row in the shortest amount of time, completely destroying the entire treasury. Then Yi Tianzong roared, "Xianyan old bastard, I, Yu Tianlan, know that you have set up an inescapable net. But I will leave the human tribe immediately. You will never be able to find me. I will come back for revenge at any time. I will never let you have peace until I die." After saying that, Yi Tianzong tore open the void and left the branch of the heavenly court. After appearing tens of billions of miles away from the branch of the heavenly court, Yi Tianzong dispersed Tianji and directly entered the immortal mansion, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Less than 3 seconds after Yi Tianzong disappeared, great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard chased after him with overflowing killing intent. However, when he reached the place where Yi Tianzong disappeared and found no clues, great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard was so angry that he directly destroyed all the living beings and mountains within a radius of billions of miles. The entire area was completely destroyed. When heavenly venerate Liang Yi and heavenly venerate Wanxiang saw that great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard's killing intent and the deathly silent area, they sighed and did not speak. They had also seen the message that Yu Tianlan had left behind in the heavenly court branch. They did not know what to say about it. In fact, the two of them did not really want to help great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard deal with Yu Tianlan. After all, it was great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard's faction that had destroyed the Yuhua Emperor sect. It had nothing to do with them. 5 million years ago, heavenly venerate Liang Yi had still been an early stage heavenly venerate and heavenly venerate Wanxiang had not yet become a heavenly venerate. When great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard expanded his territory, they did not enjoy any benefits. After all, Yu Tianlan had no enmity with them. Furthermore, Yu Tianlan was a heavenly venerate who had nothing to worry about and only wanted revenge. Such a heavenly venerate powerhouse would most likely perish together with the enemy if he was in a desperate situation. Even a great heavenly venerate would be seriously injured if a heavenly venerate self-destructed. They were very worried that if this continued, Yu Tianlan would vent his anger on them and take revenge on the forces under their command. Fortunately, they had seen the message that Yu Tianlan had left behind and knew that he was leaving the human race's territory. Regardless of whether it was true or not, heavenly venerate Liang Yi and heavenly venerate Wanxiang were actually relieved. While the two of them were silent, another spatial door appeared between heaven and earth. A vast and boundless aura appeared and the figure of great heavenly venerate Shengyang appeared. Great heavenly venerate mysterious dark old bastard's face turned even uglier when he saw great heavenly venerate Shengyang. Great heavenly venerate Shengyang said coldly, "Mysterious dark old bastard, I don't care if you have captured your enemy. You have already let go of a great sin by destroying billions of miles of living beings because of your own anger. Do you want to go and ask the Supreme Heavenly Venerate for your punishment, or do you want me to go and ask the Supreme Heavenly Venerate for you?" Great Heavenly Venerate mysterious dark old bastard was almost unable to suppress his anger. He resisted the urge to fight Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang and said through gritted teeth, meddling in other people's business, "I will go and ask the Supreme Heavenly Venerate for his punishment. This has nothing to do with you. Can you leave now? I don't care what losses you have suffered, but you have to remember that as a heavenly venerate of the human race, the last thing you should do is to vent your anger on innocent people because of your own personal reasons. If I find out that you are still like this, I will fight you even if the Supreme Heavenly Venerate blames me." Great Heavenly Venerate Shengyang tore through the void and left after saying that. "Damn it! I want you dead." The furious Great Heavenly Venerate mysterious dark old bastard turned the entire wasteland into a boundless cold desolate domain. Chapter 421. Haha, the Xianyan old bastard has suffered a great loss this time. He won't have the energy to make trouble for us for the time being. Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu with a smile as he looked at the resources piled up like mountains in the immortal mansion. What do you plan to do with these resources? Shun Yu asked. Well, we'll give 10% to the Hao Ranzhen sect to cultivate disciples, 70% to cultivate the Heavenly Court's army, and the remaining 20% to cultivate our personal guards. What do you think? Yi Tianzong said. Okay, it's a reasonable allocation. But it's too difficult to organize so many resources. Don't you know how to refine puppets? We don't need puppets at the Divine King realm, just puppets at the first heaven of the myth realm. We can refine 10,000 of them. This way, we won't have to do it ourselves, Xinyu suggested. Well, that's good. Let's do it. Yi Tianzong then told Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu about his plan to go to the great thousand worlds of the myriad races in the future to steal resources from other races. The two of them readily agreed. In the following time, we'll do our best to improve ourselves, then cultivate secret techniques and refine pills. After 10,000 years have passed in the outside world, it'll be the day when we can appear in the open, Yi Tianzong said with a calm and determined expression. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu returned to the manor in the floating cloud ancient city in the great thousand worlds of the human race. They did not expose the fact that they had become celestial lords. Instead, they continued to cultivate in a low-key manner. However, the faint leakage of space-time energy showed that Yi Tianzong and the other two often used their divine souls to go against the flow of time, and to compare with the ancient celestial lord imprints. Yi Tianzong was the fated person chosen by the immortal mansion. Now that he had become a middle-level disciple, Yi Tianzong could come and go freely in the 10 great thousand worlds of the immortal mansion. Even Yi Tianzong, who had a close relationship with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, were in the great thousand worlds of the human race. They did not have to worry about being punished by the heavenly Tao. In the process of entering the river of time and competing with the imprints of countless celestial lords, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu's knowledge and foundation grew rapidly. Their understanding of the power of celestial lords, the laws of heaven and earth, and the magical powers of celestial lords also sped up. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu temporarily stopped the process of discussing with the ancient celestial lord imprints. They planned to relax a little. Once again, Yi Tianzong summoned Jiang Chen, Shen Yi, and the others. Looking at Jiang Chen and Shen Yi, who had broken through to the great emperor realm, Yi Tianzong nodded slightly. Emitting a vast and majestic heavenly might, Yi Tianzong was like a supreme god in the eyes of Jiang Chen, Shen Yi, and the others. Jiang Chen, Shen Yi, you've done well. You've become great emperors in less than 10,000 years. I finally have some capable subordinates. Looking at Yi Tianzong in awe, Jiang Chen and Shen Yi said, "Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. We'll do our best for you, Master." Yi Tianzong nodded. Seeing the awe and envy in the other's eyes, he lifted the soul seal on the remaining 25 divine king slaves and said, "You've done well in the past few years. I've lifted the soul seal on all of you as well. From now on, you'll be divided into 2 groups. Jiang Chen and Shen Yi will be in charge of you respectively. You've all been carefully selected by me. All of you have the potential to become great emperors. I have plenty of resources. However, whether you have the ability and contribution to obtain these resources will depend on your own efforts. I've left some resources and treasures with Qing Zhu. Each of these resources and treasures has a corresponding contribution value. You can exchange for the resources you want from Qing Zhu according to your contribution value. As for how to obtain contribution value, you can also learn from Qing Zhu. That's all. If there's nothing else, you can all leave." Yi Tianzong said indifferently. "Yes, Master. We'll take our leave." The 27 Divine King experts, including Jiang Chen and Shen Yi, left the room respectfully. Then, they headed towards Qing Zhu. They wanted to see how to obtain contribution value and exchange for various items. As the years passed, the Heavens Expanse Pavilion became more and more famous. Gradually, it spread to the vast region within a radius of 1 trillion miles. The reason for this was because of a huge incident that shook the entire floating cloud ancient city. The floating cloud ancient city was under the direct rule of the floating cloud divine sect. The entire floating cloud ancient city had a permanent population of about 3 billion people. It was jointly ruled by a late great emperor from the floating cloud divine sect and great emperors from the 3 strongest clans in the floating cloud ancient city. The 3 great emperors from the 3 strongest clans in the floating cloud ancient city were all peak great emperors. The business of Yi Tianzong's Heaven's Expanse Pavilion was booming. The treasures and items that were traded were all rare and precious. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the ruling class in the floating cloud ancient city. The late great emperor that caused trouble at the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion was actually sent by the Mo clan in the floating cloud ancient city. The Mo clan, Yuan clan, Qi clan, and Yin Tianyun were the rulers of the floating cloud ancient city. As for Yi Tianzong's Heaven's Expanse Pavilion, the Mo clan, Yuan clan, and Qi clan all wanted to take it into their own pockets. As for the Mayor's Expanse Pavilion that was controlled by Yin Tianyun, they wanted to cooperate with the owner of the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion. However, before Yin Tianyun could find Yi Tianzong, the Mo clan had sent people to cause trouble. They wanted to test the strength of the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion. The result was obvious. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 did not let them get away with it. After killing the troublemaker with a single slap, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu did not wait for the Mo clan to come knocking on their door. In the face of the arrogant and despotic Mo clan people who wanted Yi Tianzong and the other 2 to apologize and also wanted Ling Xinyu and Shunyu to stay, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had no interest in talking nonsense. In just a few moments, they had razed the entire Mo clan to the ground. The supreme divine might that had easily suppressed more than 20 great emperors had directly frightened the Yuan clan, Qi clan, and the Mayor's Expanse Pavilion that was controlled by Yin Tianyun. From then on, the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion had become extremely aloof in the entire floating cloud ancient city. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. This time, after Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had become heavenly venerables, the person who had caused trouble at the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion was a heavenly venerate. This heavenly venerate was actually the old ancestor of the Mo clan that had been killed by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. However, this old ancestor of the Mo clan often went out to travel and had not returned to the floating cloud ancient city for more than 100,000 years. This time, when he returned to the floating cloud ancient city and found out that the Mo clan had been destroyed, he was instantly enraged and wanted to destroy the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion. Unfortunately, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were in the floating cloud ancient city and had become heavenly venerables. How could they allow others to destroy the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion, especially when the person was their enemy? Therefore, under the trembling gaze of the people in the floating cloud ancient city, Yi Tianzong and the old ancestor of the Mo clan began to fight in the sky above the floating cloud ancient city. And the result left everyone in disbelief. They were both early Empyrean powerhouses, but Yi Tianzong had suppressed the old ancestor from the very beginning, beating him until he couldn't even lift his head. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only a few minutes had passed. Yi Tianzong had suppressed and sealed the old ancestor of the Mo family. And this was because Yi Tianzong didn't want to attract too much attention, so he suppressed his strength. However, even though Yi Tianzong had suppressed his strength, his battle record made everyone in the floating cloud ancient city understand that the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion was not something they could afford to offend. The owner of the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion was a powerful heavenly venerate. The potential crisis caused by a battle between heavenly venerables was quickly resolved in a few minutes. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Since then, the news of a powerful heavenly venerate in the floating cloud ancient city quickly spread to a radius of 1 trillion miles. The status of the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion also became more and more extraordinary. Even the city lord of the floating cloud ancient city, Yin Tianyun, passed the news of a heavenly venerate in the floating cloud ancient city to the floating cloud divine sect. In Yin Tianyun's message, he explained in detail when Yi Tianzong and the other 2 came to the floating cloud ancient city, how they established the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion, and how they suppressed the old ancestor of the Mo clan. This immediately attracted the attention of the floating cloud divine sect. To be able to suppress an early-stage heavenly venerate for 1,000,000 years in such a short period of time, he must at least have the strength of a mid-stage heavenly venerate. Moreover, according to Yin Tianyun's description, Yi Tianzong and the other two seemed to be loose cultivators. This caused the Floating Cloud Divine sect to have thoughts of recruiting them. However, when the Floating Cloud Divine sect sent heavenly venerate experts to the Floating Cloud Ancient City to see Yi Tianzong, they only saw Yi Tianzong's clone. He, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's true body had already left for the world battlefield. Chapter 422. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu arrived at the world battlefield once again. They did not immediately head to the celestial venerate region. Instead, they wore the divine immunity talisman and headed to the Great Emperor region. They would remain in the world battlefield for a long time. In the Great Emperor region of the world battlefield, Yi Tianzong brought the 14 people including Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, Yi Yuanshan, and so on. Now, Yi Haoran and the other 6 were all mid-stage Great Emperors. The other 7 had all reached the peak of early-stage Great Emperors. This time, Yi Tianzong did not let Yi Haoran and the others stay underground. Instead, he let them come to the surface and fight against the Great Emperors of the other races. After breaking through to the celestial venerate realm, Yi Tianzong's control over the immortal mansion had deepened. He no longer had to worry about others leaking the secrets of the world battlefield. Apart from Yi Tianzong's family members like Yi Haoran, Yi Tianzong used the power of the immortal mansion to plant a secret soul restriction on everyone who entered the world battlefield. After leaving the world battlefield, the memories of those who entered would be sealed. They would only be activated when they entered the world battlefield again. With this layer of insurance, Yi Tianzong directly brought the main generals under his command and the elite disciples of the Hao Ranzhen sect to the world battlefield in the Immortal Mansion. From the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the Great Emperor regions of the world battlefield, they set up strongholds in every region. Only a small portion of the strongholds were on the surface. Most of the people had entered the various yuan crystal and resource veins underground to mine for resources. While mining, Yi Tianzong also arranged for the elites of the Hao Ranzhen sect and his subordinates to fight against the prodigies of the various races to train their strength. After everything was arranged properly, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu entered the Empyrean region and began to search for yuan crystal veins and other resource veins to increase their strength. There were also yuan crystal veins in the celestial venerable region, but in addition to the super yuan crystal veins, there was also a kind of yuan crystal vein that was superior to the super yuan crystal vein, the innate yuan crystal vein. Every crystal in a natural crystal mine was condensed from a great amount of natural energy. Therefore, the energy contained in a small natural crystal mine was over 100 times more than that of a supernatural crystal mine. Furthermore, innate yuan qi was much more superior than the acquired energy that was born in the world. In the Empyrean region, the spatial pressure of the world battlefield was even greater. With Yi Tianzong's current strength that far surpassed that of ordinary early-stage Empyrean powerhouses, he could only create a crater that was 1,000 feet wide and 30 feet deep. From this, it could be seen how inconceivable the suppression of Empyrean powerhouses in the world battlefield was. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong also discovered that it was very difficult to fly in the Empyrean region. An early-stage Empyrean powerhouse could only fly 1 kilometer per second at full speed. If a great emperor powerhouse entered the Empyrean region, they wouldn't be able to fly and could only walk on the ground. The Empyrean region of the world battlefield wasn't large compared to other regions. It was only 10 trillion miles in radius. For a world battlefield the size of a high-level vast thousand world, 10 trillion miles in radius was far too small. It was equivalent to a small circle in a region of 10,000 miles. However, for Empyreans who were suppressed to the point that even flying was difficult, 10 trillion miles in radius was boundless. After personally experiencing the situation in the Empyrean region, Yi Tianzong finally understood why so many Empyrean powerhouses liked to wander in the Great Emperor region. It was because the Empyrean region was too stifling. Only in the Great Emperor region could a Empyrean's supreme power be displayed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu hid their tracks and searched for 10 years in a low-key manner. They traversed the region of 1,000,000 miles and found a total of 20 super primordial crystal lodes and 2 small innate primordial crystal lodes. In 10 years, they only found primordial crystal lodes. Moreover, these super primordial crystal lodes weren't of much use to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. They could only be used to cultivate some Dao energy. Now, the only thing that could help them quickly improve their strength was the innate primordial crystal lodes. You can use the innate primordial crystal lodes to cultivate the secret method first. This small primordial crystal lode should be enough for you to cultivate the 7th revolution of the secret method. I'll protect you. Yi Tianzong let Ling Xinyu and Xinyu cultivate first. However, in order to avoid running out of energy, Yi Tianzong let one of them cultivate first. According to the energy consumption of the small innate primordial crystal lodes, he would decide whether to let the other continue to cultivate the secret method. Ling Xinyu was the first to cultivate. Driven by the 9 revolutions of heavenly origin secret method, Ling Xinyu, who was in a state of neither life nor death, directly turned into a boundless energy black hole, devouring the energy of the small innate primordial crystal lodes. Streams of milky white innate primordial qi, which contained a terrifying amount of energy, flowed into Ling Xinyue's body under the energy black hole, transforming into Ling Xinyue's potential and strength, improving Ling Xinyu in all aspects. 5 years passed, and Ling Xinyue's 7th revolution of the 9 revolutions of heavenly origin secret method had also reached the end. At this time, the entire small innate primordial crystal lodes, which stretched for hundreds of miles and had a depth of 50 miles, had only consumed a little more than a third of its energy. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong, who was relieved, let Xinyu start cultivating the secret method as well. More than 3 months passed, and Ling Xinyu completed the 7th revolution of the 9 revolutions of heavenly origin secret method. Her overall strength had increased by about 3 times, and her unparalleled beauty had become even more ethereal and sacred. Yi Tianzong was mesmerized by her beauty, and he couldn't help but hug Ling Xinyu tightly, deeply, and greedily sniffing her body fragrance. In the end, he couldn't help but make love with her passionately. Ling Xinyu, who had improved in all aspects, once again began to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at a much faster speed. If it had taken her 1,000,000 years to comprehend the 27 laws of heaven and earth from 90% to 92% and then break through to the middle stage celestial master realm, then now it would take her about 500,000 years. If she went through countless battles and discussed the Tao with even more celestial masters, then the time would be even shorter. After Ling Xinyu, Xinyu also spent about 5 years to complete the 7th revolution of the 9 revolutions of heavenly origin secret method. Her strength had increased by about 3 times. At this time, there was still about a quarter of the small Xiantian Yuan crystal vein left. However, even if there was only a quarter of it left, the energy it contained was still extremely terrifying. If they suddenly stopped, there was a considerable risk that the energy would go berserk and explode. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu began to absorb the Xiantian Yuan crystal vein and cultivate, helping Xinyu share the pressure. After regaining consciousness, Xinyu also knew that she couldn't rashly stop absorbing the energy, so she also entered a state of cultivation. In this way, after the 3 of them cultivated for 20 years, the remaining Xiantian Yuan crystal vein was completely absorbed by Yi Tianzong and the other 2, and completely disappeared. A small Xiantian Yuan crystal vein was completely used up by the 3 of them. After staying for a few days and having some intimate time with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, the 3 of them rushed to the location of another small Xiantian Yuan crystal vein. This time, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu guarded Yi Tianzong as he entered a state of cultivation. Under the influence of the 9 revolutions of heavenly origin secret method, Yi Tianzong also became an energy black hole, swallowing the terrifying Xiantian Yuan crystal at a speed that was several times faster than that of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Because Yi Tianzong's foundation were much deeper than that of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, and the secret method that he cultivated was also stronger than the 2 of them, Yi Tianzong's consumption of energy was even greater than that of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Even though they were both at the 7th revolutions of the secret method, Yi Tianzong's consumption of energy was even greater than that of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Nearly 7 years passed, and the entire small Xiantian Yuan crystal vein became smaller and smaller under Yi Tianzong's absorption. When Yi Tianzong completed the 7th revolution of the 9 revolutions of Heavenly Origin secret method, the entire small Xiantian Yuan crystal vein was almost completely absorbed, leaving only a thin layer of Yuan crystal that was less than 10 meters thick. Yi Tianzong didn't keep the remaining Xiantian Yuan crystals, and directly absorbed them to replenish the Dao Yuan in his body that had become somewhat empty due to the increase in all aspects. Feeling his current strength, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but feel infatuated and confident in this strength. Fortunately, with his mental state at the peak of the profound heart realm, he only felt infatuated for a few breaths before regaining his calm. Next, we'll go and meet the other Empyreans. We can travel through the greater 1,000 realms of the 10 races without any hindrance. If we don't go and take a look, it would be too much of a pity if we cause some commotion. Yi Tianzong already had a rough idea in his mind. Chapter 423. The world battlefield was not only the battlefield of the 10 great 1,000 realms, but it was also the source of resources and treasures. There were some special items on the world battlefield that completely exceeded the understanding of the powerhouses of the 10 great 1,000 realms. For example, there was the immunity talisman that could allow one to freely travel through the various regions of the world battlefield. Even supreme Empyreans couldn't understand the principles behind the talisman. There were also other items like the heaven-connecting talisman that could raise a great emperor's cultivation by a large realm without any side effects, the exchange talisman that could be exchanged for an Empyrean supreme treasure, the supreme talisman that could pry into the mysteries of a supreme Empyrean, and the extremely rare talisman that could allow one to travel through other great 1,000 realms. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu were able to freely travel through the 10 great 1,000 realms because Yi Tianzong was a mid-level disciple recognized by the Immortal Mansion. Ever since the 3 of them had finished cultivating the secret technique, they had first wandered around the Empyrean region for 2,000 years. Aside from finding some Yuan crystal veins and supreme stage divine material veins, they had only encountered a total of about 300 Empyrean powerhouses. However, he did not know if it was because Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a good tone. Among the more than 300 celestial venerables they met, only 12 of them had grudges with him. 5 of them were from the human clan, while the remaining 7 were from the god clan, the ancient clan, and the grey clan. The strongest of the 8 Empyrean powerhouses were 2 late-stage Empyrean god race Empyrean powerhouses. The remaining 10 were 4 mid-stage Empyreans and 6 early-stage Empyreans. Since they had encountered their enemies, what else was there to say? Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu were now strong enough to face 2 late-stage Empyrean powerhouses at the same time and retreat unscathed. When they used a joint attack, they could even threaten a great Empyrean. Moreover, which Empyrean powerhouse wasn't arrogant and maverick? They rarely teamed up with others. Thus, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a chance to take revenge. The celestial masters of the supreme forces who had enmity with Yi Tianzong and his 2 companions were besieged by them again and again. Some were completely turned into ashes, while others had their souls destroyed. Only their broken bodies were left, which were collected by Yi Tianzong to be used as refining materials. In 2,000 years, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had killed a total of 12 Empyrean powerhouses through various methods. It could be said that their battle achievements were outstanding. Moreover, Yi Tianzong's fighting experience had increased rapidly. After all, fighting with celestial Empyreans' imprints in the River of Time was very different from fighting real Empyrean powerhouses. Along the Empyrean region Wanderer Trio Empyrean Great 1,000 Realm. Although Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were very secretive and their actions were clean and fast, the news still spread. Yi Tianzong had long been mentally prepared for this, so he didn't care much. After wandering for 2,000 years, it's time to go to other worlds. In order to avoid being exposed, you guys stay in my inner world first. After all, the 3 of us are really good together. Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. Pay attention to your safety. If things don't work out, leave immediately. Shunyu said. Don't worry. I know what to do. After Ling Xinyu and Shunyu entered his inner world, Yi Tianzong used the great ability form displacement transformation and changed into the bloodline and appearance of the god race. Then, He swaggered toward the space node that connected the god race to the world battlefield. At the space node that connected the 10 greater thousand realms to the world battlefield, there was a race detection array set up by the major races with the help of the heavenly Tao of the world. The purpose was to prevent creatures of other races from sneaking in and causing damage. Under the detection of the heavenly Tao of the world, no creatures of other worlds could sneak in without the race talisman. Unfortunately, the powerhouses of all the worlds would never have thought that their world, the world battlefield, and the endless chaotic region around it would all be in a treasure refined by a supreme being. In the center of the heavenly Tao of their world, an inviolable imprint had long been engraved by the supreme being. Therefore, they would never have thought that there would be a person with a special identity like Yi Tianzong who could freely travel through the 10 greater thousand realms without the race talisman. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had visited the greater thousand realms of the demon race, the god race, the underworld race, the blood race, the ancient race, the spirit race, the dragon race, the phoenix race, the heaven race, and the human race. The three celestial venerables, who had nothing to worry about, caused chaos in the 10 greater thousand realms. This was especially so for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. After entering the greater thousand realms of the foreign races, they had completely let go of all their worries. After all, they were not from the human race, so it did not matter who they killed. As long as they were great emperor level and celestial venerables, Yi Tianzong and the other two did not show any mercy. If existences below the great emperor level provoked them, Yi Tianzong and the other two would not let them off. Today, they would destroy an emperor level force, and tomorrow, they would launch a sneak attack on a supreme level force. With the traceless void, as long as Yi Tianzong and the other two deliberately wanted to hide, it was almost impossible for the celestial venerables of the foreign races to find them. When Yi Tianzong and the other two acted, they destroyed under the identities of different races. They did not use their unique skills, and the three of them never appeared together, so they did not expose any clues related to the Wanderer trio. When they caused trouble in the human race, they also deliberately chose some forces with a bad reputation to destroy. The continuous sneak attacks of Yi Tianzong and the other two made the experts and forces in the greater thousand realms nervous. Over the past 20,000 years, countless forces had been destroyed by Yi Tianzong and the other two, or suffered heavy losses after the sneak attacks. Anyway, more than 1,000 celestial venerables had fallen in their hands. Later, even the supreme celestial venerables joined in the search for Yi Tianzong and the other two. It was a pity that Yi Tianzong was too vigilant. Once he sensed danger, he immediately fled, not allowing the enemy to catch a trace of him. This made countless experts and forces in the greater thousand realms fly into a rage, gnashing their teeth in hatred. As a result, under Yi Tianzong's deliberate framing, the various major races and forces that could not catch the culprit broke out into conflicts with each other. The atmosphere on the world battlefield became more and more tense and solemn, and more battles broke out, and the scale became larger and larger. We've been busy for 20,000 years. Let's not go out for a while. The situation on the world battlefield is very tense now. Let's avoid the limelight first. Let's sort out our gains over the years, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu with a relaxed expression. The current tense situation is all because of your rotten idea. Originally, there were still 20 million years before the World War that happened once every 100 million years. Now, it's about to erupt in advance. Haha. As Xinyu spoke, she also began to laugh. No matter what you do, it's the right thing to do. Ling Xinyu still looked at Yi Tianzong so lovingly that Yi Tianzong could not help but hug her and kiss her fiercely. On the other hand, Xinyu was choked by Ling Xinyue's words and rolled her eyes. 2 months later, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu finished counting their gains over the past 20,000 years. Although they already knew a lot, they could not help but be happy. It was not an exaggeration to say that with their current resources, they could nurture 100,000 greater emperor experts. The ethereal divine sect is no longer a problem. As long as we don't cause trouble, they won't make things difficult for us. Father and the other 7 have all reached the greater emperor realm. The other 7 are also greater emperor realm middle stage. There are also many disciples of the Hao Ranjan sect who have broken through to the godly king realm. Among our subordinates, there are also 12 who have broken through to the greater emperor realm. In the myriad races world, I'll cause trouble for the Shen Yin old bastard every once in a while. In the 20,000 years in the immortal mansion, in the 2,000 years in the myriad races great thousand worlds, I've ambushed him 3 times. The Shen Yin old bastard's losses are getting greater and greater. Now, he has no time to find trouble with us. We have a lot of time to develop steadily. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 carefully analyzed the situation they were facing and found that it was not bad. Chapter 424. Let's return to the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion first. After 20,000 years, it's quite tiring. Let's take a rest. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had no objections. With countless resources, origin crystals, and emperor-grade and supreme-grade godly materials, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 returned to the floating cloud ancient city in the human world. After returning to the floating cloud ancient city, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 led a leisurely and peaceful life. When they were bored, they would refine some elixirs that were suitable for great emperors and heavenly venerables, such as the 9 Revolutions Emperor Blood Pill, Mystic Emperor Divine Pill, Heavenly Connecting Supreme Pill, Supreme God Soul Pill, Supreme Heaven Origin Pill, Supreme Body Source Pill, and so on. If they wanted to fight, they would continue to enter the world battlefield and fight with many heavenly venerables as a trio of rogues. At the same time, they would also let their personal guards and people from the Hao Ranjan sect enter the world battlefield. Just like that, in the process of resting, fighting, and resting, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu spent another 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu's cultivation base increased steadily. Their comprehension of the various laws also became deeper and deeper. They were gradually approaching the peak of the early stage of heavenly venerables. Apart from the 3 of them, the strength of their subordinates was also increasing rapidly. First of all, in the Heaven's Expanse Pavilion of the human world, Jiang Chen and Shen Yi, who were only early-stage great emperors, were now late-stage great emperors after being nurtured by Yi Tianzong. The other 25 servants who were only divine kings had also become great emperors. 10 of them were mid-stage great emperors, and 15 were peak early-stage great emperors. The other 3 divine kings, Zi Li, Ma Ying, and Qing Zhu, were now peak middle-stage great emperors after being nurtured by Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. Of the 50 maids who were originally at the 6th heavenly layer, even the weakest was now a peak late-stage god king. The 3 strongest maids, Mu Qing, Wen Lan, and Yuan Xiong, had all become early-stage great emperors. On the other hand, in the Hao Ranjan sect in the Great Thousand World, Yi Haoran, Yi Yuanshan, Yi Haoyun, Su Mengxian, Li Qingya, Zi Yunxian, and Li Qingsha had all reached the peak great emperor realm with the support of Yi Tianzong's resources and divine pellets. Other than the 7 of them, the Hao Ranjan sect had 18 other great emperors. 7 were in the late stage of the great emperor realm, 2 were in the middle stage of the great emperor realm, and 9 were in the early stage of the great emperor realm. The heavenly court branch under the command of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu had increased its overall strength by more than 10 times over the years with the help of countless resources and various competition mechanisms. First of all, the 3 of them had personal guards. The number of great emperors and marshals had increased from 50,000 years ago to over 200 now. The number of divine generals and divine kings had exceeded 20,000. None of the 300 million soldiers were below the 3rd heavenly layer of the myth realm. Yi Tianzong had assigned most of the great emperors and divine generals to the heavenly court branch to command the army. With these great emperors and divine generals, Yi Tianzong's control over the heavenly court branch had increased greatly. Other than the 3 of them, Li Yu, Han Shu, Zhao Lin, Yu Xian, and the others had all become peak and late-stage great emperors after training in the world battlefield. The strength of the 4 of them had also increased tremendously under the nurturing of countless resources. Other than the 3 of them and Li Yu, Yi Tianzong also gave the rest of the heavenly court army 3 times the standard amount of cultivation resources every year. This allowed the rest of the army to grow rapidly as well. The great emperors and marshals became more respectful and obedient to Yi Tianzong when they saw the rapid increase in strength of their subordinates. Boom! A violent collision that shook heaven and earth exploded in the sky. Yu Tianlan was sent flying by Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin's attack. Looking at the murderous Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin who was about to take revenge, Yu Tianlan laughed bitterly. "Ha ha, Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin, you bastard. It must have been hard on you all these years. How's my masterpiece? I know your cultivation level is far above mine, but don't even think about catching me. Let's die together." After saying that, Yu Tianlan flew toward Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin. His aura soared and his body swelled. An aura that could destroy space and time spread in all directions. Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Master Liang Yi, and Heavenly Master Wanxiang, who were surrounding Yu Tianlan, were shocked. They stopped attacking the enemy and quickly retreated. A Great Heavenly Master would not be able to withstand the self-destruction of a Heavenly Master, even if it was only an early-stage Heavenly Master. Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin, who valued his life, was not willing to be severely injured by Yu Tianlan. Otherwise, he would need many years to recover. However, just as Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Master Liang Yi, and Heavenly Master Wanxiang were about to escape, Yu Tianlan, who was about to self-destruct, suddenly returned to normal. Then, he tore open the void and escaped, leaving behind a mocking voice. "Ha ha, Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin, you've been tricked. Damn it, chase after him. I want you dead." Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin felt like he was about to explode. He had finally caught the culprit who had humiliated him with great difficulty, but he had been tricked and the enemy had escaped. He felt like his soul was about to collapse from anger. He immediately chased after him. However, it was obvious that Yu Tianlan, who had already hidden in the immortal mansion, would not leave any traces behind. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu walked over anxiously when they saw Yi Tianzong return covered in blood. "How are you? Are your injuries serious?" Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu looked at Yi Tianzong's body anxiously. "I'm fine and I'm not injured. I deliberately spat this out for the Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin to see." After saying that, Yi Tianzong returned to his clean and uninjured state with a thought. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them were too concerned. Otherwise, they would have been able to see that Yi Tianzong was not injured. Let's wait a little longer. When we become middle-stage Heavenly Masters, it will be time to give up the identity of Yu Tianlan. When the time comes, we will wipe out the Shenyin old dog and sweep away the obstacles in the human world. Then, it will be time for us to travel around the world. Countless resources will be waiting for us. Now, the most important thing is to improve our strength. Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin was in a terrible fix because Yu Tianlan had escaped again. A lonely Heavenly Master hiding in the dark, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time, was very scary. In the past 7,000 years, Yu Tianlan had launched a total of 10 sneak attacks. Each time, the forces under Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin suffered great losses. Hundreds of god kings and great emperors were killed, and all the resources were plundered. Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin was so angry that he wanted to burn himself. Ever since he became a Great Heavenly Master, he had never been so aggrieved. He was powerless. Moreover, after Yu Tianlan escaped this time, he would definitely be more cautious. It would be very difficult to catch him again. Great Heavenly Master Mysterious Yin wanted to seek help from other Heavenly Masters in the Heavenly Court. However, he was worried that some of his secrets would be known by other Heavenly Masters. Some things could not be exposed. After much consideration, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin decided not to seek help from other Heavenly Venerates. Instead, he spared no effort and resources to refine clones. Then, the clones he refined would oversee the various important factions under his command. The next time the Yuhua Emperor sect attacked, he would be able to rush over immediately and tear that damned bastard to shreds before burning his bones to ashes. While the Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin was racking his brains over how to capture Yu Tianlan and had no time to care about anything else, the forces and strength under Yi Tianzong's command were rapidly increasing over time and becoming more powerful. Furthermore, this rapid increase in strength was carried out in a rather secretive manner. At the same time, The entire Heavenly Court branch was recruiting soldiers. Now, the Heavenly Court branch had a total of 11 billion soldiers. As time passed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu continued to improve their strength in the vast expanse Immortal Mansion. Another 50,000 years had passed. With the numerous celestial master marks in the human race's vast thousand worlds, as well as the world battlefield, which was a place for them to sharpen their skills, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu spent less than 130,000 years to complete the journey that ordinary celestial masters would take millions of years to complete, reaching the peak of the early stage of the celestial master realm. After more than 2,000 years of accumulation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu successfully broke through to the mid-stage Heavenly Venerate realm. Their strength increased by more than 10 times. Yi Tianzong's strength had already surpassed the standard of ordinary great Heavenly Venerates. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu had also entered the ranks of great Heavenly Venerates. Chapter 425. After successfully breaking through to the mid-stage Heavenly Venerate realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu were not in a hurry to find great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin to settle the score. Instead, they continued to fight in the world battlefield after consolidating their realms. After another 10,000 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two went back and forth between the world battlefield and the human race's great thousand world. They experienced thousands of Heavenly Venerate battles and obtained a lot of resources. They took another small step forward in the mid-stage Heavenly Venerate realm. Feeling that they could not increase their strength for the time being, Yi Tianzong and the other two gave up on increasing their strength through battle and decided to settle down for a period of time. After settling down, another 10,000 years passed in the Immortal Mansion. During these 10,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu refined all the great emperors who had committed heinous crimes in the human race's great thousand world and the myriad race's great thousand world into 9 revolutions emperor blood pills. There were a total of 3,500 pills. Among these 3,509 revolutions emperor blood pills, 1,000 pills could raise the user's cultivation to the late-stage Great Emperor realm, 1,500 pills could raise the user's cultivation to the mid-stage Great Emperor realm, and the remaining 1,000 pills could raise the user's cultivation to the early-stage Great Emperor realm. In addition to the 3,509 revolutions emperor blood pills, Yi Tianzong and the other two used a large number of rare divine herbs to refine 2,000 mystic emperor divine pills that increased the success rate of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm by 30%, 50 heavenly connecting supreme pills that increased the success rate of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerate realm by 20%, and more than 1,000 supreme God Soul pills, supreme Heaven Origin pills, and supreme Body Source pills that assisted in the cultivation of Heavenly Venerate realm. After refining a large number of high-grade divine pills in the past 10,000 years, Yi Tianzong and the other two had used up more than 80% of their various emperor-grade and supreme-grade divine herbs. Yi Tianzong had already become a celestial venerable expert, so he could no longer continue to be the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court. Instead, he should become the Heavenly Monarch of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, Yi Tianzong had to find a successor for the Heavenly Court branch he established. This person had to be his confidant or disciple. Otherwise, it would be a wedding dress for someone else. In the great thousand domains of the myriad races, Yi Tianzong was still using the identity of Yu Tianlan to cause trouble for Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin. Although the various clones that Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin had refined at all costs to oversee the forces under his command, the actions of Yu Tianlan were greatly hindered. As a result, the experts under the command of Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin did not dare to show themselves, let alone cause trouble for Yi Tianzong. Therefore, taking advantage of this gap, Yi Tianzong began to look for a suitable successor for the Heavenly Court branch. After much thought, Yi Tianzong could not find a suitable candidate. In the end, he thought of his cousin, Yi Xianlin. Yi Xianlin was Yi Haoyun's son. Similarly, in the profound spirit world, he had also succeeded Yi Tianzong as the next sect master of the Haoranzhan sect. Even in the Haoranzhan sect in the great thousand domains of the myriad races, he had taken over most of the tasks of Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the others. In terms of management experience, there was no problem. The only problem was that his strength was only at the peak of the mid-stage Great Emperor realm. He was not familiar with most of the great emperors and marshals in the heavenly court. In terms of strength and prestige, he could not convince the masses. Looks like I have to focus on nurturing Shenlin. After discussing with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong made up his mind to nurture Yi Shenlin to take over his position as the Grand Marshal of the heavenly court. As for taking in a disciple, Yi Tianzong had never thought about it. Don't forget his identity. He was only an intermediate disciple recognized by the immortal mansion. Above the intermediate disciple, there was still the advanced disciple, core disciple, and successor. Taking in a disciple now was simply adding another burden. Not only would there be no benefits, but it would also cause more trouble. Yi Tianzong did not want to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. After all, he did not even have any descendants now. Other than the fact that it was difficult to conceive, Yi Tianzong did not want to have any descendants now. He wanted to wait until he became a supreme heavenly lord before asking Ling Xinyu and Xinyu for one or two descendants. This way, his descendants would have a smoother path of growth. After making up his mind to let Yi Shenlin take over his position, Yi Tianzong did not hesitate. His doppelganger went directly to the Hao Ranjin sect and found Yi Shenlin, who was handling some matters. At the same time, he also informed Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the others. Tianzong, why are you here this time? Why did you call all of us here? Yi Haoran asked curiously. Yi Tianzong looked at everyone and then replied, Father, Uncle, I've already broken through to the Heavenly Lord level. I just didn't want others to notice, so I didn't announce it. Yi Haoran and the others also knew that Yi Tianzong had become a Heavenly Lord, so they were not surprised. Yi Tianzong continued, but after becoming a Heavenly Lord, I can't continue to be the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court. I spent a lot of energy and effort to establish this branch of the Heavenly Court. I need to find a successor for this branch of the Heavenly Court. This person has to be one of us. Otherwise, it will be a wedding dress for someone else. After thinking about it, I thought of Shenlin. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he looked at Yi Haoran beside him. Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the others also looked at Yi Shenlin. Me? I don't think I'm qualified. I'm not strong enough and I'm not familiar with the people in the heavenly court. Although Yi Shenlin was surprised by Yi Tianzong's words, he quickly regained his composure and looked at Yi Tianzong in confusion. That's right. Whether it's strength or prestige, Shenlin, you are indeed not qualified to be the Grand Marshal of the heavenly court. But all of this can be nurtured. As long as you want to be the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, I'll arrange for you to enter the Heavenly Court. Then, I'll send you to the border of the human race's territory to fight with the other races and accumulate battle merits. Cultivation resources, elixirs, weapons, manpower, sky patrolling battleships, battle fortresses, I'll support you. When you accumulate enough battle merits and become a pinnacle Great Emperor, I'll let you compete with the Great Emperors in the Heavenly Court. If you win, you'll be the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court. You'll be in charge of the entire Heavenly Court branch for me. The key now is whether or not you have such thoughts. Yi Tianzong stared at Yi Shenlin quietly. Can I really? Yi Shenlin was very excited. He couldn't speak clearly. The Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, in charge of a huge branch of the Heavenly Court, with tens of billions of troops under his command. Who wouldn't want to be the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court? That's right. As long as you want, I'll nurture you to become the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court. After all, only you can make me feel at ease. In terms of status, it'll be easier for my subordinates to accept you. The others aren't suitable in terms of status or strength. At this moment, not only was Yi Shenlin excited, even Yi Haoyun and Zi Yunxian were excited. With the support of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, 3 Sky Lord experts, as long as Yi Shenlin wasn't a good-for-nothing, he would definitely become the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, I agree. I'll look after the entire Heavenly Court branch for cousin. Yi Shenlin replied solemnly. All right. Pack up and report to the Heavenly Court in a few days. I'll arrange everything for you. Yi Tianzong said. Okay, got it, cousin, Yi Xianlin answered seriously. Yi Tianzong was satisfied with the result. Just as he was about to leave, he thought about it and said to Yi Haoran and the others, "Father, uncle, if possible, add a few more people to our Yi family. I'm the one who created the heavenly court branch. It's better for our Yi family to control the Grand Marshal position. I don't plan on taking any disciples. Before becoming a supreme Sky Lord, I don't plan on having any descendants. Xianlin alone won't do. I don't mind having a few more brothers. You guys decide." Yi Tianzong's clone disappeared after he finished speaking. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the others had a strange expression. Yi Haoran did not care. He said to Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun, "Do as you see fit. It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving." Then, he left with Li Qingya and Li Qingsha. Over the long years, Li Qingsha and Yi Yuanshan had developed feelings for each other. Under the tacit approval of her sister, Li Qingya, the three of them lived together. Now, the three of them were living a carefree life. Yi Tianzong could accept having a few more younger brothers, but he definitely couldn't accept someone who was much younger than him but was his uncle in terms of seniority. Therefore, Yi Yuanshan left very freely. Yi Haoran, Yi Haoyun, and the others discussed with each other and decided to have a descendant each. The reason they did not want one before was because they were worried about Yi Tianzong's wishes. After all, Yi Haoran and the others had personally experienced it. They knew what it meant for them to cultivate to this level. They had spent an immeasurable amount of resources. Chapter 426. In particular, the 9 revolutions of true God and 9 revolutions of heaven that they cultivated could increase their potential. The amount of resources and energy they consumed was unimaginable. To cultivate to the peak of the great emperor realm that the 7 of them had consumed countless resources, enough to destroy 7 supreme forces. This was because there were no such things as origin crystals in the great 1,000 worlds of the myriad races. If one wanted to cultivate a secret technique, they would have to collect countless natural treasures. No supreme force could spend so much just to cultivate a peak great emperor. It was precisely because they knew that these people had to consume endless resources and energy to increase their strength that Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun were more hesitant. Now that Yi Tianzong had agreed, Yi Haoran and Yi Haoyun threw away their worries and planned to have another descendant each. They didn't want more. After all, with their Yi family's current status and strength, it would take a lot of energy to cultivate a qualified descendant. Time passed year after year. While Yi Tianzong continued to improve the strength of the Heavenly Court's branch under his command, he also paid attention to Yi Xuanlin's growth. After Yi Xianlin joined the Heavenly Court, Yi Tianzong first arranged for him to be a level 5 godly general. This was also the highest position that could be obtained when one joined the Heavenly Court for the first time. Any marshal that was appointed by the Heavenly Court had to contribute to the Heavenly Court and the human race. They could only be promoted after obtaining enough battle merits in the battle against the foreign races. Therefore, even if a peak great emperor joined the Heavenly Court, they could only start to obtain battle merits at the level 5 godly general level. With the support of Yi Tianzong's pills, weapons, and Shentian battleships, Yi Xianlin entered the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Purple Spirit race to train himself at the borders of the human race under Yi Tianzong's arrangement. In 3,000 years, he achieved great battle merits and became a moon-class marshal. Yi Xuanlin's strength also reached the peak of the late-stage Great Emperor realm under Yi Tianzong's full support. Since Yi Xianlin cultivated the 9 cycles of heaven's origin and had already reached the 4th cycle, Yi Xianlin now had the strength of a peak Great Emperor. He was also one of the top peak Great Emperors, and he became one of the most powerful people in the Heavenly Court's branch under Yi Tianzong's control. In addition to training Yi Xianlin, Yi Tianzong also divided the 9 cycles Emperor blood pills that he, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu made into 5 portions. Of the 3,509 cycles Emperor blood pills, 2,700 were given to the people in the 300 million strong army under the 3 of them who didn't have the potential to become great emperors. These 2,700 people were also carefully selected. The remaining 809 cycles Emperor blood pills were given to Yi Haoran and the others to develop the Haoranjan sect. Yi Xianlin was given 100 pills to deal with by himself. Li Yu, Han Shu, Zhao Lin, and Yu Xian were given 25 pills each to deal with by themselves. In the end, the remaining 400+ pills were kept for future use. At the same time, the Mystic King pills that could increase the chances of breaking through to the Godly King realm by 30% were given out in large batches. Yi Tianzong also gave out 1,200 Xian the Arch-Divine pills that increased the chances of becoming great emperors by 30%. There were still 800 pills left. There were also Heavenly Connecting Supreme pills that increased the chances of becoming Heavenly Venerables by 20%. Yi Haoren, Su Mengxian, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Li Qingsha, and Yi Tianzong were given 3 pills each. There were still 26 pills left in Yi Tianzong's hands. With so many high-level divine pills used up, the Heavenly Court branch that Yi Tianzong was in charge of increased the number of great emperors from 600 to more than 3,500 over the past 3,000 years. The number of God King level God generals had increased to 2 million. The overall strength of the Heavenly Court branch had increased by more than 10 times. Now, Yi Tianzong could confidently say that the Heavenly Court branch that he was in charge of had definitely gotten rid of the situation of being at the bottom. However, in order not to attract too much attention, Yi Tianzong intentionally concealed most of the strength of the Heavenly Court branch. Most of the great emperors and god kings were sent to the vast expanse Immortal Abodes world battlefield to mine ores. Over at Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin's side, Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang were constantly on guard because Yi Tianzong would cause trouble every now and then using the identity of Yu Tianlan to cause trouble. Even though they knew that the Heavenly Court branch under Yi Tianzong's control was developing rapidly, they did not have the time to care about it. Furthermore, it had only been 10,000 years, so Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin and the others did not take it seriously. To them, the most important thing was to get rid of Yu Tianlan. As the saying went, plans could not keep up with changes. Since Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang did not cause trouble for him, Yi Tianzong was naturally happy to maintain such a peaceful state of development. He could make use of this peaceful time to improve the strength of New Moon and Shen Yu. This way, when he dealt with Great Heavenly Venerate Mysterious Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Wanxiang in the future, he could avoid causing more trouble and losses. Just like that, 1,000 years passed, and then another 1,000 years passed. Another 12,000 years passed in the myriad races' great thousand domains, and another 12,000 years passed in the Immortal Mansion. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu used these 12,000 years to not only find a medium-sized Xiantian primal crystal mine in the world battlefield, but they also completed the 9 transformations of the mysterious technique and the 8 transformations of the 9 transformations of Qianyuan. They also engaged in countless battles with heavenly venerates in the 10 great worlds. The 3 of them improved their understanding of the laws of nature, and they took a big step forward in the mid-stage heavenly venerate realm. Compared to 12,000 years ago, their strength was almost 10 times stronger. In the myriad races' great thousand domains, after 12,000 years of battles, Yi Tianzong made many contributions in the battles with the foreign races at the borders. He also successfully reached the peak of the Emperor realm and became the most powerful person in the heavenly court, second only to Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Now, he was a Sun Lord Marshal who commanded billions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals, and he was quite famous in the human race. Also, as Yi Xianlin grew, Yi Tianzong's clone, who was in charge of the heavenly court, gradually handed over some of the matters in the heavenly court to Yi Xianlin. It was obvious that he wanted to nurture Yi Xianlin. In addition, all the emperors and marshals in the heavenly court gradually learned about the relationship between Yi Tianzong and Yi Tianzong. Therefore, some of the sharper people guessed that Yi Tianzong was nurturing a successor. Since he was nurturing a successor, it meant that Yi Tianzong was about to step down from his position as the marshal. This meant that Yi Tianzong's original body was very confident in breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm. Or rather, he had already broken through to the heavenly venerate realm, but he was hiding it and didn't make it public. A marshal who was in charge of the heavenly court and commanded billions of soldiers. It could be said that everyone in the heavenly court, except for the heavenly venerates, wanted to be a marshal. In order to become a marshal of the heavenly court, apart from having sufficient strength and military achievements, there were only two ways. One was to have the full support of a supreme force, and the other was to win the position of the heavenly court's sovereign battle. If Yi Xianlin participated in the sovereign battle now, with his strength, as long as he was careful not to be surrounded, he had a good chance of winning. With the support of a supreme force, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, three middle-stage heavenly venerates, Yi Xianlin would have no worries. Therefore, there was almost no doubt that Yi Xianlin would become the marshal. In addition to Yi Xianlin, the heavenly court branch under Yi Tianzong's control had developed for 12,000 years. Because of the countless resources plundered by the three of them and the various high-level divine pills refined by them, as well as the huge amount of resources handed over by the four huge cities, the number of great emperor-level experts had reached 5,600 people, the number of God-King-level divine generals had reached 5 million, and the heavenly court's army had reached 13 billion people. The overall strength of the heavenly court had increased by several times. I'll use Yu Tianlan's identity one last time. After delaying for so long, it's time to deal with that old thing, Shen Yin. Yi Tianzong could no longer wait to destroy the traitor of the human race, Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yin. During the years that he had been silently developing and accumulating strength, Yi Tianzong had also slowly collected evidence of Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yin's collusion with the Devil race, the Purple Spirit race, and the Silver Moon race. It was precisely because he saw the intolerable evidence of Shen Yin's crimes that Yi Tianzong did not want to continue waiting. He had to destroy this scum and traitor as soon as possible. The sooner he was destroyed, the less evil he would commit. At the same time, Yi Tianzong also figured out the relationship between Shen Yin, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi, and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms. The main reason why Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms were on the same side as Great Heavenly Venerate Shen Yin was because they had been threatened and schemed against by Shen Yin. Both of them had been schemed against by Shen Yin and had formed a connection with the foreign race. Shen Yin had also caught them and controlled their descendants and the sects they were born in. This was why Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms had no choice but to stand on the same side as Shen Yin. In fact, Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms probably hated Shen Yin a lot. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong also found out that although Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms were on the same side as Shen Yin and had committed many evil deeds due to his threats, the two of them were secretly trying their best to make up for their mistakes. This surprised Yi Tianzong. He had not expected Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms to be so unyielding. After Yi Tianzong learned the specific details, he decided to help Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms. There was no need to let them die along with Shen Yin. It was not easy for the human race to produce a Heavenly Venerate. Since they had good intentions, he would let them fight for the human race and use their own contributions to make up for their mistakes. After a long search, Yi Tianzong finally found the descendants of Heavenly Venerate Liang Yi and Heavenly Venerate Myriad Forms, who were being controlled by Shen Yin. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yi Tianzong did not rescue them. Instead, he waited for the final action. Now that Yi Tianzong had decided to completely destroy the mysterious dark sect, some related matters had been put on the agenda. The mysterious dark sect had many forces under its command. He couldn't swallow them all at once, nor could he swallow them all. The next step was to contact allies. Chapter 427. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger notified Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu had all reached the limit of peak great emperors. They had accumulated enough power and were qualified to break through to Celestial Master. However, the three of them weren't very sure that they could break through to Celestial Master, so they hadn't chosen their successors yet. The three of them were all great marshals of the Heaven Court. Before they chose their successors, they couldn't easily break through to Celestial Master. Li Kang looked at Yi Tianzong's doppelganger and said, "Hao Miao, why did you call all of us here? Is there something important?" Yu Chen and Yuan Shu were curious as well. They knew that Yi Tianzong's original body was in seclusion training to break through to Celestial Master. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger rarely came to them. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger looked at Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu and said, "It seems that you've accumulated enough power to break through to Celestial Master. You just haven't chosen your successors yet. In fact, my original body and my Tao partner broke through within 2,000 years of establishing the Heaven Court. Now, they're mid-stage Celestial Master. The three of us can perform a combined attack and kill Xian Yin. My real body had also secretly investigated Yin-Yang and Wanxiang. They had been schemed against by the Xian Yin and had been caught. Their descendants and sects were also under the control of the Xian Yin. They were targets that could be won over. My original body has decided to kill Xian Yin, the scum of the human race. He's a traitor. He's also collected evidence that he colluded with other races and betrayed the human race. However, Xian Yin has more forces under his command. Once he takes action, it'll involve a large area. In order to avoid causing chaos to the human race, I want to control the situation with you. We need to prepare well, then kill Xian Yin quickly. We can't give him any chance to escape." Yi Tianzong's doppelganger explained his purpose in a few words. However, Li Kang, Yu Chen, and Yuan Shu didn't understand. There was a lot of information, so they had to take it slow. This guy had broken through to Celestial Master 20,000 years ago. Now, he was a mid-stage Celestial Master. All three of them were mid-stage Celestial Masters. They were confident that they could kill Great Celestial Master Xian Yin. Why did it feel like they were dreaming? After a while, Li Kang looked at Yi Tianzong's doppelganger and solemnly said, "Are you sure you can completely kill Great Celestial Master Xian Yin and not cause chaos to the human race? And you have proof." The Great Celestial Masters. Great Celestial Masters know he colluding with the other races and betraying the human race. However, Great Celestial Master of's betraying other races, but his is of Celestial Xian of S. Celestial Xian did its. Kang his. And other Celestial all ints. Celestial Great. The S and Celestial T. Celestial Mastered T. Is. Yuan Shu said, "Yes, as long as it doesn't cause chaos to the human race, the Supreme Celestial Masters won't mind us getting rid of Xian Yin." Yi Tianzong's doppelganger smiled and took out a jade slip from his yin and yang ring. This is a jade slip made by the main body. It contains all the evidence of Xian Yin's crimes, as well as the results of the investigation of yin and yang and wanxiang. The jade slip has the restriction of the main body's Celestial Master aura. Only a mid-stage Celestial Master can break it. You can take it back and let the people behind you take a look. Also, there are 3 chances to break the restriction of this jade slip. If you can't break it after 3 tries, it will self-destruct. I've already started to arrange it. You guys better hurry up. How much you can eat will depend on how you arrange it. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger handed the jade slip to Li Kang. The matter was urgent. After receiving the jade slip, Li Kang felt the noble and supreme Celestial Master aura on it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. After saying goodbye, he left the hall with Yu Chen and Yuan Shu. Then, they informed their respective Celestial Master and rushed to the central heavenly court. Celestial Master Myriad Thunder was Li Kang's master. He was most proficient in the law of thunder. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage Celestial Master realm and he had lived for hundreds of millions of years. How is this possible? Did he really say that? Celestial Master Myriad Thunder felt that he had been deceived after hearing Li Kang's narration. A Celestial Master who had become a mid-stage Celestial Master 20,000 years ago was now a mid-stage Celestial Master. Moreover, the 3 of them had become mid-stage Celestial Masters together and were confident in killing Grand Empyreans. Was this a joke? Every person who could become a Celestial Master was a peerless genius. However, the path of a Celestial Master was difficult. It took a long time and countless resources to break through a small realm. It would take at least 500,000 years. Who had heard of someone who could break through in 20,000 years? There was no such person in the great 1,000 worlds of the myriad races. Perhaps there might have been such a person at the beginning of the world, but there definitely wasn't one now. Seeing that Celestial Master Myriad Thunder didn't believe him, Li Kang didn't explain. Instead, he took out the jade slip that Yi Tianzong had given him and said, "This is the jade slip that Vast Expanse's doppelganger gave me. It records everything he has secretly investigated over the years. There is a Celestial Master restriction on the jade slip. Only by breaking the restriction can you see the contents of the jade slip. There are only 3 chances to break this jade slip. If you can't break it after 3 tries, the jade slip will self-destruct." Then, Li Kang handed the jade slip to Celestial Master Myriad Thunder. "Oh, this aura, it really is the power of a Celestial Master. Why is this Tao energy even stronger than my Tao energy? How is this possible?" As soon as he held the jade slip in his hand, Celestial Master Myriad Thunder felt an extremely tyrannical Tao energy wrapping around the jade slip. Moreover, the Tao energy wrapping around the jade slip was purer and stronger than his own. For a moment, Celestial Master Myriad Thunder was stunned. While Celestial Master Myriad Thunder was in a daze, Yu Chen and Yuanshu's masters brought them to the Myriad Thunder Heavenly Palace. Yu Chen's master was Celestial Master Guyu and Yuanshu's master was Celestial Master Taishen. These 2 Celestial Masters were middle-stage Celestial Masters. Like Celestial Master Myriad Thunder, they were both disciples of Supreme Celestial Master Void. Yu Chen and Yuanshu had already told them what had happened. Seeing the jade slip in Celestial Master Myriad Thunder's hand, Celestial Master Guyu asked, "Senior brother, is this the jade slip?" "Yes, it is. Since you're here, feel it. The Tao energy wrapping around the jade slip is simply incredible." Celestial Master Myriad Thunder handed the jade slip to Celestial Master Guyu. This Tao energy, how is it stronger than my Tao energy? How is this possible? Is this really the Tao energy of a middle-stage Celestial Master? It's too strong." Without exception, Empyrean Guyu and Empyrean Taishen were extremely shocked. According to Li Kang and the others, Vast Expanse had only become a Empyrean 20,000 years ago. How could he possess such an unbelievably powerful primordial Tao power? "I'm stronger. Let me try and see if I can open this jade slip." Celestial Master Myriad Thunder had already restrained his contempt and disbelief. He took the jade slip from Celestial Master Taishuan's hand with a serious expression and then condensed his own power. A tiny Tao energy, only 2 inches long, was attached to the Thunder Law origin. Under the control of Celestial Master Myriad Thunder, it carried a terrifying power that was enough to destroy space and crashed into the Tao energy restriction outside the jade slip. However, to everyone's surprise, Celestial Master Myriad Thunder's solemn attack did not break the rootless duckweed Tao energy restriction. A layer of dazzling golden light appeared in the air and bounced the attack back. This. Celestial Master Myriad Thunder's heart was filled with mixed feelings. F***ck, I made the atmosphere so serious in vain. My carefully prepared attack failed and was even bounced back. Where am I supposed to put my face? It's just a restriction on a jade slip. Does it have to be so awesome? Let's do it together. I don't believe that there's nothing we can do about a mere rootless duckweed restriction. Empyrean Guyu stared at the jade slip in front of him, feeling very uncomfortable. This was giving them a show of strength. If 3 Empyreans could not even open a single restriction, wouldn't that be embarrassing to death? Okay. Celestial Master Myriad Thunder controlled the jade slip to float in the air. Then, he stood together with Celestial Master Guyu and Celestial Master Taishen, condensing their power at the same time. This time, the 3 of them were even more prepared. They condensed their power to the extreme. Then, 3 different beams of light, 3 tiny Dao Yuan that was enough to destroy the universe, attacked the seemingly ordinary jade slip at the same time.